Welcome, ladies and germs, to Ash on Comics. I'm Ash. This is RDV. We're doing late night comics tonight. Hope you're all having a good night. If you're going, what the hell's late night comics? Well, it's late at night, and we're talking about comics and probably other stuff. I know it's supposed to be a story time stream, and some people that are here normally for the story time are like, what's going on with the story time stream? I just need a mental break. As preparing for the books and doing all this stuff. I just was like, I just didn't have it in me, and I don't want to do it half-ass. If I am not, like I know I'm not a professional audio person, but I at least want to have some energy and do it fun. And I just didn't have it. And RDV was asking, hey, is there a stream tonight? And I was like, what do you want to stream? And so here we are. RDV, how you doing tonight?
I am doing better. Still under the weather. Even though it's actually finally nice outside and I'm the one that's sick.
Aren't we always under the weather?
We're under the microscope from the government, but that's about it though. Under the dome.
unless you're in space, then maybe you're above the weather. But for those of us that are on Earth, right? Aren't we always like the weather's always above us?
No, I heard the ozone's gone though.
The ozone's gone. Well, hey, maybe we can just all get zapped by solar radiation and be done with it. That'd be fun.
Some of us will survive. I guarantee it. I'll be one of those stuck alive.
I will survive. Oh, by the way, it's open mic night. If you are a person that says, I would like to get on and chat with Ash and RDV and everyone else, then come in. I threw the links out there and the Discord, and also if you're part of the England team, you can see it in there. So most everyone that's listening in probably has access to one of those types of things, and you can get the StreamYard link and come and join us. And what should we talk about tonight?
I don't know, but late night comics. I mean, if anybody jumps on, no dad jokes, okay? We want funny. We want comedians, right?
But dad jokes are funny. Melissa Harris is first. Speaking of funny, Dragon Majesty, good to see you. Maranya, good to see you. I'm using this StreamYard thing. I don't know how people use it. It's really clunky for me. Who else? Just only a few people so far, but I didn't have any broadcasts for this. This is a surprise stream. This is one of the secret menu stream. That's what we'll call it. You ever order anything off the secret menu?
Secret menu? Oh,
yeah.
Actually, like Noodles. The Noodles has a secret menu. Noodles Company.
Noodles and Company has a secret menu?
Hey, they changed their menu, and you can still get some of the old stuff on there.
I love Noodles and Company, and it was a huge thing in Colorado. And I came out here, and I'm like, where the fuck's all the Noodles and Companies? There's none. I think there's one like way on the other side of San Diego, and I was like, I don't want to drive 45 minutes to get to it.
I'm shocked there wouldn't be. It goes hand in hand with Starbucks, doesn't it?
In Colorado, it was seriously, they were all over the place.
That's all I see is the girls with their Ugg boots, and they have the Starbucks, and they're going to Noodles. That's that's your thing when you're 20 years old.
I love Noodles and Company.
But yeah, they still have. I went there for a birthday dinner with my sister because we share the same birthday month in June. And the last time I've been to Noodles was like 10 years ago. So I'm like, okay, where's I want to get the stroganoff, beef stroganoff. Wasn't on the menu. That's
my jam too. That's my favorite thing that they do there.
Wasn't on the menu. So I'm like, I was so ticked. I'm like, what's all this other crap?
Dude, that's like McDonald's getting rid of the Big Mac.
So I went up there and asked her, do you sell this? Like, yeah, we still have it. It's like, thank God. I was like, otherwise I was gonna have the worst dinner ever because I'm really picky when it comes to certain things. Because I have a IBS, so I can't eat certain foods. So Noodles is the beef stroganoff. That's pretty much I go there for because that's so good. Butter noodles with the meat and stuff.
That's their best thing in my opinion.
I learned that if you go, most places, if you ask them for something, if they still have it, sometimes they'll still have it and they'll give it to you. It's just they can't fit on the menu because they're pushing other stuff. So I was really ecstatic. But
Well,
Yeah,
I haven't been to Noodles and Company in years.
I know, right?
Well, it's only because there's none around. I love Noodles and Company. I'm looking at their website right now. Like, I'm wondering what, because menus can drastically change over the
The
years. I
last
don't know
time I
why I'd
went,
be upset though. I'm like,
I
we
was
can't
like,
go.
dude, I was like 26, 25 the last time I went to. I'm 36 now. So it has been like almost 10 years for me, pretty much, almost right around there.
Ah,
10,
man,
11.
if you guys haven't been to Noodles and Company, it's like a genius idea. It's like a quick service restaurant, like one of those like sort of like fast food, but it's like higher quality. It's not like there's no drive-throughs. It's like a Chipotle, or what else would you compare it to? I think people know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
When they're like a little bit more upscale than fast food, but not quite a sit-down
Well,
restaurant.
you can order through your phone and then pick it up.
Well, every place you can do that now.
Which really it's really convenient though, because you don't have to wait in line there and all that stuff. You just pull up, and they were doing curbside stuff too for a while.
So this place is genius because everyone likes noodles of some sort, right?
Buttered noodles.
And some people, they like spaghetti. Some people like mac and cheese. Some people like, Chinese. Some people like Korean stuff. Some people I like the beef stroganoff. But this is like all the noodles, all under one roof. So if you're like, I don't really like Asian food, that's all right. Go get some spaghetti and meatballs if you want.
Italian, it's all European, pretty much, but different flavor stuff. You can get Asian cuisine too. It's noodles.
Oh, look at this. They've redone their Macs.
Yeah, that's the new one, the BB barbecue pork mac.
Oh, this used to be like a once in a while thing.
Yeah.
And so it's permanent on the menu. This is delicious.
My niece had that. I was like, that sounds and looks gross to me, but it probably is delicious. So,
well, if you like barbecued pulled pork, I mean,
I'm the person like if I have food on a plate, I have it separated. Since I was little, it's an OCD I have. Like the corn does not touch everything else. I don't mix.
Yeah, I don't really mix these either. I kind of just eat the pork off the top, but the cheese doesn't. Like the cheese on the pork, I don't mind. What is this buffalo chicken mac? Oh,
yep.
I'll tell you, my second favorite thing to get at Noodles and Company though is the Wisconsin mac and cheese.
Yep.
But add meatballs.
Yes.
Dude, I was at a Noodles and Company one day, and I was just doing my thing, getting a thing, and some guy in front of me is like ordering, and he's like, "I want those," and I add meatballs, and I was just like stunned for a second. I was like, "Wait, you can add?" I was like, "That's genius!" It's like it makes perfect sense. It's like a cheeseburger. Mm-hmm. It's like meatballs and mac and cheese feel like they go together more than spaghetti and meatballs to me. Yeah, that's the big and you can get mac and cheese a lot of places. I mean, you can make it yourself.
The thing is, I tasted the Wisconsin cheese and like it just tastes normal to me. It's like I was like, why is this on the menu? It's like it tastes like every other cheese. Yeah,
for your locations, they should have California cheese. California mac and cheese.
Soy cheese we're talking about.
No, California is like the big cheese like competitor to Wisconsin.
You guys got oranges too now, right? You like the big orange dairy?
Well, I mean, it's big. California is a huge agricultural state, but no, I mean, cheese. Growing up, like in the '90s and stuff, there was a massive campaign for California cheese and stuff because Wisconsin, of course, is the cheese state, but they were trying to make a big push, like, "Hey, we make cheese too, like it's great," and it was.
I remember the commercials. The cow is like, "Grandma, what was it like in Wisconsin?" It's frozen. Nightmare.
And they got a lot more like choices now.
Yeah,
they used to have like 8 different noodle dishes. That was it.
Like I said, look at shrimp scampi's on there too. I was just like,
how do you get rid of the beef stroganoff though, man? That is crazy.
I know. That was like the first thing I always look at. I was like, beef stroganoff. It's like, dude, it's like going one step up above a hamburger helper. It's like it's not the best.
I make some beef stroganoff at home that's really good, but theirs is just unique, and you can't think about it. Where are you going to go to get beef stroganoff? You got to go to like where are
Yeah,
you gonna go? Like
there are no
a Russian restaurant? Like no one makes beef.
Russian. I've never been to a Russian restaurant.
I never have either. I don't know where you would get beef stroganoff.
I imagine you'd probably find like a Russian Korean restaurant. So that's really just Russian Chinese.
Man. Let's see. Ronnie says tonight's a night for Turkey Hill chocolate peanut butter cup ice cream. That's crazy. Sound like a mouthful.
Is that before or after you have your noodles?
Melissa says she stopped by to say hi, but she has to get going. She got her brother Mike coming into town. Okay, Melissa, well, I appreciate you coming by to say hi.
Yeah,
and
she's got a new car, or she's getting a new car. Cool.
Fortunately, she's not missing a story tonight, so she can go hang out with her family.
This will be the story they talk about. The noodle stream.
Ed says that the food app shows secret menu items. I don't know about that,
Really?
Ed.
I've never used the noodle app.
I use a lot of apps. None of the ones I use have secret menu items.
Now I'm curious. Now I got me looking at my noodles thing. I got downloaded now. I didn't realize. See, that's the one thing I never thought noodles would have an app, but now it makes sense. Yeah.
So many places do. It's replacing the cashier.
Do you know what sucks? So some of them have apps, but you can't order anything off the apps. They're just there to show you the menu. That's it.
Yeah, that's KFC. KFC does that. Annoys me.
I think that's actually Arby's does that too.
Arby's, yeah, the other Arby's.
Oh, that drives me nuts. It's like, why do you even have it, dude?
Arby's and Del Taco's. Well, actually, Del Taco's, some locations are doing it, but all the locations around me, you can't do it. So I'm like, eh. But yeah, Jack in the Box, McDonald's, Burger King, and Taco Bell, Sonic, those all use. So the McDonald's one is the best app for just sheer saving stuff.
Yeah.
Like today, I was out and about doing work, and I was like, I want a snack, so pulled up the McDonald's app, free fries with $1 purchase. Hey, guess what's $1? A large Coke. So, Coke and a medium fry for $1. So, and the fries are like $4 nowadays. It's crazy.
Dude, I can never pass up a Coke. Like you're at McDonald's there, and it's like, do you want a large Coke? Like, why would I not want a large Coke?
Right.
Crazy.
Right. I know. So, but I just can't. I can't pay the normal price anymore. The apps have spoiled me. I'm like, I could get a fry and a large Coke for $1. This would cost me almost $5 without the app.
So I've been with friends who they stop at the drive-thru. He's like, he's getting stuff. He's like, "Want anything?" I'm like, "Give me a Coke, bro. I'm here. I'm getting a Coke."
Dude, yeah, any size for $1,
right?
Dude, you go to Sonic. Oh my god. Okay, I do like Sonic drinks. That's my number one thing about Sonic burgers. If you have Sonic anywhere,
Noodles does delivery too. Did not know that.
Well, everyone does delivery now because of DoorDash.
I don't do delivery. I just drive there. I'm like 5 minutes away. It's
but that's you picking up is not the. I mean,
no. I'm just saying the reason I don't do it because it's like I could go pick it up and not have to tip somebody more. I
agree, but that's different than places doing delivery.
Yeah, I mean,
you picking stuff up is that's not relevant to whether a restaurant does delivery or
not. Well, no, they do delivery though. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I just never really knew that because I don't do the app thing. So it's like, see you doing a delivery. Like if you live in an apartment building, yes, like in New York somewhere, and it's a pain in the butt to drive somewhere. You find a parking spot. Yeah, then I would do takeout all the time. I'd be doing the freaking Uber Eats.
I just wouldn't live in New York.
just the fact it's like somebody who is touching your food. That's what I'm thinking. It's like, hey, where's my fries? Half of them are gone.
Yeah, my biggest thing about the whole Uber Eats, DoorDash, all those, is not that it's just another person touching your food. It's like a third party, right? Mm-hmm. If it was Noodles and Company employees delivering your food, they're invested into Noodles and Company. Noodles and Company manages them, but some Uber guy, just some guy who signed up for the app says, "Oh, I'll deliver stuff." He's got no accountability. Oh man. Speaking of delivery, we got pizza today. Delivered I've never had this happen before. They like left it on the porch and left. I was like,
Really? What?
yeah. I was like, what the hell? Like, but this is why never tip in advance. But my buddy bought the pizza, so it's all him. But he does it all, like orders it, tips, and does all the stuff. So the guy just shows up, drops pizza, and leaves. It's like he's already got his tip. I was like, this is really weird. But that never happened. I guess we're living in a post-COVID world.
I don't know. Like I said, apparently a lot of people, it's more popular with the younger generation. They do the app stuff, and I'm the person that if I'm near there, I'll drive there, pick it up. You know, and I'll wait in line. I have no problem. If I'm going somewhere and I can't wait in line, then I just don't get that. I just have a big lunch, or I go get food later on that day. You know.
Oh, that's not my comics. So Ed says that the apps were better a couple years ago than they are now, or the deals. I think that's kind of true. I think when the apps first launched, they were like really trying to get people to use them.
Dude, I found stuff through Wendy's. I know Wendy's had an app, and I started like doing that, and I was getting like coupon stuff. I was like, dude, free fries and all that stuff.
Yeah, dude. The 7-Eleven app, when they launched that like 6 or 7 years ago, whatever, I was getting free Big Gulps, free Red Bulls, all sorts of crazy, like all the time. Free this. Like, I was like, I love this 7-Eleven app. And then everyone started using it, and they're like, oh, here, you get 10 cents off. I'm like, I don't care about that. No, it's actually still a pretty good app, but.
Right.
Yeah, I think the 7-Eleven app is worth your time. McDonald's app is worth your time. The Burger King app is Jesus. Holy shit. I can't even, or like, I will never go to Burger King without the apps. It's like you'll pay half the price with the apps. It's the deals, you know, like 2 for $5 Whoppers. Like a Whopper's more than $5 by itself. You're getting 2 for $5. Things like that. Like the deals are crazy. They used to have this thing that I used to get for lunch once in a while. It was a $3 snack box or something is what they called it. And it came with a drink, an 8-piece chicken nuggets, a medium French fry, and a cheeseburger for $3. Let me tell you, that thing was more than a snack. Like every time I ate that, I was like, "Oh, I'm full." Like I was like, I can't imagine. I just don't understand anymore how to pay. Like, and it's fast food. If I'm gonna pay money, I want good food, right? I feel so guilty if I spend more than $10 at a fast food place. I could just go to somewhere good. I go to Noodles and Company. So, yeah. Aren't you excited about that? I don't know how we're talking about this. This is all Vankman's fault. Ed says he is drinking Kool-Aid fruit punch over ice.
Only fruit punch?
You go, Ed. You are rocking it.
Is it like the powdered Kool-Aid? Like the ones you make normal, or is it like those ones you have in water bottles?
I don't know. He didn't say. He just says Kool-Aid's Kool-Aid, isn't it?
Well, there's now pouches now you can get like Kool-Aid stuff. And you know, you have your water bottle that mixes. You just dump it in there. So I always ask because some people drink old school, and then some people drink the new stuff because they just don't want to.
Speaking of highbrow drinking, Marania says she likes to have the ice cubes that match the Kool-Aid so it doesn't dilute the flavor. That's a little bit too much effort for me. Ryuk wants to know, is this Ash on Comics or Ash on Fast Food?
Just Ash on Noodles.
This is Vankman. This is Vankman on Fast Food. He gets all the blame. I take all the credit. He gets all the blame. That's how this works. Ryuk's having water. I admire your discipline. Water is probably the best thing for you, but it's the most boring thing at the same time. And Dragon Match, he has lemonade. Is it fresh lemonade or is it like instant powder lemonade? Real lemonade's so good. Like fresh squeezed lemonade. Ah, man, that is so good. Like there's like such a huge difference between real fresh squeeze lemonade and like the instant lemonade. You know what I'm talking about? Or do you even
Yeah,
care?
you can taste the difference. Yes, you can get that. You get it's a little well, it depends. Like you get if you just regular lemonade, squeeze and juice it, it's more tart.
Well, if you
I
don't add
imagine.
sugar,
Yeah,
you gotta add
yeah. Where you get the
sugar
normally.
with water.
Well, I mean, it's you control how much how watered down it is, and stuff. You can
Mhm.
control yourself. It's got a more authentic taste to it.
Yeah.
But I'm not a really big lemonade fan. But it's funny you bring it up though, because my dad forever go to work, he would get like the frozen concentrate lemonade. Just from the freezer section, and then you just dump it in there and you add water and stir. I used to think it was
Uh,
so gross. It was like chunks out. Like I'm like, ugh. But yeah, but that's funny because it makes me think of my dad right like on that
I don't do
because
that anymore.
I don't do they
When was the
still
last time you saw frozen fruit juice?
it was Minute Maid, wasn't it? Minute Maid, and another one was Old Time was right here too.
I don't even.
Roundies,
Yeah,
yeah,
I don't know.
yeah,
Yeah, there was different brands, but I totally. Yeah, Minute Maid was one of the big ones. You get it in
yeah.
like a little cylinder,
Orange, yeah, yeah, a little cone, yeah, frozen cone.
and you like
Or
break
yeah,
open the end and like put it. You'd put it in the blender and
they
add
gotta still sell that.
water. And
I haven't looked, but I'm sure they still sell it somewhere. They
I
have
have
to.
not seen those in forever. I don't know if you can still get them. I'm sure there's probably some places you have to some because man, they make the one good thing about the concentrated fruit juice. Well, here's the thing. One of the reasons it does that those don't sell anymore is because everyone got on the kick of like real fresh squeezed juice, like that brand Simply. You heard of like Simply?
I've heard Simply, yeah, it's Simply. There's a
So
couple ones.
years ago, Simply came out. I think it was like it's been like at least 10 years
Is
now.
that the
Simply,
Walgreens one?
no, it's just
Brand?
it's like a national brand. It's a big,
Uh,
but Simply Orange was their first Simply Orange juice. And their whole spiel was it was like orange juice, just fresh squeezed, no preservatives, no sugar, nothing, just straight up fresh squeezed orange juice, done. And it's still, I mean, it's one of the best orange juice. And what it did is it forced all the other brands because they got real successful and everyone was like, oh, this is the best orange juice. So it forced like Minute Maid and Tropicana and all the old school orange juice brands to like up their game because what they were doing was you even if you bought like a jug of orange juice, you would look on the label and it'd be like from concentrate and stuff. So now all the brands for the most part are all like fresh squeezed, like because they have to compete. And I think all the concentrate, which we were talking about, like the frozen can things that you get, just no one wants those anymore. It's a lot of work too. You got to blend it up. If you don't have a blender, then you got to like stir it by hand, and that's a pain in the ass. But it's really good for making mixed drinks. That's what I was gonna say. Like if you want to make like my buddy would make these screwdrivers, these frozen screwdrivers. He would do the orange concentrate.
Yep.
And instead of blending it with like water, like because however much water you put to he would just do ice. So the same amount of water, but frozen water. So it would come out like a slushy, and he would add vodka and vanilla extract, just a little bit of vanilla extract. So it would come out like a vanilla cream. Those things were like candy. Like it was like a vanilla orange cream slushy that would get you wasted. I was like, these are dangerous. I don't. You need to market these. Let's see.
It's gotta be. Yeah, I'm looking it up right now to see if they still. They gotta have it somewhere. Frozen lemonade concentrate.
Yeah, the real lemonade, man. Do you have hot dog on a stick in your area?
We have corn dogs.
Where's got corn dogs?
Wisconsin State Fair brand corn dogs they just sell it to. And then
Well,
Walmart has too.
specifically, there is a place called Hot Dog on a Stick.
I've never heard of it, and that just sounds most stupidest name for a restaurant. But I'm sure it probably does well.
It's not really a restaurant. They're almost always exclusively found in
a guy in a cart.
Courts.
I was gonna say, a guy walking around with the food truck. You want a hot dog on a stick?
They're almost always found in food courts, and they're real simple. All they do is like sell like corn dogs.
They still sell them.
But one of the things that they do is they make fresh lemonade, and it's probably it's not so much anymore. But back in the day when we didn't live in this PC world, Hot Dog on a Stick was notorious for only hiring cute teenage girls. And when they made the fresh squeezed lemonade, they use like, you know what a butter churn is?
Yeah, you got to churn the butter and all that stuff. I watched.
But have you seen it? Like it's like a big pole, and you'd like mash down. It was kind of like that. They had like a big bucket, and then they had this churn thing, and these girls would be dressed in their little hot dog on a stick outfits, and they'd be like bouncing up and down and like churning, and they would be doing this in front of the hot dog on a stick, which is in the mall food court, so it's like right out in the open. And that was like this thing, like, girl, like, you get what I'm going on with this? Like,
I'm thinking, was this the 80s?
80s, the 90s, yeah.
Yeah, man, I'm just thinking all the guys just sitting there on the table. All the high school
serious?
Guys.
I am. It was.
They're just staring there.
There's
like 15 group of kids just standing there.
Yeah,
guys.
Yeah.
Rook says that's called Hooters now.
Yeah, no, they never hired guys to work at Hot Dog on a Stick.
Can you imagine a guy? Oh my guns, man.
Aside from the show that you would get, they actually made really good lemonade. Like, their lemonade was fucking bomb. And you could get cherry lemonade, which is my all-time favorite lemonade ever, was the Hot Dog on a Stick cherry lemonade. Ed says they had a mall place called Orange Julius. They had the kind of orange drink you're talking about without the alcohol. Now, I do love an Orange Julius. It's not what I'm talking about. It's close, though. Close. But yeah, it's not the same. Orange Julius is bought by Dairy Queen now. You can find Orange Julius's in Dairy Queens if you have any of those.
We don't even have a Dairy Queen anymore. We had both those, and they're gone from all.
How does Wisconsin not have a Dairy Queen? Isn't it a dairy state?
Not anymore. That's you guys. You guys took our dairy state title. We were the cow state, and the beer and the cheese and stuff, and all of a sudden here comes California. Hey, we got cows here too. Okay, fine, we'll let you have it.
It's not about. I mean, if that were the case, Texas would be the cheese state because they got the cows.
Yeah, originated in Texas. We had them up here, but I think most of them have gone under. Just like the KFCs are gone.
Zach wants to know, is this comic talk or juice talk? Well, I don't know, Zach. Why don't you come in here and change the topic? Since you're just going to sit there and lecture us.
We should start talking about Jell-O and pudding.
Speaking of, there's Zach right now. I'm not as good as other people at monitoring.
Backstage for 20 minutes.
I know I'm not as good at monitoring. I'm not used to using this, so I don't monitor the backstage.
Really, for 20?
That's all right.
For 20 minutes, but you literally just said knock, knock, knock. So that's your fault. Didn't say anything.
Wow, touche.
You're the slowest Zach in the room.
How are you doing tonight?
This is slow, Zach. I am apparently slow. Apparently, I'm slipping. No, I'm doing good though. How are y'all doing tonight?
Oh, just having some late night comic book talk. Not
really sounds like
comics.
You're having late night juice talk and late night.
We're warming up to it. It's like you ever heard of an opening act?
Hey, you
okay.
Ash, or I mean, not Ash, but Zach. This is an infomercial talk here. We're selling juice by the Ninja.
Juice. Wait, there's more.
But wait, there's more. You following me, camera guy? Rest in peace,
dude, I missed that dude.
I think wasn't he doing work with Billy Mays? I thought they were working together, or maybe it's somebody else.
Billy Mays is the one who died.
Billy Mays is the one who died, but there was another guy who was working with him. I can't remember if it was the ShamWow guy or if it was.
I like the ShamWow guy. That guy.
The ShamWow guy is great. He's got some energy.
Yeah, I don't know whatever happened to him.
I don't know either. I'm gonna Google it right now.
Maybe the streaming era killed the infomercial.
How did Billy Mays die? Did he slip on a ShamWow?
No,
I forget how he died. It was something weird. Had a stroke or a heart attack.
Yeah,
I don't know.
kind of medical thing.
From dealing with all the chemicals.
Maybe.
It's like
no, seriously. I think probably the streaming killed the infomercial star.
Maybe.
Ed Valente. Yeah, that's good. It was.
Last infomercial he appeared on was for a knife or something that slices and dices food. That was in 2015. So
All right,
yeah,
Dragon Majesty has given us a topic. Geiger number 1. Please discuss.
Geiger number 1.
Haven't read it.
What? Pinkman, it's on number 3.
How you
I-
not read? What?
It's
You
Jeff
get-
Johns.
Because there's a million other books I'm trying to read.
I thought you were buying Geiger.
I wasn't like-
No, he's getting Noctera, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, I know he's getting Noctera.
Yeah.
I don't know
Noctera.
why you're not getting Geiger.
Oh, I know why. There's no boobs.
Not yet. I mean,
There's 2 right here.
It's in Vegas. I'm sure they're gonna pop up sooner or later.
Yeah, but the main character doesn't have boobs.
True. Main
if it's not-
character is
if it's
like
not
I'm
Spider-Man, he's
I'm
gotta
sure
have
he
boobs.
does. He's got- he can move crap.
Spider-Man or boobs, one of the two.
well, I like it. I like it so far.
I like
I
it
really
too.
liked number 3. It kind of brought 1 and 2 together. Because
Absolutely.
one you're just dealing with the his name is Geiger, right? I haven't read it. in a while.
Yeah, his last name is Geiger.
His
You
last
don't,
name
you,
is
don't-
Geiger.
you don't
Yeah.
even know it, and you talk about me telling me to read it.
Oh,
It's
shush.
been a
his
while
face.
since I read number 1. I don't go back and study these.
Man, it must be that good if you can't remember.
So
Wow.
wow, wow.
Bankman throwing all sorts of shade.
I know.
Jeez.
Jeez, man.
He's just
Golly.
jealous because he doesn't read it.
You,
so he
you,
wants
attack,
to feel-
you attack me, and then I keep mad when I attack you back.
But yeah, no. So the guy named Geiger, like what? It's almost like there's a movie, and I saw it a year ago. It's got Brendan Fraser and Christopher Walken. I think it's called Blast from the Past, where Christopher Walken's married. It's in like the 1940s or 50s. No, it's like 50s or 60s.
Yeah, where he leaves the bunker after all these years.
Yeah, where they go into a bunker after like a false alarm. They think nuclear war is coming. So Christopher Walken and his wife hide out in a bunker, and his wife's pregnant. So while they're in the bunker, they give birth to Brendan Fraser, and Brendan Fraser grows up in a bunker, comes out at 30 years later. He comes out, the world is like moved on, everything's good. I don't know. It kind of gives me that kind of
Oh, yeah, Christopher Walken. They're all
Christopher
mutants.
Walken.
It sees them out the nose, right?
Christopher Walken is a national treasure. Forget Gabby Rivera, man. Christopher Walken, that guy's a national treasure. But anyway, kind of start. This is like if the beginning of that movie went bad, because it's like the guy's trying to get his wife and daughter into the bunker, and he gets shot. Not only does he, I don't want to spoil it. I'm going to be quiet now. I don't want to spoil it in case Bickman decides.
You
to
should
actually
watch
read
that.
it.
You should watch that other Swedish show called. I don't know if it's Swedish or Norwegian, but it's called Rain. I think,
Rain,
or something like that. And that's
Like-
where
rain clouds, or
where the
rain,
where the
like
rain,
dark
or
rain.
when it rains, it turns people into like crazy people.
Oh, I might know what you're talking about.
It
Those
took,
are
Vank-
Netflix
it took Vankman less than 2 minutes to steer that Geiger conversation
I know.
off the rails completely.
He doesn't. He
Or
doesn't know what the conversation is about. He's going to steer it to something he does know.
So, are you gonna read Geiger, Vankman?
Eventually, yes.
Okay.
We can't really talk. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't want to talk spoilers about it anyway, but
Yeah, I don't want to either.
it's definitely. I'm very glad. Like, it feels like each issue is getting better. Like
Yeah.
my favorite issue is 3, then 2, then 1.
Mm-hmm.
So
2 I like because I think 2 does a little bit more world building than the first one does.
So the first two are setups.
The first one introduces you to the main character. The second issue, I think, does a better job of setting up this world that the story is taking place in. And then the third issue kind of ties it together.
I thought the first issue introduced you was pure world building. Then issue 2 started introducing characters and like setting up where the plot was going to launch off of.
Okay.
And then the third issue, you feel like you're in the story. Like
right.
we got past the prologue. This is the story now. That's kind of how I'm feeling. So if anyone has not read Geiger, get to issue 3, like before you make real judgment on it, because the first issue is total world building setup. Almost nothing happens that is plot relevant. but it's just all like character relevant and like what's going on with the world, and it's all important for later on, especially issue 3. Like some of the things that happen, you're like, no.
Yeah,
but-
issue 3. Wow, dang, yeah.
But yeah,
Anyway.
it's cool. I mean, Jeff Johns, I'm digging seeing what Jeff Johns. I've never read anything of his outside of DC, so
I read his Avengers run. I'm probably one of the 5 people on Earth that don't hate it.
I haven't read it. So it's nice to see like, oh, this is what Jeff Johns would do when it's not DC characters.
Yeah.
And I do like that it's a superhero because
Yeah.
it seems like so many creators like, I'm going to go do an indie book, and then they go do something not superheroes.
Yeah, it's not a cape story. It's like, well, it's like what Ed Brubaker does. Like he does great crime dramas, but it's not superheroes.
Right.
Yeah.
Which I don't necessarily mind.
right.
like,
right. Yeah.
That's fine and all, but can we get some of them doing capes? Like, does
Yeah.
every time you're a writer, like, I'm not writing for the big 2, like, just like Tynan, like, oh, I'm gonna go to horror stories, like, okay, you know, I get it. I guess maybe if it's your wheelhouse, like Ed Brubaker's wheelhouse is crime for sure.
Right. Oh
Like,
yeah, no, definitely.
Which Captain
even,
America was really good, but it was not his criminal level.
well, like even his cape books were always, at least the ones I know of, are the characters that are more street level. Like they're not like Thor or the Incredible Hulk or
well, he did write X-Men for a little bit.
He did X-Men. He did well the 3 I'm thinking of that he's done. I know he's done Captain America. Obviously, he's done Daredevil, and I think he's done Catwoman, if I'm not mistaken. I might be mistaken on that, but at least with Captain America and Daredevil, like those were the 2 prominent ones that I was thinking of. And it's like, yeah, I mean, they're more street level. With Daredevil, it's a little bit more gritty. Oh yeah, he did do Catwoman. He also did Batman, and he did The Authority.
Yeah, that's why we need to get RDVs to read Ed Brubaker Catwoman.
There you go.
Actually, that's 90. And I looked at that. That's 1990. No, that's 2005, isn't it?
Oh, well, duh! Of course, he co-wrote Immortal Iron Fist.
Yeah, I looked into
I always think of Matt Fraction when I think of that run. I always forget Brubaker co-wrote that.
I looked into Brubaker because I saw that he had a Catwoman. I just didn't care for the design of the costume. The art looked cool. It looked wonky.
I'm only laughing because I can hear that sentence and think, wow, that's what I sounded like when I first got into comics. Like when there were certain heroes I refused to read because I thought their costumes looked ridiculous.
Like I'm reading the Chuck Dixon and all that, you know, the Doug Mankey and all, or what his last name is. But I'm
Doug Mankey?
Yeah, I think his name is. I'm reading his their take the 1993 Catwoman run. I'm reading that stuff, and then like going up, and I looked at Brubaker's. I'm thinking like, this is Brubaker. It's kind of cool, and I looked at like, oh, the art's not that good though. But I'll probably get into it after I'm done. I'm reading through.
We're trying to get you on the Brubaker train. I'm like, maybe Catwoman is the bridge to get RDV.
What do you mean? What do you mean? I like his Winter Soldier, but I mean,
you read?
Everybody likes his.
Yeah,
I didn't know you read Winter Soldier.
Yeah, I did that for Meet Jimmy or Educating Jimmy, and then
I wasn't involved in that, Bankman. Sorry.
Ash was unaffiliated with that string.
You weren't available.
Yeah, we'll go with that. Let's see.
Rigger did Catwoman. I was going to take it.
Well, if it's Tom King's Batman, he'd probably just be like, "Of course."
Oh, it'd be Tom King's Catwoman.
I think.
Right, if it's Tom King's Batman, he'll just be cucked. He'll sit back and watch.
Tom King in that Catwoman insert. Ugh.
Did y'all? I know y'all probably just started streaming not too long ago. Have y'all gotten to what y'all pulled from the LCS this past week?
Not yet. Getting there.
No, but that's a good time to maybe talk.
Fast transition.
I have to go refill my drink, so I'll let you guys discuss your recent pulls from the LCSs. And you guys are listening in chat. Tell us what you got. I don't want to just listen to these two jokers. I want to hear what you guys got too.
Hey, I'm not a Joker, sir. I'm a Riddler. Joker is overplayed. We need more Riddler in comics.
Here.
What are you doing? Are you doing this screen share? I'm trying to figure out. I'm such a boomer. I swear. I've got a 60-year-old brain and a 30-year-old body.
I got mine sharing now, so hopefully that
All
works.
right. Good thing I haven't left yet. I'll add your.
It's just my comments and so.
All right. I'll put it up there. I gotta be right back.
Were you able to get those variants for the Green Arrow?
Yeah.
I couldn't get any. My LCS, by the time I got there, all the variants had sold. So I just got the regular cover A, which is still a good cover, but I was bummed out.
Yeah, so this is just a screenshot, so I can't really click on it, I can probably make it full screen.
Ooh, the Black Cat. I saw the Black Cat annual. I didn't pick it up, though.
So let me make it do it full screen. How do I do full screen?
And I saw the Daredevil 31. It wasn't that cover, though. Is that a variant cover?
Which one? The Daredevil?
Yeah, Daredevil.
It's a variant cover. That's
the variant? Okay.
Yeah, that's the Greg Land variant cover.
Yeah, because like the normal one looked like really weird. Like
the normal one is I don't want to give you spoilers.
angel wings on the back.
It's Bullseye on the cover.
Oh, it's Bullseye. I thought it was Matt for some reason.
It's angel wings because you'll read the story. There's something that happens, and yeah.
Okay, they don't like redeem Bullseye, huh? Like they don't make him okay.
It's
good. That's all I needed to know.
But there is I don't want to spoil it.
Don't spoil it for me. I'm gonna catch up on Daredevil. That's my next.
Daredevil's still not in prison. It's like he's still in prison.
Oh, he's still in prison?
Yeah, he's not. Yeah, it's getting. I think he's gonna be in the next 2 issues. He's gonna be out. He's gonna be out soon.
Okay.
Just the way they can't just let it, because it's like how many issues? It's been like 10 issues. Feels like.
What are we on? 31. Let me see. Hang on. I bet you I can find out when he first got in prison. I bet you it was issue number 24, 25, or maybe 26.
Does that work? Is that better? Full screen? Does it pop up? I gotta wait 8 seconds on I can't tell. Well, you can look, right?
What's that?
It's showing up full screen?
On the YouTube, I mean.
Well, on your thing, because you're watching.
On StreamYard? I mean.
You can still see it.
I can see it.
Oh, okay, because I full screen, that's why. And
yeah, all of us are over on the side, but I can see it. I mean,
okay, because sometimes when I full screen it, through my computer, it hides it. So that's cool. They changed.
Yeah, he's only been behind bars for like 6 issues, I think, 6 or 7 issues now.
That's good.
So, but yeah, I need to get caught up on Daredevil. I got all those Daredevil issues from E's auction a few weeks ago, so I need to get caught up.
Nice. Yeah, the only thing I haven't read on all these is the Blade Runner, number 5.
I don't get Blade Runner. I'm just not a huge Blade. It just didn't click for me. I saw the movie 2099, or not 2099.
It was 2049.
No, what was the first?
Was that when it crossed over with Marvel?
Was the first one?
The movie was
the movie.
The first movie was as normal because called Blade Runner.
Okay, just Blade Runner.
The second movie was called 2049.
2049. That was the one that had what's his name? Ryan Gosling.
This is a sequel to the one. There was one called 2019.
Okay.
And this is like 10 years later story.
I tried it. I really wanted to like it because I'm a big Harrison Ford fan. I like most of the movies I see Harrison Ford, but Blade Runner, for whatever reason, it just wasn't clicking for me.
Well, the original Blade Runner is a hard watch. It's you either love it or you probably can't get through it.
Yeah, that was me. I was struggling to get through.
I struggle with Blade Runner. Multiple times. It wasn't really even until 2049 came out that I've really started to like Blade Runner. That movie really clicked for me.
Oh, okay.
And then the comic book series I dismissed. I was like, whatever. I'm not reading some spin-off comic nonsense. And Wes over Thinking Critical was raving about it like month after month, like, oh, it's the best comic on the stands. Blah, blah, blah. I was like, what? I was like, no way, no way.
Mhm.
It's a Titan comic. You know, spin-off comics are never, you know, it's like, I don't
Right.
want to see some crappy comic writer doing their version of like, you know, what a film writer would do. Like, it just never quite on that level. And then I found out like halfway through the series that the guy who was writing Blade Runner 2019 was the screenwriter for Blade Runner 2049. I was like,
Oh,
oh,
wow.
shit. So then I gave it a chance.
Okay.
I gave it a chance. And sure enough, it's great. Like, I was like, I see what Wes was saying. And I think it's possible that you could like it even if you weren't a Blade Runner person. Like, if you're like, I don't really like the Blade Runner movie, because the pacing is different. It's really, you don't have to like Blade Runner at all, I don't think. I mean, it does involve the world, like, of replicants and all this stuff, but it was a good book.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
So I ended up getting the Catwoman annual because I figured, oh, it's going to continue the story. Instead, it's a backstory to some kid that was raised by. It's a spoiler, and I don't think anyone here is really.
Is it one of the alley kids that she
No,
adopts?
no. This guy, the priest guy, who looks like he's a Alucard ripoff from the Hellsing anime. Turns out John Paul Valley, his father, is still running around as Azrael for the Templars and all. They're disbanded. He's going around. There's this kid that he was raising, you know, that was working with them, and he gets ordered to kill all of them because they're being exposed as a mole and things. So they're like, they don't want to be hunted down, outlawed because there's some law.
This is the priest guy, that the assassin that's after Catwoman.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
So he ends up like, you know, like he didn't want, because the guy John Paul's father was gonna kill him, but the kid jumped off and he fell, and then they never found the body. So then like he shows him later like in a church somewhere. And he's like, you know, it's like I knew. It's like he confronts him. He's like, don't worry. He's like, you know, I found your mole for you. You know, isn't it a shame you killed all those 20 guys? And it took me like 2 weeks to find this guy. It's like, you know, I did your work for you, and like, you know, it's just. And they part ways because he had a choice because he was going to kill him, but he's like, you know, but he decided not to, and then he just adopts the new identity. It's like so basically, I get 2.5 panels with Selena Kyle in it.
Oof.
And the rest was this guy's origin story.
Wow, that's a really
And I'm like,
weird.
And it doesn't even further the story at all. I just give you a backstory. I'm like, I don't even give a shit about this guy.
Well, I mean, don't annuals normally do that? Like, aren't annuals, don't they normally stand alone from whatever the
last Catwoman annual actually tied into the story more.
Oh, okay.
And it was all about Selena. This is all about this guy.
Okay.
It's like he could have just, you know, did a 5 or 1-page panel or 2 pages.
Typically annuals, they don't tie in.
Yeah.
Typically they're sort of meant to be their own thing, and that used to be like they were like something special. Mm-hmm. Like they would get like a really good artist or writer to do something special that, you know, you weren't normally getting. Like back in the day, my favorite annuals when I was collecting X-Men, every annual would have Art Adams art, and it was just like, oh, he just didn't do comics except like once a year he would do an X-Men annual, and so it was like a big deal. Annuals today are kind of junk. They're just like an excuse to throw a double-sized issue out there and charge you more money, and it's rare that that annual matters or just, you know, whatever.
Oh, I mean, I paid $2 more than I normally pay. You know,
but you paid $2 more and you were upset.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like,
I know, but this is the first I've ever read an annual like that where it just really pissed me off. Usually they're solid, decent.
I have my pull list at my comic book store. I have like an exception: no annuals. So like every book I pull, it's like no annuals. So yeah, because I just 9 times out of 10 they suck. In my opinion.
The last time that I got an annual that I really cared about, I mean, shoot, I've got to think back a ways. Well, I say that Justice League's last annual wasn't so bad. That was before Bendis jumped on. I forgot who wrote that one, but that one wasn't too bad. Yeah, I just don't care too much for the annuals anymore.
I used to,
because they stay like, if you want to do a one and done story, that's fine. But if you're like smack in the middle of some big story arc that's been going on, it kind of is like it just jolts you out of it a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah. The Black Widow story, I got the variant because I was like, oh, it's they're doing all the Spider-Man villain stuff, you know.
Yeah.
And this is the closest you're gonna get seen Electro in a book ever again. The male Electro.
Is that male Electro? I can't tell.
Yeah, that's her old school in her old school costume. So
wait, that's her or that's him? Like, is it Max Dillon Electro?
No, it's Max Dillon, and that's the.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So.
Because Electro is a girl now, isn't it? It was like his
wife. They brought
his wife. Okay, I couldn't remember if it was his wife or his girlfriend. Yeah.
And she's dead.
I don't mind that so much. I do miss Max Dillon, but then like the only memorable thing I ever read Electro in was New Avengers.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, here's the problem with that.
What's that?
By killing him off and having his dead wife, a clone of his dead wife, come back and take over, that led to Mr. Freeze being killed and having his wife take over as the new Freeze.
Oh, and Batman.
And Batman, yeah. So monkey see, monkey do. People copy each other, and that's where we get Tom Taylor's copying Mark Waid with the whole Teresa Parker thing. Because once they see, like, oh, people like that, you just pull someone out of your ass and then put them in a book.
I am tired of these legacy characters. Like every character in comics that has a wife or a girlfriend or a daughter or an offspring of some kind, and just passes on the torch. Like, but
been going
I agree. I know, but it used to be like, okay, Superman, Supergirl, Batman, okay, whatever.
Yep.
But now it's like all the villains too.
Yeah. No, definitely.
That was in Spencer. Spencer created the whole the new Sinister Six, with the female Beetle being the daughter of Tombstone.
I'm kind of looking forward to the Sinister War. Actually, I want to see all the villains fight each other.
Black Cat was okay. The annual tie-in, a fun story. The second
is that
part,
Jed McKay?
Yeah, and her story, Black Cat, had nothing to do with the actual storyline, but the Infinite part was actually the continuation of the Nick Fury storyline in the back. So you're getting two stories. So,
ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here. Something I've been saying for a while: Black Cat is better than Catwoman.
What?
I like Black Cat better than Catwoman. It's just my own personal bias.
For our annual, yeah, that's all because the annual, because they let her like.
I like Black Cat more than Catwoman.
She's all right. I mean,
they're
both good. It's
the same character, but Black Cat, I just like her outfit a little bit more with the white hair and everything. It just pops more.
The thing is, I understand is like, even in this story, doesn't she have bad luck powers? Or are those gone?
I thought she got those back recently, but I could be wrong.
And that's the problem with Marvel writers. They always forget that she has bad luck powers, and then so
go ahead.
I'm just saying. There's some who are writing. There's one writer that's writing like, oh, she's got her powers, and then the next run, comic book run, she doesn't have powers. They don't even acknowledge it. It's like, what is going on? It's like,
yeah, I get that.
I like Black Cat when she's a straight up villain.
Nah,
I don't.
It's not fun when she's a villain.
So I don't think Felicia is good as this sort of pseudo. I don't know what she is, but.
Anti-hero.
When she is a Peter Parker, like a Spider-Man villain, she's one of the best.
She was a mob boss a few years back.
That's because that was because following Superior Spider-Man, because Doc Ock took over Peter Parker's body because of was it Dan Slott's?
Was that Slott? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. And
I actually look back on that
because Otto in Peter's body, he said that he got sick and annoyed, tired of her, punched her, knocked her out, and then actually sent her off to prison. And then she got offended by that. She's like, I freaking hate you. I had to serve jail time and all that stuff, you know. And so she just wanted to kill him, you know. And she didn't believe that that it was like his. And that's the thing. That was the other thing too. It was so bad. Is like when he finally got his body back, and she's like, I don't care if you have there's always excuse me, Parker. You know, it's like or Spider-Man. You know, like, there's always some excuse why you did do things. You know, you never own up for your own actions. I'm thinking like, is this the writer confessing that they don't know how to write? You know, it's just the whole storyline for Spider-Man was cringe anyway. But she was a criminal in this one. The whole story, like, you know, I don't want to spoil anything for you, but I mean, I just think she was going somewhere, and then she's forced to help something, and it's kind of, and let's just say there's an Argus kind of copy storyline here. But
right now, for me, if it came between reading the two books, it would be Catwoman, because Rom V over Jed McKay is like not even a contest.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, I'm kind of. That's why I'm surprised that the Catwoman annual was so bad, because stuff I've been reading from Rom V is actually really good.
The reason I didn't like it because I was expecting more Selena Kyle, and it was all about like the Azrael, the whole thing, you know.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's cool if I was expecting it, you know, but I wasn't expecting that.
Gotcha.
So
he's actually his Justice League Dark stuff has been pretty good so far.
I mean, it's cool. You got the awesome armor. Don't get me wrong, the art's great and stuff. You have like the flaming sword and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And but I just don't like. I don't care for this guy. He's a villain. It's quoting Bible quote stuff like how Azrael used to do. I guess, you know, and it's just like, okay, because I'm starting to get this. I'm starting to see the stuff that, you know, that Ash says, the little SJW stuff. You know, they're taking a stand. Are they saying that, you know, he's a religious nut job, a Christian that's going around killing people? And it's like,
once you see it, you'll never.
I know it's just
it starts becoming obvious.
You know.
Maranya says in modern comics, it's apparently against the law to have a legacy character be a son of the original character. Legacy can only be passed on to daughters. Do you agree with that?
Well, I was reminded, actually, Vinkman was too this past week, of a legacy character who is the son of the original character, and that was in the Green Arrow 80th anniversary spectacular special. Connor Hawke, one of the many Green Arrow related characters to get kind of revitalized in the comics, because he took over when Ollie died, like 20, 30 years ago or something. He became the next Green Arrow. And I think he's also coming back in the Robin series.
Yeah.
He made a comeback, which I've been hearing.
Well, they're bringing all the young legacy characters because they want to get rid of the old guard. So, wow. But I think Ronnie is mostly right. But I mean, we got Jonathan Kent, we got Damian. Mm-hmm. I mean, there's some sons out there.
Well, Rose has always
one might call them super sons.
Don't you remember? Deathstroke's daughter has always been like late scared.
Rose Wilson, the one who stabbed out her own eye.
Yeah, cut her own eye out.
Fucking Deathstroke's daughter.
Daddy, I'm just like you.
You know, one of the other things that really bothers me about legacy characters. One of the other things that really bothers me about legacy characters is they don't have to go through the same level of experience and stuff to like live up to their namesake. Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, oh, Deathstroke has a daughter and she's every bit as good as him and better.
Well, she was
even though he's got 40 years of more training than her. You know, like, it just.
Well, I mean, if she's trained by him, it would kind of make sense.
No, it's not. Usually the master is the master over their student for a reason. Like, you don't go study under the master and then a couple years you're like, I'm better than you, master.
Well, the master gets old and rugged and slow and sloppy. It's not like he used to be. So
that's kind of true. I mean, what has Rose Wilson ever been shown to be better than Slade?
No, not that I've seen.
I mean, she might be a bad example, but you know what I'm talking about. Like,
Damian Wayne can take on Batman.
Damian Wayne takes on everybody. He's having a freaking fight club going on his own island.
Now, with Damian Wayne, I would actually argue that he got ahead. He had more training or more of the upbringing than Bruce Wayne did, because he was born into the League of Assassins. That kid's been fighting since he could walk.
Well, bite your tongue. No way.
Dude's got some quips though. When he's
Bruce Wayne left for 17 years.
Yeah, after he was like out of high school.
17 years. But Damian Wayne's not even 17 years old.
I know, but he's been fighting since like he was an infant. Though.
17 years, and he's trained under the most brutal conditions, like the craziest masters of whatever arts there are and stuff.
Okay.
There
Are
is no one on the planet.
So
if
we think Ra's al Ghul and Talia al Ghul went soft on him just because he's their son and grandson?
I'm not saying they went soft on him. I'm saying 3 or 4 years of training under the League of Assassins doesn't equal what Bruce Wayne went through. Not to mention he's still a developing kid.
That is true.
I know they're aging him up, but when he was in Super Sons, he was only 14 years old.
That is true. I will give you that.
I
He
mean,
has not.
And then,
maturity.
well, I'm saying you could combine that when he's being trained by both his father and them.
That is true. That is
Eventually,
that's
he will
Now,
be.
Is Damian Wayne the most badass 14-year-old on the planet? That
He's
I
a
could
contender.
Yeah, I would say. Yeah, but no.
He's still got a height limit though, so it limits his.
Speaking about annuals, it was an annual, I think, for Batman. I don't remember which one it was now.
This week?
But it was a couple years ago.
Oh.
And Damian went up against Jason Todd.
Mm.
And Jason Todd just fucking showed him what for, and I was like, "Yes, thank you, writer."
Is that when he was going against like he's proving I'm better than all you guys? He's proving.
He got in some. No, he just got in some like verbal spat with Jason Todd. You know, he's like Red Hood and whatever. And Todd was just like, "Dude, I'm not having any of this shit from you." Like,
because I remember there was a story.
Robin that uses guns.
There was a story though with Damian where he was going up to each Robin and proving that he's better than them, than what they're best at.
Huh. I don't know, but I just really appreciated the story because it leveraged the fact that Jason Todd is much more physically, he's stronger than Damian, because he's a little 14-year-old brat. Like Jason Todd's like twice his weight, and he was just like tossing him around. I mean, think about it. Go fight a freshman in high school. I mean, you just put your hand on their forehead and watch them swing. It was kind of like that. It was fun.
Can you imagine though? Tim's like, "Don't touch him. He's Batman's son. He'll kick the crap out of you." it's like
the sad thing about Damian though is like every different writer that gets a hold of him, he becomes like a different character. So many writers don't seem to know what to do with him. So I was really sad when they took him out of Detective Comics, or actually took him out of Batman because they got rid of Tomasi.
Who wrote Son of Batman? Wasn't that a comic too?
I don't know. Might have been.
Son of Batman.
I know. I went recently and I reread all of the Blackest Night story with all the tie-ins, and the Batman and Robin tie-ins, because that was after Darkseid had zapped Bruce, and so Dick Grayson was Batman, and of course that's when Damian became Robin.
I think it's called Robin Son of Batman.
That was
Robin's Son of Batman. There was that one by Patrick Gleason.
I can't see Gleason on a Batman, but Gleason's too.
Yeah, no, Tomasi and Gleason were. Yeah, they're like, dude, they're like partners. That was one of the things that Bendis did when he came over and took over Superman.
2015.
He broke up Gleason and Tomasi.
That was 13 issues. I think it was, with Patrick Gleason was writing it. 2015.
Now we get Gleason writing 1/3 of Spider-Man, or drawing 1/3 of Spider-Man.
I'd rather see Gleason on Captain America.
I wouldn't mind that.
I would want to see Gleason take on Captain America.
I'd like to see them just give Spider-Man purely to Gleason and say, "Here, 1 issue a month. You write it, you draw it. It's your baby. Go."
It's just so funny though, because I mentioned to him, because he posted like art for announcing for like the Spider-Man thing, and I said like it's hilarious. It's like that Marvel is doing 3 freaking Spider-Man issues per month. I said they should be doing. I said instead of doing that same freaking title, bring back Spectacular, bring back Friendly. Right. Why do we have 3 of the same?
I remember when Marvel used to have 3 different Spider-Man titles, like you're saying, Spectacular or Friendly or Spider-Man and Mary Jane.
And he kind of agreed with it. We heard in my comment. He didn't say anything, but but he heard it though. So I wonder if he's kind of like weirded out too. But he's like, whatever, I'm getting paid. You know?
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, he's getting paid, but like I remember, like, what are we in? So this might have been 15 years ago or somewhere in that ballpark. Marvel was doing the same. Like they had some books that were coming out. I think coming out bi-monthly, like twice a month was. It was still a new thing, kind of, and there were some people that were questioning whether that was a good or a bad thing, because on the good side, you're getting twice the books per month, but the quality of the books is going to suffer because you're rushing to get the 2 books out. I'd rather just see every book get one a month, that way, the quality, at least it shouldn't suffer in theory.
The other thing is that they're still doing, you're going to have 3 Spider-Man titles. You're still have Amazing Spider-Man. They're still doing Nonstop, which is like coming out like every other month or once a month.
But Nonstop is that's limited.
That's going to be a mini series or something.
And then they're still doing the other one too.
Symbiote?
No, not Symbiote. Spider-Man Web.
The little Disney World.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we ain't even talking about that.
I'm just saying. Do you imagine have like those two books going and then having Spider-Man as well, all overlapping each other? It's gonna be the point where like anybody who's a Spider-Man fan is like, you may luck out and maybe someone who's new to this stuff and likes it, hasn't read the old stuff. They're like, oh, this is cool. But like, even then they're like, there's too many freaking things coming out. I can't spend all my money on one thing.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm going to buy all Spider-Man titles. I mean,
Marvel can't choose between, hey, let's put 3 issues of the same title out a month, or let's put out 20 different X-Men books a month. Let's see which one works best. A whole bunch of one title or a whole bunch of different titles.
Well, that's the thing I like about I like about the bi-weekly, because like, 1 week I'm buying this, the other week I'm buying that.
I hate the bi-weekly. God, my comic budget soared through the roof when I was buying
that too.
All their books are bi-weekly.
Now imagine that. It's every other week. So now imagine if you ever go at once.
Well, they raised Batman to $5.99. So if you're paying bi-weekly, now you're paying $12 just for one Batman title, and there's 2 Batman titles. Most people who buy Batman and Detective. So, like, that's just ridiculous. Comics are supposed to be like magazines. Like that's how they were invented. A monthly periodical, like a magazine, and you'd pick it up on the newsstand. What's the newest issue this month? And you're right, Zach. They somewhere along the line they got greedy. They used to do bi-weekly in a limited form,
right?
Like X-Men back in the 80s during the summer for like 3 months would go bi-weekly. But when you do that, you have an opportunity, like they would like get ahead so that they could release the titles and not because the problem really is the art. Most writers can handle, more than one book, so they can handle writing a bi-weekly book. But an artist needs, typically an artist needs a full month to draw a book.
Right. Oh, wow. I didn't even realize this comes out next
They're gonna Mike Hawthorne, I think, is the one that did the art for the current Daredevil. This came out this week because Checchetto needed a break. So and I was like, because I was reading, I was like, what's with the art? It's just so kind of wonky. You could tell it dipped in quality. And
that's the one bad thing about Daredevil is that Checchetto can't keep up on a monthly book. And so they've had to have fill-in artists. One of the things they've been doing with this whole jail time scenario is they've been doing this interesting thing where all of the Elektra stuff is Checchetto art. And then when they do the scenes with Daredevil in the jail, it's the fill-in guy. So you are getting Checchetto like every issue. You're just not getting like a full issue.
It's not a full issue. That kind of makes sense. I can see that where, maybe the other artist maybe has a different tone, or so, I could see how that could work. I don't know if it works very well.
I'm not sure which way I think about it, because it sucks having an artist not be consistent throughout an issue.
Oh, absolutely.
But it also sucks when you're like have a story arc and you're like, oh, it's Chichetto, and then like the final issue is this other guy, and you're like, ugh. And it's not like Marvel in the old days. Marvel had a really good stable of artists, right? So they could throw in a fill-in guy. Like, let me put it this way: Ethan Van Sciver was the fill-in artist for X-Men. Ethan Van Sciver
Which X-Men?
was the all new X-Men from Grant Morrison.
Oh, the Grant Morrison one. Okay.
He was the fill-in artist. Like, that was how you did good comics, right? Rick Leonardi was a fill-in artist, like one of my favorite X-Men artists. You know, today they don't have the stable to do that. They've got like 5 good artists, and you know, so when they do have a fill-in guy, you're like, oh, who's this weirdo? Like, I can't even read. I want to read that Spider-Man Shadow book. Because I like Chip Zdarsky a lot, and his last miniseries he did was, you know, the life story. I'm like, but that art is so horrendous.
And it's not really. I read the first issue. I didn't really care for it.
It's so bad. I'm like, I can't look. You can't charge for this stuff. Come on. It's like, you know, it's like paying professional like buying like NFL tickets and then seeing like a high school football game. Like, you can't charge those prices for that.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I paid a hefty price for, but hey, good morning, Paulo.
Hey, Paulo's here. Time to go, folks.
Time
That's the end of the stream.
Time to log out. Time to go home.
Oh, we kid. Good to see you, Paulo.
Just kidding.
He showed up earlier yesterday, like in the afternoon when Ingleton was streaming.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah, during when we were reading the Captain America thing, and I'm like, Paulo's here.
Yeah,
I'm like, oh crap, time to go. Or before, actually, it wasn't Captain America. It was the politics one that he was doing. But I just thought this was funny. I was like, Paulo shows up. I'm like, he's early. What the heck? He's like, it's like 6 o'clock.
You look outside the window. Is the sun still up?
It's like, you know, right? It must have been like before his bedtime. Checking in.
Ash, I have to ask: have our reviews, what we've been talking in the Discord about the Green Arrow 80th anniversary, have they potentially swayed your mind? Are you going to give it a try at some point?
If someone were to lend it to me, I would try it, but I ain't going and buying it. No.
I can respect that. It is still I mean,
there's a couple of writers on there. Like there were 3 writers that I was like, oh, like Jeff Lemire, and I think Mike Grell has a story.
Sir, what is your P.O. box number? I'll send it to you.
See, I'm looking at here.
I forget who the other person was, but I was like,
you had Mariko Tamaki, Tom Taylor, Stephanie Phillips, Mike Grell, Ram V, Brandon Thomas.
Yeah, Ram V was the other one.
Ram V. Actually, I'm gonna say
Benjamin Percy, isn't it?
Benjamin Percy had a good one with Otto Schmidt doing the artwork. I like Otto Schmidt's artwork.
See, I read Benjamin Percy's Green Arrow, like as when he was actually on Green Arrow, and it was like I read it because of the metal crossover. So when it crossed over to Green Arrow, and it was one of the worst parts of metal was the Ben Percy issues, and then the Ben Percy issues of X-Force. It's not even readable to me. Like, I don't know why people like Benjamin Percy. Maybe the story that's in the Green Arrow book is different, because I'll give, you know, credit where credit's due. In the Detective Comics 1000, one of the best stories in there was the Bendis story. So sometimes that can happen, but overall, I'm just not excited, because even the artists that I care about, like Jeff Lemire and Mike Grell, what are they getting? Like an 8-page story? Like, yeah.
I mean, to be honest, I didn't even really care for the Jeff Lemire story that much.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised. Like, you can't do a lot with an 8-page story.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
No, I understand. I mean, these aren't supposed to be like big epic story. I mean, they're supposed to be. I mean, there's 12 stories in here.
Right. I'm expecting it's going to be like the Detective Comics 1000, which was the last super big book like of that type. And I enjoy Detective 1000. Most of the stories were fine. After I was done, I was like, this is good. But the thing is I was a big, like, Batman's one of my favorite DC characters. I was all of the hype of the 1000th issue. Like, to me, it was a celebratory issue. It wasn't a comic. I don't have any attachment to Green Arrow. So the stories would have to do overtime to impress me. Because if I was a massive Green Arrow fan, I would get it just for the celebratory fact of like, yay, it's his 80th. Who cares if the stories are fine? They're fine. Whatever. Like,
Yeah.
but I'm not.
I mean, I've been a big Green Arrow fan since I think I saw him on Smallville before I even read the comics, and I've just been a big Green Arrow fan.
Well, that's the thing. I was never a Green Arrow fan of reading comics and all that stuff. Well, yeah, okay, it was a Black Canary. That was cool. The Justice League Unlimited, whatever cartoon. But like, I was reading those stories, and it kept my interest all the way through.
Yeah, there's actually, and even the writers that you would hear, like Mariko Tamaki, Stephanie Phillips, Vita Ayala, those stories are actually still like those
Tom
are
Taylor
really
one.
good. The Tom Taylor story, I really like the Tom Taylor story with Wildcat. That was a really cool story. Yeah, I mean, this is proof that no writer writes 100% bad stories 100% of the time.
Yep.
There's some really fun stuff in here. I really dig it.
Well, it's true. I mean, I've actually read some Tom Taylor that I didn't hate.
Injustice or Deceased?
Both.
Okay.
So, but for the most part, Tom Taylor, he doesn't. That's like the exceptions to the rule. I wish that were the rule for him, but
his Marvel stuff is garbage.
Yeah, but even his other DC stuff, I'm just like, like I read his Batman stuff, and I'm just like, you're just, I don't know what it is about him. Like, maybe sometimes he gets inspired with these crazy Elseworld stories, like I'm just gonna kill all the DC characters, and it's like he can shine.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I do know that the guy is a total raging SJW. Like,
oh yeah.
Like, I mean, raging. I don't care if your views are that way. Like, your personal views are your personal views. But when you start going like Neil Adams about it, right? And you just okay, even then, it's not a terrible thing because I absolutely believe in like freedom of speech and things like that. But when you're writing a commercial property, not an independent property. I'm totally cool if you want to go write a book, and get it published, or you can go do an indie comic. That's fine. But when you're writing a commercial, like you're doing Batman or Spider-Man, your job is to be a caretaker of that property, not to turn them into your personal mouthpiece, right? Mm-hmm. And that goes for everything. It doesn't just go with like, because I disagree with Tom Taylor's worldview, right? I'm a Christian. I don't want to see Spider-Man become, an evangelical book for Christianity, right? Like, I don't just want Spider-Man to be Spider-Man, be true to the character. I'm sure a lot of other people probably agree with me the same way that, like, yeah, Ash, thank God, please don't have him,
Well, yeah,
I don't want Spider-Man replaced with Joel Osteen, Well,
that's the thing, though. They don't understand that the most simplest way to do Spider-Man is to go back the way Stan Lee did. You have a strong supporting cast. You have,
but they don't have any interest. That's the problem.
And that's the thing. Yeah, they don't
actually have an interest of telling story.
They don't.
These people that they've hired are literally like religious zealots. Their only desire is to spread their worldview, and they have a voice now through these comics. And it's like that's what they want to do, and I understand that. Right? If anyone who follows me on Twitter knows I'm an opinionated son of a bitch, even if you listen to my channel, like, but I would never dare to do that through an iconic property of like a Marvel or DC comic. Like, I keep my opinions separate. Also, my Twitter's anonymous. I'm not using some platform of like, look, I am a celebrity for this. And no, I'm some J-hole that no one knows.
By the way, you owe me $20 for that soapbox.
Your soapbox is overpriced.
It's high quality.
Ronnie says the most criminal waste of excellent art was Clayman, Ivan Rice, and Tony S. Daniel on books written by Tom King and Pitness.
Oof.
Amen.
Big old oof.
Clayman on Batcat right now. I'm just like, oh man. You got
Clayman's-
one of the best artists in the business, and he's just stuck on books that you can't pay me to
Yeah,
read.
he's always with Bendis too, Clayman.
That's
No,
so
he's
weird.
Tom King.
Yeah, he's Tom King. David Marquez is the one that's always with Bendis.
Well, who was on with Bendis Superman? Wasn't that Clayman?
No, Ivan Rice was.
Oh, Ivan Rice. Okay.
Rice. Yeah, the other guy.
I'm not as huge of an Ivan Rice fan. I respect that people like him. He's a good artist.
He's all right.
He's just not my style. Like
Yeah.
I'm more of a clean lines kind of. I like Clayman style. I do like Tony S. Daniel. Fortunately, we're getting Tony S. Daniel on Noctera,
Yeah.
and hopefully Clayman will do something better. I don't think DC can afford to keep paying Clayman to do these stupid Tom King projects that no one wants.
Oh, Tom King's probably on borrowed time at DC anyway. It's only a matter of time before they turn on him for being a straight white man.
Yeah, I don't know what I think, I think real talent can survive in the indies because people only buy indies because they like them,
Right.
right? There's no say like you buy Geiger, right? No one knows who the fuck Geiger is,
Right.
right? So it doesn't matter what if Jeff Johns was like, I'm going to use him to like be a social justice warrior or something, like no one would care because he's a nobody character. But it's
Right.
getting Batman and Superman and Spider-Man and the X-Men and the Avengers, getting those characters to be a mouthpiece, that's like conquering Mount Everest.
Mm.
And so those are the big targets. And Tom King's really not even a big SJW, I wouldn't say. He's just more of a
Ally.
he's just more of like a beta male kind of like, yeah, I hate the word ally, but you know what I'm
I do
saying? Like
too.
he just I don't know. He's just a pompous kind of really just he's a weirdo. Like his books are so depressing to me.
They really are.
He turns all the heroes into like self-loathing. It's like, look, I
It makes
get it,
me
Tom.
seriously wonder the CIA's recruiting practices. If he was able to be in the CIA.
Well,
Here's the thing.
you know why? Because he talked to those people and they get so depressed. They're like, I'll tell you anything you want.
But here's the thing. Those stories that he's writing are realistic in the real world. People do have psychological breakdowns. People have chronic depression. People have, all of these mental
People murder
issues.
their friends and lie about it.
Like that is a real type of thing.
Right.
But that's not why people buy Batman.
Right.
Right?
Or
Like
Mr. Miracle or
I was talking to RDV the
Yeah.
other night in Discord, and I was like, we were talking about movies.
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, he mentioned something about a
That's it.
depressing movie, and I was like, dude, if you want to see a depressing movie, one of the most depressing movies I've
Holy
ever seen is
crap. Sorry.
one of the most depressing movies I've ever seen is Born on the 4th of July, the Oliver Stone film.
Mm.
And if you haven't seen that movie, it's a Tom Cruise stars in it. It's based on a true story. And yeah, it's depressing as fuck. It's about a Vietnam soldier comes back. He's crippled. He goes through all these problems. It will make you want to shoot yourself. It's terrible.
All right, so
But it
I'm
was-
not watching that movie then.
But it wasn't Batman, right? It was trying to tell a story of Vietnam. It was trying
Oh,
to tell
yeah.
a story of like, look, we had soldiers come back from this screwed up war with problems, and we've like left them kind of just hanging out there. And so I can respect it. If they had done a Batman, I was like, no, that's not why we're reading. He's a superhero. He's
Right,
not
yeah.
supposed-
You've got
Um,
that goes when I had a 2-day job in working at a movie theater. I worked there for 2 days, and in my training, or when the guy was hiring me, he was telling me like during the Great Depression, one of the few industries that was actually doing well was the entertainment industry with movies, because people went to movies to get a 2-hour break from the depression of real life, of what was going on. It's like that's what. Not all entertainment, because obviously I think there is a place for movies like Born on 4th of July and, movies that have a message and thematic elements to it.
Mhm.
But I think most people just want entertainment to be a 2-hour break from
Yeah,
the real world.
imagine for a second that Fast and the Furious 10 was coming out and they decided, you know what, we're gonna
Don't.
revamp this whole franchise so that these guys all now have, clinical depression. They
Don't
realize that they've screwed up their lives and
Don't
like.
you put that evil on my Fast and Furious franchise.
What you're seeing, my point is,
We're
I'm
going
not
to
even
space.
I'm not even a Fast and Furious fan, but I understand what Fast and the Furious is supposed to be, right?
Exactly.
Like, you just don't do. People who go to see Fast and the Furious want what Fast and the Furious gives them. That they're not going there to see Born on the 4th of July.
Right. They're going to see fast cars and Vin Diesel beat someone up.
There is room to tell the stories that Tom King wants to tell, but just don't use DC characters to do it.
Right.
And if by chance you absolutely feel like you need to, then do an Elseworld story.
Make it an Make it an Elseworld.
So that I can at least avoid it and go, whatever, that's a nonsense BS story. Because I'm cool with exploring ideas. Like Red Sun was a cool idea. Like, what if Superman was a communist? Like, okay. But never was it actually trying to put in the continuity of like, well, Superman does, he went to...
It never
when he went
tried to make
When he went to college, he got some Marxist ideas,
It didn't have the Captain America Hail Hydra moment.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
All right. Since
Way to bring the stream down.
Sorry.
I can finally get a breath then.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Minkman.
I gave Tank Ferret. You don't know who Tank Ferret is. Awesome.
I don't know who Tank Ferret is.
He's the writer and artist for Scalpel Zero. He's working on it. Indiegogo stuff. He's working stuff. His own channel. I gave him the link since it's open mic night. Hope that's all right.
Yeah, I mean, it's open mic night. If I don't know who he is, he probably doesn't know who I am.
He's a respectable young man
There are no respectable young men here.
who loves cheesecake, probably.
Well, I think most of us love cheesecake. Some more than others.
Oh man.
Anyway, I picked up a back issue today. I did get a back issue.
I'm sorry for you.
Oh, yeah, no,
You take
not
your muscle
that
acid?
kind of. Oh, I'm not on the screen tonight, but that just made I'm just giving you the biggest face palm. No, I actually was able to find a copy of. We were talking about Bendis a little while ago. His name came up. I found a copy of Mighty Avengers #1 by Bendis with Frank Cho art.
Oh yes.
This is actually back when Bendis was decent. I'd give him a C+ for this. It's not A plus work. But
Is New Avengers the first 6 issues of breakout story of Spider-Man was good.
that was good. I like New Avengers.
But after that, it got really bad.
Yeah, it's really weird to show you how different times were back then. This was back when Spider-Man 3 was in movie theaters.
Look at Mariko Tamaki. She used to write some good stuff too back in the day. The Birds of Prey.
This is back when
I mean Gil Simone. Sorry, not Mariko Tamaki.
This is back when Tony and Carol were best friends and leading a team of Avengers together. Remember when the last time that was? When they weren't trying to kill each other? Carol's still Miss Marvel in this book, for Pete's sake.
Best Carol is dead Carol.
No, that's
The best
not
Carol.
true.
The best Carol was the Ultimate Universe. Carol.
Ultimate Carol? I didn't care for Ultimate Carol. I like Miss Marvel.
Remember
Carol.
she was sleeping with Tony. Listen.
Everyone was Black Widow was sleeping with Tony.
Best
Maria
Carol
Hill.
was in Rogue's Head Carol.
No, I disagree. I like Miss Marvel Carol.
Nope.
The Brian Reed run was.
It is
really
written.
fun.
The Miss Marvel.
It is not written. It is written in the Book of Ash. It is not written in the Book of
It is
Zack
written in
and
the Book of X-Men, the greatest comic series ever.
Mhm.
That's but also in that same book of X-Men, she was taken out of there and she became Warbird during the Brood Saga.
Oof.
Shush.
Wasn't it?
Or binaries.
Warbird is Wait a second. What are you talking about? Warbird is Lilandra's sister.
No, that's Deathbird. Warbird
Deathbird, that's right.
is one of Carol's aliases. That was after Binary.
Yeah,
That's
right.
after
before she went
Claremont.
after.
That's gotta
Yeah,
be after Claremont.
Yeah, it's after
I
Binary.
dipped out. I don't get. That's
when
fake.
she had like the hockey chest plate or
That's like
shoulder pads or
CW
something.
Flash. It doesn't count.
She was still cool. That was when she was becoming. Was that no?
I'll give you.
She was an alcoholic
compromise.
before that, I think.
I'll compromise when she was Binary in X-Men. That was acceptable.
Because it was an X-Men book.
No, because Chris Claremont wrote good stuff in Binary.
Oh, okay.
She wasn't Captain Marvel. Like she was her own being, and she was cool.
Well, she was her own being as Miss Marvel too, and as Warbird.
Yeah, but Rogue killed her. It was better. No one liked her. That's why she died.
Binary's not no.
Welcome, Mr. Tank Ferret. I hope I didn't assume your gender.
That's the best comment.
And if you did, if you were wrong, I wouldn't take offense because I am not made of glass. I am Tank.
What is this? I am blown away by the amount of strength exuding. I'm not used to this.
Well,
how you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you. Hey, thanks for having me on. I've been a long time subscriber to the channel. I like what you're doing over here.
Oh well, thank you. That makes one person. RDV told me one day it would happen, and he was right.
That like that you keep getting, that's me.
Nice.
The dislike?
No, that's my evil twin.
Yeah, I don't need to talk about Carol Danvers. How do we talk about Carol Danvers?
Because I was talking about when she was good in Mighty Avengers. She was well written. But we can shift off that. What did you get, Ash, at the LCS?
That's a good thing you asked.
He got nothing.
He probably saved some money this week.
Jingo. It's like Ingleton.
no.
It's like, when do you read? Like, I haven't read in a couple weeks. It's like, you have a comic book channel and you're not reading.
Did I?
Can you blame him?
Oh, do you seriously? I'm suffering from some. Where's my?
Take, you're not collecting anymore, do you?
I'm collecting. Well, you know what, man? Since 1997, I've been collecting indie comics, and I'm rarely disappointed at all. You know, I always find it at least something entertaining. You know.
So here is my. I didn't get to the comic book store today because I was like, it's just 2 books.
I told you.
I gotta drive all the way to the store to pick up these 2 books. So I might. I was just tired. I was gonna buy a bookshelf. This is next week.
Be a good week.
So I'll have 6 books next week. And speaking of indies, by the way, you can see I'm very much on the indie bandwagon.
Number
nice.
13 is next week. Oh, that's faster than I thought it was.
Yeah,
looking forward to
next week is
Firepower
going to be a good
13.
week. Firepower, Geiger, Noctera, and Skybound X #1. I am very.
That's a sweet cover. Is that a variant for Skybound?
That's the B cover. Yeah.
Okay.
I had to get that.
I like that.
Yeah,
next week looks like it's going to be a good week there.
So let me just see what covers are available. The original cover is
That's
pretty
not
neat
bad.
too.
That's the Rick Grimes with the lightsabers.
Rick Grimes
with
with a lightsaber. I mean, come on, who's going to say no to that? And I like that Ryan Otley is doing it, just because it's so different. Like we've never seen, to my knowledge, the Walking Dead characters drawn by Ryan Otley. So
I like the cover D with Clementine on the cover. That's kind
of
cool.
This, I believe, is going to be the first appearance of Clementine in the Walking Dead universe.
Yep, first time in a comic book. That's going to be a big one.
So I normally am not one of those people that does the whole spec thing, but
I'm gonna buy 3. So
she's a fan favorite character. If you played the Telltale game, she's a fan favorite character.
Dude, the Telltale games are better than the TV show.
Yeah, for real. You're not kidding.
You're telling me she's not a woke character, just killed everybody?
No, the Telltale games are better than the TV show.
She didn't pull Carol?
No, dude. You need to play the Telltale games. They're good.
I played Telltale games, but it's not the Walking Dead one.
The Walking Dead, that's the best one.
I'd say, yeah, it's probably.
I still like the Batman and the Wolf Among Us stuff.
The Wolf
I'm
Among
not
Us
saying
is
you
good,
shouldn't
Batman's
like the
good,
other ones,
but
but The
this
Walking
is-
Dead is the best.
I think
Like,
Walking Dead was what put Telltale on the map.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That first season or whatever of the that brought me to tears a little
Yeah,
bit.
that was that was
I mean,
heavy.
I don't really cry as a man, but
What happened? Did somebody murder a comic book?
you got to let people, dude. It's got hard choices in that game.
Yeah, it's got
So,
you have to
so
let
I,
people
so I
die.
burn this. So I burn this amazing fantasy number 15 for to stay warm. Or do I use the alcohol?
That's a good one.
It all depends on whether you already own the copy. Because if you see somebody do that, you can just rejoice that yours is now worth more.
There you go.
So,
One
anyways,
less copy in the world.
it's the first appearance of Clementine in the comics, but also these Skybound X books are not going to be collected, according to Robert Kirkman. I always get those names mixed up.
You mean like collected like in trade paperback?
Right.
Yeah.
These are floppy only. They will not be collected. So if you want this Walking Dead story or any of the other stories that are going to be in this series, you got to buy the floppies.
Skybound
Just letting you
X
know.
Is a continuation with the Rick Grimes story. Oh, not a continuation, but it's a spin-off story, I think.
I was about to say, didn't Rick Grimes die though?
Yeah, I think this might tie into the Rick Grimes movies you're talking about doing.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
I'll-
because they are doing some movies, aren't they?
I'll read you the little pitch thing here. Celebrate a sensational 10 years of Skybound with a cavalcade of your favorite creators for all new stories of your favorite series past, present, and future. Each issue of this oversized weekly series will kick off with a new chapter of a serialized Walking Dead story, Rick Grimes 2000, by Robert Kirkman and Ryan Otley. In addition, we'll be debuting all new series and characters every issue, starting with the first appearance of the most requesting Walking Dead character of all time, Clementine, star of the best-selling Telltale's Walking Dead video game series. Did we mention new Ultra Mega and Manifest Destiny stories? If you want to know what to expect in Skybound's next 10 years, it all starts here. And there are 52 pages for $4.99.
That's not bad.
Like I said, he introduces. That's the thing, though. Can you imagine? Because he's introduced a new character, and this goes on for a while, and then they said at the end, because they're still doing the Skybound Walking Dead Deluxe is released too. You were saying this before, Ash. What if he just keeps going? After you release everything in color, he just continues the story.
That'd be so amazing.
That
That would be the biggest, not a troll, but it would just be so Kirkman to do that. Just be like, oh, issue 164. People would be like, what?
They
Or
rewrite.
194.
He adds Clementine into the story, the deluxe story.
Oh,
color.
dude.
Well, you think it's just the normal ones reprint the color. No, he added her into her story in there. She's a novel character. He wrote her in. They drew her, it's like awesome.
Yeah, you totally could. The
Especially towards the
Walking
end,
Dead video game had its own cast of characters, which I think was a great thing to do. Not try to just and those characters you could. I mean,
was it like Fear? Was it the beginning?
It starts. So the first game takes place at the beginning of the zombie apocalypse.
Okay, so it's like,
and then it's almost like there's several years in between each season. So, between season 1 and 2, there's not years, maybe a few months, and then you play season 2, and then there's another time jump between seasons 2 and 3. So, I haven't played the final season yet. It's on my PlayStation. I need to play it.
So I remember Telltale went under, and people were like, "No!"
Mm-hmm.
And
that was a big.
I was so irritated.
They were working on a second Wolf Among Us game when that happened.
And I was so irritated. Like, don't worry. They announced it. Don't worry. We'll come back just to finish the Walking Dead. Screw the Walking Dead. I want my Wolf Among Us.
No, I was really bummed because they were supposed to be working on a second Game of Thrones game because I played the first one, and the first one had me really hooked with the ending. So I was really looking forward to a second one and never got it.
But I really hope they do at the end of the 193, they do spin off and no, this is Clementine's story.
That would be cool.
So this is Ash's comic of 2021.
Venom?
I'm curious since I I have not. I have not really talked with Tank before. You said you're collect indies. What's your top book right now?
Right now, the best book that I've read that I'm waiting for, it just finished funding yesterday, was Nephilim Squadron. They closed it out, so it's not available. Because it's got like those Macross, Area 88, Space Above and Beyond, like Top Gun kind of vibes, the space opera kind of deal. I'm a weirdo, man.
No, that sounds cool. Actually, like you'd like nailed all things I like. You're like boom, boom, Macross, Area 88. I was like, whoa, okay.
Yeah, I had him over on my show last night. We got that last little bit of stretch goal. You know, we creeped over. I got him to creep over that line because I have a vested interest in that. You know, I want to see this cool stuff come out. So, I love Niobe, man. Larry Higgins, and I'm super excited that he's over at Antarctic Press right now. I like a lot of the Antarctic titles. Rags, I really enjoy that one, man. That first issue just really grabs you by the short and curlies and sucks you into the story.
You know, I wish I'd seen a single copy of Rags ever in the store.
For real.
I talked to Brian, and I was like, dude, I live in San Diego, and I know I'm not sure where he's at now, but at one point he was like not far out, and I was like, do you need to make sure these stores are carrying your books? I mean, I can get Mike S. Miller's books in here. Why can't your books be in here?
I remember I came across randomly. He had issue 6 was just randomly on at my LCS. I was like, what? It's so that was crazy. But
and probably to just round out my list there, just add it came out on a Wednesday. I like them for a good variety comic.
Oh yeah, I was collecting that book, and my store doesn't get Altern anymore because Altern is not through Diamond.
Yeah. No, Peter's been building his own network to kind of circumvent Diamond,
which I respect him for, but it's making it so the only way I can get his books is to order them directly from him, which is not cost effective.
Right.
The whole point of alternative books is they're supposed to be cost effective.
Right. Yeah. It makes it so that when he does I think he did like twice annual, he does his bulk order crowdfunders where it actually becomes a little bit less than buying it, shipping included, a little bit less than buying it over the counter. But, you got to wait half a year.
Which that's not a huge problem for me. I like being able to get them when they come out. I like I like not missing stuff, which tends to sometimes happen. Like during the whole COVID thing, I just thought that he wasn't shipping. And so I went to my store and I was like, man, I haven't seen an alternative book in like 6 months. What's going on with you guys? They're like, oh, we don't carry those anymore. I was like, I have them like all on my pull list. What do you mean you don't carry them anymore? And so they checked some things and like, now we're because I told them like you can get them directly, and then they didn't want to do that. And so eventually I did a couple months back, I did an order through Alternative to catch up on all the books I missed. Unfortunately, they had those books.
Yeah.
But it's just tough, like filling in the holes and being like, okay, do I have Koi number 3? I don't know. Let me go check,
Do they have any more of that print left? Is Pete running a new print? Which I like that he does that. That's great for people who just want to read it because that means he's doing additional prints. But I like the fact that he signifies the prints, so it gives them a little bit of that collector's flair. I like a good bait. I like a good collector's bait. I'm a bit of a sucker for that. Sometimes
you might like Berserker then. They're doing that with their stuff. The 4th printed covers were limited.
See, that's smart, man, because that suckers me into buying more art.
Dude, my 3rd print of Berserker was like $80 the day that it came out, but because I pre-ordered it and forced my store to get a copy, I was like, you need to get this book. They're like, all right, we'll order some. And then they came back to me and she's like, you're the only person that pre-ordered this, so you're the only one getting it because they're like $80. And I was like, nice, $3.99, here you go. I do like that. And Berserker's a good book too.
I want to see more of these crowdfunding guys grouping up, forming companies, and actually getting out of the investor phase. Getting to the market retail phase of the business. I'm looking at you guys.
Yeah, That's a huge deal for me because I agree with you. Number one, everyone, you're going to make a book, you want to crowdfund it, that's your bag. I don't personally think crowdfunding is for me as a customer.
Right.
I think it's a very expensive way for me to get my books. I have backed before.
Now I have a question for you. Are you the type of person who backs and then flips the book on eBay to recoup to get a good ROI? Okay, so you're playing long game of collectability.
No, mostly I'm not even really doing it for collectability. The very first book that I ever backed was Jawbreakers. And
that's a cool book.
Jawbreakers I backed more so because I believed in what Zach was doing. Mm-hmm. And he was saying how he wanted to get the book on shelves. And I wanted to see Jawbreakers on shelves. Right. Not just me have a copy. I wanted to see, that was in the height of the Comicsgate thing. And this was at a time when literally Marvel creators were like tweeting out "F you" to the fans, like sending pictures of their butts. Like they were out of control. Like the comic, like in 2016 and 2017, stuff was out of control.
Oh, for real.
And I was like, dude, I want to see these books in comic book stores because I know it's just going to trigger like, oh my God, is this book? And I was like, here's $25, please, like make this a success. I wanted to see him succeed, and he was the epitome, in my opinion, of what crowdfunding is for. Some guy in a bedroom. I'm not a publisher. No one's gonna, I just want to get this. I don't have resources. Okay, everyone get together. Let's pool some money, make it happen. But then crowdfunding turned into pre-order comics. Once everyone saw the success of Jawbreakers, everyone started jumping on this wave. And look, there's nothing wrong with making money, but that's not why I back. I'm not interested in making anyone rich. I completely understand why the people want to be rich. And I'm not saying that they can't be. If you can get people, but fine. That's not why I crowdfund. So I crowdfund for trying to help projects succeed where I think they couldn't outside of the avenue. And I would, long story short, I want to see books make it to shelves. One of the people I do support, I haven't doing the crowdfunding part, but I love that is Tim Lim.
Tim's great.
All of his stuff come out on shelf. So I buy everything that he put. If it comes on a shelf, I just get it because I love that he's taking those steps. Like, I'm crowdfunding this thing, but it's not just to make a ton of money and then move on. It's also to make the book come out on stores so that everyone else can get it too.
And that's fantastic. That's one of the things when I bring creators up on my show and whatnot to talk about their stuff, I always ask them the same question that was once asked of me by the late great Julius Schwartz when I showed him a bunch of my characters when I was a young teenager. And he looks at me and he points, he goes, "Where do you see your intellectual property? Where do you see your characters?" And I was like, "Oh, I see him in all these stories and crossovers and blah, blah, blah." And he goes, No. He points around the convention floor to all the vendors and the products and the stands and the people wearing T-shirts and hats. He goes, "Where do you see your characters?" And like, I didn't get it at the time. It took a couple of years for that to set in. And I was like, "Oh, I get it now. Get it out there. Get it for people to be entertained." I mean, isn't that the point? Get it into their hands. Get it into, these days the boutiques are dying. To put it in the truest of nerd terms, comics and game stores are multi-classing. They're combining. They're selling all the nerd. They're becoming temples of nerd, which is just the coolest thing ever. I mean, if I got to go to only one store to pick up my comic book, pick up my my pull list, go ogle at the latest miniatures, and check out the all the cool like little weird indie games that are coming out, and then also check out the collectibles and see if there's any toys for my kids. Dude, I'm in heaven. I'm really glad that the businesses are moving this way, but you got to get in there. you know, and crowdfunding a fourth or fifth comic. Really, the only excuse you have for that is you're still building. Still need capital to build the infrastructure to have a business. So you can get a manufacturer or printer or end distributor or whatever you need to get the legal paperwork that you need to get your standby. Everybody needs to have a lawyer on retainer. If you're going to be running a business, you got a lawyer on retainer. I'm sorry, this is just grown up talk right here. You know.
Yeah. I think crowdfunding is crowdfunding is a very limited venue, and I think it has a limit to the size of its pie, if you will. And the more people get into it, the less smaller the pieces of the pie become. I have always likened the crowdfunding market to be like the exotic car market. You know, there's going to be people who are willing to drop $250,000 on a Ferrari, like sure. But most people buy it when they go to buy a car are looking for something a little bit more reasonable.
They go get a secondhand Saturn. You know.
Yeah, you're not seeing, you know, everyone driving around like that. So, and I think for the comic market, it's a periodical. It can thrive like exotic cars can thrive because we have regular cars. It's like if we didn't have cars, period. Exotic cars, there wouldn't be roads. We'd all be on public transportation, so no one would even get exotic cars. I think the same thing. I think we need a healthy comic book market to have the Indiegogo crowd exist, and I don't think many of the people in the Indiegogo crowd are seeing it right now. I think they're just looking at a gold rush, and I saw this. Like before I got back into comics, I was very big into the board, like the hobby board game industry, which boomed in Kickstarter and crowdfunding and all this stuff. And I saw all these projects. I got really involved. I probably backed like 100 projects in my life, and I've seen how they've gone, the successes, the failures, and things like that. I feel like I've got a really good feel of how it all works, even though I haven't done my own personal project. I saw what happened in that industry, and it was the same type of thing. Once people realized, oh, I can publish a board game and sell it for $50 to $100 direct to the consumer rather than sell it for like $7 to $15 to a distributor who sells it to a retail outlet for, you know, $30 to $60, who then sells it to the consumer for, you know, double. You keep doubling that. They had to take smaller pieces. The direct to the consumer market was so much more lucrative. Once they did that and realized they could sell, everyone was selling their games that way. You started seeing the publishers get in, and they're like, "Well, we're kickstarting our games now too." And they're like, "You're a publisher. What are you doing?"
Yeah,
you don't Dynamite
capital. I keep seeing Dynamite popping up on.
You're seeing Dynamite now, and
like, what are you on there for, buddy?
Fortunately, there's board games are a more expensive commodity than a comic book. Like people will drop 50 to 100. I mean, geez, one board game I bought was like over $500. So people can justify a bigger expense, I think, than on a comic book when they go, it's a comic book for $25. So I think that the market has those limiting factors already built in that's keeping it from really exploding. But I fear that direct to consumer thing, because once you taste that profit margin, it's very difficult to go back.
Yeah, but they see that they see that setback, right? They see that cut in their profit margin, but what they don't see is that with that smaller profit margin, they're actually making more profit because now they're hitting the general market. They're not in the startup niche market. And it is a niche market wherever you go. You got to hit that general market. You got to get into the public consciousness. And it's not that hard. There are tons of distributors out there. I mean, Diamond is, I understand. I never fault any. I never just go, I'm not buying your comic because you sell through Diamond because I don't like Diamond. I'm always like, look, man, Diamond is the king of distribution. If you go through them, that is a tactically smart move. And when you're able to grow beyond that and keep your profit margin, though you might find a hit in your in how well you can spread your stuff out, go start your own distribution. That's fine. That's great. Diamond could use some competition. Get in there. But you're going to need somebody out there to represent your company that sells ice makers to Eskimos in the middle of winter. Because Diamond is a pretty sweet deal for retailers most of the time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, Diamond. I mean, when it does things right, when it's not totally dropping the ball, and retailers have no other outlet, like when Diamond just shut down last year and decided we're not shipping comics. Sorry, stores. Sorry, publishers.
Yeah. And I'm here in Los Angeles, and there were plenty of stores that before Diamond shut down, they said, "Hey, we're gonna do sanitary deliveries. We're keeping open, and don't worry, gas is on us," type of deal. Like they would deliver local for free. And then Diamond shut down. They're like, "Yeah, we're sorry, we can't do that anymore. We're not able to get any books."
My thing is, how many people are doing books to on through Indiegogo, Kickstarter, these small cut timers? Are they taking any of their printed books and going to conventions when they're open?
Well, that's another thing. See, a lot of people I know go to conventions. They get a booth in Artist Alley, and they expect to strike it rich. And I'm like, no. Here's the reality of conventions. Conventions are a tax write-off. Expos are a tax write-off. Spend the good bucks. Get as premium placement as you can afford. You're throwing money away. This is a tax write-off. The more stuff you give away for free, the bigger the tax write-off this is. Yes, you're going to have to be like, don't take this out of your personal pocket. Take it out of your company funds. What, you don't have a company account? Dun, dun, dun. But get the best position you can. Get a vendor spot. Zenescope. They started from nothing, man. I remember when they started. They were nothing. And what they did is they paid for a couple of booth babes and premium placing on the outskirts. Like they were on the outskirts of the vendors area, but they were in the vendors area. That's the sweet spot of the money sponge. And dude, those first few conventions, I guarantee they were losing money, but man, they quickly gained notoriety. They got every convention I saw them after, they got better and better booth placing. Now they're up there with the big boys. They're up there sitting in the big, right across from the Marvel and DC as they face off against each other with their giant $20,000, $40,000 displays. And you've got Boom, IDW, Zenescope is now up there with the big boys, Dark Horse and Image. And it's great. I can't help but admire and praise that entrepreneurial spirit.
Like I said, use Cheesecake if you can. As far as eye appealing, you're gonna want to use Instagram models who have the big followings. If you can. Sometimes.
I think that if a certain celestial body put his frog book up there at the conventions, right in that sweet area, because he does have the money to do it. And it would help him on his taxes.
You wouldn't need to use it. You wouldn't need to do crowdfunding.
No, well, at that point, it's just for publicity. It's just to build up hype, and that's fine. I actually don't. I'm one of the guys who's like, okay, so the big corporations are coming in and doing the crowdfunding, and then I laugh at how pitiful they do because they came into the punk rock club dressed like mods. Right. It's like narc.
We were talking about this. Was it few weeks ago, or at least last week on I Love Comics, how Zenescope, they actually might have been here with the Ash, I'm not sure, but Zenescope does every Wednesday in Comic Day. They have a book out. They do a half-an-hour live stream on YouTube. They have a girl comes on and she talks about shows the 3D covers, goes over the books, interacts with the people in the chat, and then not only that, they're always having virtual cons. The people, the owner and all and stuff, the guy who's running stuff, they're always interacting with the fans. They're doing always something on their YouTube channel, so they're always constantly promoting. Whether like they lately they've been doing like the past since COVID, they're doing movie reviews.
Yep.
But they're also got an artist on there who is drawing, like you're getting these cosplay variants for your covers, so or prints. You're getting like your red agent, or you're getting what's her name, Robin Hood, but you're getting like Halloween variants. You get like here's the serial killer variants, the Jason variants, for Halloween.
For real.
And it sells. I understand. Now, is that cheesy? Yeah, it is very cheesy, but people will go pay $20 or $40 for a print. And now they have a game out for the Xenoscope characters now.
Well, and here's the thing about those prints, and I've gotten some quote unquote prints from some crowdfunding campaigns, and I'm like, dude, I have been doing printing for over 30 years. Guys, when you're doing a print, you do not skimp on the quality of the paper. If I get poster paper and I pay $10 for it, I am an irate customer.
Mm-hmm.
I want to be able to, like, you know, if I need to, I would have to throw it on the ground on top of the spider and jump upon it and be safe. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that was a big thing with remember, I'm not sure how much of a big deal it was, but I remember people talked about the Huss Everfrog, you know, the foil covers wherever he had, they wouldn't close. They're permanently stuck open, or they're fluted or something like that.
Yeah, and that is, you know, that's terrible. When you're launching a business, that is the worst thing that you can do. And I'm gonna have to say, man, you know, like Ethan's response to it was not the right one. The right one was to look at those, know that they were damaged, go, dang it, I'm gonna have to go get these printed. I'm gonna have to get them printed somewhere else. Let the people know, show them the fluted cover, say, hey, you know, they sat in customs for 3 months or something like that. They got, you know, environmentally damaged. I'm reprinting the whole thing. Just hold tight.
You know what I do? I would give the people who order them, give them their fluted copies, you know, and then give them a discount on the next book, half off or something like that.
That too would have been more acceptable.
You would have got, because they'd be like, you know what? I'm getting a discount on the next book. You know, if it's the same price as this one, I'm getting half off the cost. He may eat it a little bit, but guess what? He's got long-term customers now, and then, and especially if the story is good. I'm saying if the story is good, they like that one. They like the second book, even better. They're gonna pay for the third book, whether they get a discount or not.
Well, I have two things to add to that. One, Bob Stone over, and I'm going to shamelessly plug his channel, Brotep and the Negro Nerd Network. You should go check it out. It's great. It's spicy, and it's not your usual spicy. It gets real, and it gets nerdy, and it gets real nerdy. I think I might just come up with this tagline. But anyway, he was talking about the realities of how much it costs to print it. And when you see these guys that are printing, you know, they're probably printing 4,000 copies to overprint for their 3,000 people or something like that, right? 3,000 copies ordered. And they funded these gorgeous 6-figure runs. If that whole print run turned up bad, it's very easily affordable to order an entirely new print run. Right. So that's, yeah, you know, I look at that and I was like, but that's, he went and he got it out the next rounds are coming out. You know, I can see he posts, the most important posts that I see from him are his warehouse pictures, his distribution, his packaging, fulfillment, and distribution operations. Because I, as an investor, that's what I want to see in this company. You know, I know that I'm going to get a good ROI because I can go flip that book within days of receiving it and get back my whole giant package that I got by flipping a couple of frog books. So it's investment worthy. Quality-wise, the artwork and colors are absolutely gorgeous. It needs an editor so bad. It's good. But he needs an editor so bad it makes you want to cry.
I never read the new one when it came out a couple of years ago, finally. But we went over it, his original book of comics.
Yeah.
So we're like, if this is the hope, I was like, well, we were like, we haven't read it. We haven't read the Second Frog. We're like, and the fact that he was so late on the books, we're like, well, if his writing is any different, you know, or even just slightly above what he is doing now, it's like, you're gonna be upset because, well, I waited for this book and then the book just sucks. Because
the Blood Honey was definitely a cut above. I mean, it was like it was. I mean, I feel the same way when I show off some of my old artwork from when I was young and first, you know, when I was really getting into the swing of things where people actually paid attention to me,
Mhm.
you know, and compared to where I'm at now, it's embarrassingly different.
Well,
But honestly, like, it's the same thing though that I see plaguing a lot of comics. So I don't want to like single him out or anything like that. I'm pointing to like 90% of you fools out there in indie comics
I
alone.
agree. I just said
Editor.
it's harder for him because he's one person. He's doing stuff, you know. Even though he's got
It's
clout,
true.
but he's doing the writing plus the art. And Ethan's always been a great artist. Green Lantern's great,
Phew, dude, for real. Like,
but
he
I mean,
sucked me.
if you
Ethan got
can't-
me back buying DC Comics, dude. I was
I
only
know.
buying indie, but I would buy Ethan's comics because I didn't care if the story sucked. I was barely paying attention.
The Green Lantern was good, you know, art and stuff, you know. And he had Jeff Johns, I believe, was writing 2 with them.
It was good, yeah. I'm just
Yeah,
giving
but-
John's a hard time. Don't kill me, man. I love you.
No, but I mean, like, you can be a great artist, but if you cannot write a simple story, you know, then it just goes back to Marvel DC. That's what we're getting. Where you get fantastic art, and then the story is just crap, whether it's propaganda or not.
And that's valid criticism right there. And that's why I'm like urging all these indie guys, you know, and I'm looking to you cool non-cancel culture pukes over there at Image and Dark Horse and stuff like that. I'm addressing this to all indies. I'm not addressing this to mainstream. I don't care. I'm not talking to you guys. We're not on speaking terms. But all the rest of you guys, dude, get an editor. Get a breakdown artist. If you have good rendering, but your panel layouts are boring with a lot of 2-dimensional medium shots, dude, I'm gonna get bored. Go get a breakdown artist, and a lot of these big, awesome artists who are great at panel layouts and stuff at page layouts and stuff, dude. I've talked to some of these guys, and they would love to do breakdown work. They're like, wait a minute, so I basically spend like an hour on a picture, and I get paid like $30 to $60. And it's like, yeah, but what you're doing is you're laying down the most important foundation for this. Rob Liefeld's Hawk and Dove. Rob had a breakdown artist, and I form-wise, you know, like it's still one of my favorite Liefeld works. I do like his rendering, but dude, his form really hurts my eyes. But I love his rendering, so it's kind of like a mixed bag. You know, it's kind of like being that one person that loves and hates Primus.
No, Rob Liefeld is a guy.
I love Rob, man.
I hated his art back when he was the thing. Like I was buying all the X books. Well, most of the X books when he was on New Mutants, and man, he was selling a shit ton of books. And everyone's like, Rob Liefeld, Rob. And I was like, what are people? I was just shaking my head. I was like, I do not understand what people see in this guy. He is not good. He is terrible. Then you fast forward 30 years something later now, and I reflect, and it's so clear to me of like why he was so good. It was, I was looking at him like how well he was being accurate to like, you know, to anatomy and rendering, you know, things realistically, judging him as an illustrator. And when that was absolutely not what I should have been seeing. Like, that's not what his strength was. And I feel for him. I wish I could sit down in a room and talk with him, because I feel so many years of just fan backlash and people probably like me that were like, screw Rob Liefeld, he's overrated, blah, blah, you know, that you can see his modern art. He has reined it in so tight that he's lost all the energy that he used to have. And I'm like, man, your old art was, I don't want to say sloppy, because I don't think he was being sloppy, but it had a look of sloppy, because it was inaccurate. But that was the point. The exaggerations and the craziness of it, it was unlike anything else. And on top of it, he brought energy. Every panel was like exploding off the page. It was,
man, dude. He brought in those anime action lines that I, you know, as a kid, I loved so much, and I watched those shows again, and they're so terrible. But you know, nostalgia, man.
It's a good analogy to use anime here, or manga, because no one ever complains about manga being inaccurate, right? If you're a manga fan, you don't go, man, those eyes are totally unrealistic. No one has eyes like that. You know, like that's just part of the style. Like it's supposed to look like that. And I think once I realized that Rob Liefeld was just supposed to look like that, it's not supposed to look like a photo. It's supposed to look like Rob Liefeld. That I don't necessarily want to say it appealed to me, but I respected it. And I look at his art now and I'm like, Rob, you're 100 times better at drawing anatomy, but your stuff is lifeless. It's just guys like standing around, look like action figure poses.
He looks out of practice.
There's no energy. And I'm like, it looks cleaner. I can't fault you for not drawing a foot. Yet your foot looks right now, but it's just boring.
Can I tickle your fancy?
Yeah, what's going on?
All right. Now imagine Matt Weldon doing his breakdowns and Rob doing all the rendering over that, because Matt Weldon has a good understanding of extreme, the extreme lens distortions and foreshortening and just beautiful flowing action. With Rob finishing that art, just using that as just his dummies to render on, and adding that bit of Liefeld flair, the little bit of the broken back, the shoulders shoved back just a little bit too far, the beach ball butt. These are things I actually appreciate about Liefeld's art. The guy, everybody's chests are way too big, dude. Either that or their waists are too small. But I mean, there's an appeal to that to me. That like you're saying, that there's exaggerations, the shins that are longer than the thighs.
Yes, and we've it's sad because modern artists have kind of gotten suckered into this thing of where we like the page needs to look real. Like so many artists, it's like I hear people like newer fans talking to me and they'll be like, oh, that person's hands are too big or this, and I'm like, no, they're supposed to look like that. That's comic art. Like if it was a photo, if we were trying to like accurately draw someone, 100%, then yes, their hands would be smaller and different things. But we just have become accustomed to what comic characters look like. They look over the top. That's why you always draw women with longer legs, because if you actually study the female anatomy and you realize when you start drawing women, like, oh my God, their legs are actually really short. And it heightens that length, and your eye and your brain become trained to expect a certain look from a comic book character. Yeah. And we're now have spent the last 20 years undoing that training. And so a whole new generation of fans are coming in, seeing the newer art, which looks more traced off of photos. And it does look more like a photo, but no one wanted to ever read comics to look at photos. Like I want that what do you call it? The excitement. I want the exaggeration. I want energy, everyone, if you're a comic fan, even if you're not a comic artist or would be comic, everyone I feel should read How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way.
Oh, for real.
It will explain way so much better than me, like what to look for and why comics are the way they are. It'll help you understand like why illustrations are and what works. Because Marvel, man, they spent like 25 years, getting to the point where that book would be made and learning the ins and outs and what made comics work, from the greats like Jack Kirby and all the people that followed.
Well, yeah, even when people have their quote realistic artists, they want that quote unquote realistic art to have a unique flair to it. They want people love Barry Windsor Smith and Bernie Wrightson. These are very classically trained artists. Norm Brayfogle was classically trained. He was a commercial artist before he did Batman, but he had this signature of exaggeration. Like when Batman was terrified, it was like, oh my goodness, he was terrified. When Batman was angry at you, you needed a change of underwear.
Mm-hmm.
I loved it, man. Shadow of the Bat is still my favorite Batman run. That first year, the Norm Brayfogle run, man, because after that first year, I remember going over and hanging out with him, and he was just so excited. He was like a kid in a candy store. He's like, now I'm the lead Batman artist. And I'm like, say what? I'm like, dude, you just got this job like 2 years ago. Like, this is amazing. It was so exciting. and he had this great, wonderful style that was just grotesquely exaggerated in cases. I think the best way to describe Breyfogel's style was exciting with not a line wasted.
Yeah, I would probably concur with that. The interesting thing about a lot of these more classic artists is that they understood art in a greater how do I say, a greater forum than just comic book. You know, some of these guys came from realms of like commercial art and fine art, and you know, one of the things that opened my eyes is when I learned about Neil Adams. And I've always known he was like, oh, he's a classic, great, you know, he's one of the all-time classic guys. And then I learned about how he came into comics and how he illustrated before he illustrated what I know, you know, of him. And I've seen some of his stuff, and I'm like, oh my God, no wonder people say this guy is one of the best. Like, his comic art looks so much different because he's drawing for comics. And in fact, he failed early on in his career because he didn't grasp the comic art. If you look at some of his old Western comics, he was drawing these like photorealistic illustrations that are like mind-boggling. And I'm like, this is Neil Adams? Holy crap. But the audience at the time was like, we don't want this. And so by the time he got on superhero books like Batman, he had to completely change it up, because it's not just about how well you can render a picture. It's about it's hard to put it into words, but that unspoken, like that energy that you feel when you see, you know, the character drawn at the apex of the action. And it's so important for sequential storytelling, the apex of that action, because your brain is able to fill in the blanks of before and after, because we've seen motion before. Like if you see someone punching someone and the drawing is in the middle of like I said, the apex of the action, your brain naturally understands, okay, I've seen this before, I know, and you can almost play a movie in your head, if you will, because and this is how animation works when you have like in-betweeners. And I don't know if anyone knows what an in-betweener is in animation, but basically
I was about to go there myself, man. Go preach, brother, preach.
So in animation, you have the worker bees, I'll just call them. I don't want to be disrespectful, but the guys that are literally drawing each frame, right? But the main animators are the in-betweeners, and they're the ones who are almost drawing. Think of it kind of like a comic book where they're drawing a scene. Boom, here we go. And it's the apex of the scene, and the animators, the actual illustrators that do every frame, they naturally have to fill in, how did the motion get from this illustration essentially to this in between to that in between. How do I get the 30 frames or whatever or more in between that? And it's important to know what in betweener has to capture that apex moment, because otherwise it's difficult to predict. Okay, well, wait a second. Imagine if you're trying to draw a picture of someone's like starting to throw a punch, they're like winding up. It's harder for your brain to fill out, how does the punch actually happen? We've seen a million different punches. It could go any one of those ways. But when you draw at the height of that motion, you now have the first 50%, you've seen how it goes, and now you have a clear understanding of the last 50% of how it's going to follow through. Right. I think once it's hard to describe it auditorily. Well, that's why the Marvel Comics drawing comics the Marvel way or whatever is so great, because they tell all of this and then they show it to you with illustrations and it clicks and you go, oh yeah, that makes so much sense.
I actually recommend that book to anybody who wants just to learn how to draw. I've found it as the best introductory book to drawing that I have ever found. I've got to order my kids some copies. I've got like 50 of them, and anyway, I was going to say, in animation, it's called keyframing. I recommend people go here on YouTube, go just type in keyframe animating or animation tutorial. And a lot of you people out there that are using like Procreate or Clip Studio, those have animation capabilities. Mess around with it for a little bit. Just do like a loop and find those key frames. And that's super important. Like the over exaggerated super punch where they're ducking forward. I love that stuff, man.
Yeah, my father was my stepfather was an animator.
Oh, that's so cool.
I got to learn quite a bit. He was he was a really good artist. I really wish he wanted to be into comics. I think he's one of the best comic book artists I've ever seen, but he's one of those people that has very low I don't know if confidence is the right word, but like he just doesn't think he's as good as he is. He's the opposite of ego, right? And I'm just like, this stuff is like the best. Like, nah, I don't know, like,
right.
And he just
genuinely humble.
He could not sell himself, and so back in the 80s and 90s, he could never really get any like major gigs because, that back in those days, they were turning Frank Miller away 200 times. What was it? No, it was McFarlane was the story. He had 200 submissions. It's like, Jesus, imagine that. Back when you had to like earn your way, not when they just like picked you out of a hat to work for Marvel. It was hard. And, he just didn't have, but, he ended up doing other things. Like I said, he got in animation. He does side illustration work. He worked in the video game industry for a while. So he got to utilize his skills, but it was a shame as a comic book fan, and he was a comic book fan, not to get to see him kind of live that up, because he was really good. He taught me quite a bit.
That's awesome, man. That's a rare opportunity. That's fantastic. I love to hear that stuff.
Yeah, I wish I would have had more discipline, because back in my teenage years, I liked drawing and so forth. And then my mom got me married to him, and it was like, oh, you're a comic artist. And he was like teaching me to draw and teaching me all these fundamentals and stuff. But I just did not have discipline, and I threw it away. And now in my adult life, I look back and go, if I would have kept practicing all these years, now it's like 30 years later, I'd probably be good. But I didn't want to put the work in. And
who's that guy working on Batman right now? It's that Ashland Comics guy.
Ash would have actually been on comics.
He would have been drawing Ash.
I'd have been in comics.
Ash in comics.
Yeah, instead of talking about comics.
Well, gentlemen, thank you very much for having me on. I had a blast of a time, but I have to stop dilly-dallying and get back out of reality and into virtual reality, as I am working on an STL project, a 3D printing project right now.
Oh, okay.
You mind if I give it a quick plug?
Go ahead, plug away.
All right. It is called Iron Maidens, the Fembot Apocalypse. Mankind's time has come to an end. Female robots are going to take over your local tabletop gaming experience, coming soon to a Kickstarter near you.
Nice.
Thank you.
Very good. Well, keep us posted on that.
Roger that, man. And everybody out there, don't forget to hit like, subscribe, hit that bell button so you get notifications. Ash comes out with awesome videos all the time. Longtime fan. Man, thank you for having me on again.
Oh, it was fun to have you, man. We'll see you back, hopefully not in the distant future.
All righty, sir. You guys have yourselves a great one. And until then,
man.
Charlie Mike.
All right. Now how do we follow that up?
I'd buy that for $1.
Paulo asked me, does he get published anywhere? Well, he did some cartoons back in the 90s. He was I'm trying to remember what shows he worked on. He did an Attack of the Killer Tomatoes show. He was on I can't remember all the different ones he was on.
I can look
He was worked for Midway and Sony Games. He actually, I just discovered this when I was reading Invincible. He has a pinup in one of the early Invincible issues at the end.
Very cool.
But it's a 3D render, so it's not his pencil work. So I saw it and I was like, God, that looks so familiar. And I looked and I saw the artist thing. I'm like, that's my stepfather. Holy shit! And it's like from 2003. You know, I never knew he was in that. I mean, I didn't know shit about Invincible until just recently.
You should look him up on Wikipedia. He might have stuff.
No, I mean, I know him in real life. It's not like I need to research him.
I'm just saying.
I just didn't know that. I mean, I wasn't into Invincible. I wasn't even into comics in 2003, so he probably wouldn't have told me. But it's just funny now that I've come back into comics and I'm reading this book and I get to the end of it and I'm like, because even though it's a 3D render, like it just has, I'm so used to his style that I'm like, because he's done 3D renders of like my characters and things like that for me and stuff. And I'm just like, God, that looks like what he would have done with it was. But kind of sad to say is like 3D rendering in 2003 was not like today. So it's like,
that is true.
When you look at it from 2021 view, you're like, that doesn't look that good. But you're like, well, in 2003, that was good. But yeah, I thought that was really cool. Too bad it's like issue 3 or 4 or something, so I can't afford to buy the actual comic.
Oof. Oh yeah, those early issues are probably worth money.
Right.
Yeah.
Because it would be cool just to have it, like, and
yeah.
But answer your question, Paula. No, I don't believe he ever did any. He did some like really indie comic stuff, but it was like underground indie comic, like not like indies like we think today, where there's like a publisher. Back in those days, it was like, like the old Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was like published out of people's basements. But he really was. I mean, I'm not just floating steam. Like to this day, I'm just like this guy his understanding of just anatomy and things were impeccable. I don't know. It would have been nice to see what he would have done.
I forgot about that cartoon actually. You brought it up.
It was an old school cartoon.
Dude, I watched it.
I don't doubt it.
That was my jam, 1990, man.
Yeah, man. I got to tour the animation studio.
That's cool. I got this seller right here, $1 million.
It was pretty neat.
I always geek out when I see Mark Pellegrini, and he's showing off he's a Ghostbuster like cell art animation of things he bought. They're rare ones. That's I'm thinking like, dude, send it here. Because like that's one thing we think about collecting all this stuff, but I've never thought about collecting like cell art from like cartoons. That's something that never crosses your mind. We know how cartoons are made and stuff. We're like begin like the original like the cell art that was drawn that was used for like an episode.
Right.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's becoming a lost thing, right? Everything's done computers now.
Well, yeah. That brings me up. Remember the projectors you used to have in school? And then the teacher would draw on the marker on them on the paper, and then project it onto the screen.
Right.
You asked the kid
the overhead projectors.
Yeah. The kids are
where they had like the clear.
Yep.
They had like the clear cellophane thing, and they would just draw on it.
Yeah.
That was my school years.
Yep. You ask anybody, you're like, what the hell are you talking about? Because everything it's like computer now. But I used to laugh because like you'd always have to clean the markers off. I'm thinking like, well, yeah, it's like
dude, I'm old enough to understand what projector duty means. Marania probably knows this. But when we watch movies in school, like they would have to drop the film screen, in the front of the class, usually in front of the chalkboard. Yes, chalkboard. We didn't have white draw erase boards. drop the movie screen, and we had a projector on a cart, which was in the back of the room. But the teachers always sat in the front of the room. So they would train the kids to run the projectors. So I'd sit and like be the person who had to like run the projector. When you're a kid, it kind of feels like you're important. And then later on, when you're an adult, you realize it was a monkey job. You're just being used.
You're like, and then you hear about the one kid who messed it up, and it's like, oh crap.
Right.
Did you touch the film? No. It's a giant fingerprint on it.
Yeah, it sucks. The digital, it's getting rid of some of that old, nostalgia piece. Like you just don't have cells anymore.
That was elementary school, man.
And that's going. Go ahead. Sorry.
I remember elementary school. Like I said, I was like 7 years old in 1992. So like by the time I was like the first grade and all stuff, them using overhead projectors and stuff like that. It was just crazy. Like and we didn't have the dry erase boards until I was in high school. But like, all that stuff. The laser discs. I never heard of laserdisc until the teacher brought out this giant record thing. I was like, what the hell you put a record in there for? Get a VHS. But because I miss that now, that nostalgia feeling when you're sitting in the class and then they wheel this TV card in, they got to plug it in, hook it up and all that stuff. Now I don't even have, they're like, here, you want to watch this movie? Open up your iPad or pull out your iPad and it's right there. And then they just stream. Everybody watches it together. It's the little things like that. The technology changing. 8-track tapes, beta tapes, and all that stuff, they're all gone. Unless you actually install them for free, because some people still have them in their cars. My
8-tracks.
My aunt, 8-tracks in your car.
I didn't. My parents said they still have all their stuff.
8-tracks.
My aunt, my great aunt, her friend, in his Toyota, he had one. He would take it out, and every time he get a new car, he'd have them install it in so he could listen to his 8-tracks.
Dude, I can't even get the inspiration. I can't get the motivation to even put a CD in my car.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at these days. I'm like,
really? I have a CD wallet still.
No,
you have a wallet. Oh, I remember the CD wallet.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
The binders too.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
No,
I feel old now.
Yeah, my current car has a USB plug and an audio port, so I just connect my phone to the audio port, but I have a USB stick with like 30 gigs of music. So I'm just like, why put a CD in? Like I just.
Well, that was the other thing too. Yeah, he's talking about the leave Paulo thing. I had to leave the room whenever someone had wanted to use the projector stuff. VCR projector per floor. I remember
ancient evil black cat.
I remember in fourth grade. I remember like the rooms were, it was like one room, but it was separated by those wall dividers, those curtain things. So I always got a kick out of it, because I had a friend who was in a different class than I was. So he'd always sit there, and we're both on each side of the curtain, so we just kind of just pass notes behind the thing.
Well, gentlemen, I am sorry to say I'm going to have to duck out of this otherwise riveting conversation that's making me feel older than I am.
Same here. The basketball game's over.
You're the youngest one on the panel. What are you talking about?
Wait, who, me? I'm the youngest one on the panel?
Aren't you?
I think so. I think Vinkman's older than me. Just
I'm 30.
Hair.
I'm 36.
Oh yeah. Oh, more than a hair. I'm 33.
Yeah.
No, I've got to head out. I've got to get over to I Love Puppets. We have our weekly middle of the night recap we have to do.
I thought he moved it to Friday.
No, he moved Loki to Friday. Bad Batch we have to do today.
We didn't get to talk about Loki.
Was that going to be a thing we were going to talk about?
I didn't really have any organization, but it was what I watched before I did the show, so I figured.
The last time I brought it up, I get yelled at. We're not talking about Loki. So I let it slide.
Well, I think that was because I hadn't watched it yet.
I think
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
that's why he hadn't watched it yet, so he didn't want to be spoiled. I
Um,
gotta say, it has been entertaining to watch Vinkman. His whole, because from episode 1 to where we are now, it's like his attitude towards the show seems to have done a 180. It's been entertaining to watch.
It actually has gone better. I said, but I still prefer the Ragnarok Loki.
Oh, I agree. I can see, well, look, did you see episode 4? I'm not going to say anything.
I did, yes. Yeah. I
Okay,
saw it.
okay, never mind. I'm just going to say I'm excited. That's all.
I watched it. Yeah.
it was a good episode.
Oh, Ash
I'm
watched
not.
it too? Oh, okay.
I'm not happy. Yeah, that's what I watched before the show.
Okay.
I'm not happy 100% where the show is going, and
I don't know.
not plot wise, but with Loki. One of the things I noticed in this episode was I was like, no, Loki doesn't feel like a god. He just feels like a dude who can do some parlor tricks. Like he's getting in fist fights. He gets manhandled by regular humans. I'm like, I don't, the last episode, they're trapped on that planet and the end of the world is coming. The moon's going to crash into it. And I'm like, the Loki I know from the comic books would just teleport away or do something like,
Yeah.
but this Loki is just like helpless. Like he's just a dude. And it just struck me like out of the blue. I was like, he doesn't feel like a god. He just feels like some guy. Now, the story is still fun. Like I'm engaged in the plot and what's going on. It just doesn't feel like Loki. If this was a show about the time travel agency and this guy who's a variant, okay, like it totally cool. I'm just having this disconnect of doesn't feel like Loki to me. That's all.
True. I said it. MCU is a watered down version of Loki. This was the evil Loki, but he seems like he's the redeemed Loki already.
Well, let's be real. The MCU version of anything is going to be the watered down.
And the thing is that, like, yeah, the other Loki would just teleport out of there.
Except maybe Iron Man.
He just feels
like he would.
Well, I mean, half of that too. I mean,
If-
the main setting, you can't do magic in the main.
Yeah,
the
but
TVA, so that's probably a large.
the thing
part
is,
of it.
though,
no, on the planet, the purple planet.
Oh, on the planet. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
on the
I'm just
planet, though, when he showed it like it was destroyed, that would have been a trick. If it had been a real Loki, you'd be like, "Oh, it's destroyed," and then he would have left her to die.
Yeah, I could have seen something like that. But you remember like when they like got on the train and he had like he pretended to be a guard. And then later on they like figure out that he's not a guard, and it's like, so what are these guards gonna do? He's Loki. Like Loki should be manhandling the Avengers by himself, not a bunch of train guards. Be like, and there's 2 Lokis, not just one. And I just, it didn't strike me until tonight's episode. Like it all just kind of came, and I was like, wait a second, why does Loki not have any? Like he can do some minor illusions, like I said, parlor tricks.
Mm-hmm.
And then the female Loki, like she can do her enchantment on specific people, which I don't want to say because it'll spoil the plot. But okay, that's neat, but it's not much of anything, Meanwhile, in Thor and Ragnarok is like, are you the god of hammers? No, like, fucking becomes the ultimate god of thunder. You're like, this is cool. This is what we wanted all along. He's like going the opposite direction,
right? He finally gets his hammer in season 2. Like before that, he's got everything else. He's pretty much, it's like, and every other character is slowly coming into play. It's just like, and then Loritz, his brother, who's like Loki, pretty much is just pretty much.
Oh, you're talking about the show.
Oh, you're talking about Ragnarok.
That I love.
I was talking about Thor 3. Sorry,
I thought he was talking about Thor 3.
No, I'm talking about Thor 3. I love that Ragnarok.
I haven't even watched it.
Oh, it's so much better.
I think you'll like it. I think you'll like it.
I that's the one I like. Is that one because it's more. It feels like like Walt Simon said. It's basically just Norse mythology. That's all it is.
I'm just waiting for the next Cobra Kai season to come out. That's what I'm waiting for from Netflix.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that too. But I mean, Ragnarok, the TV show, it makes sense that they're doing it that way. I mean, because it's a Norwegian show.
Right.
This is their culture and mythos, and so yeah, that makes sense.
Have either of y'all seen the Sweet Tooth show over on Netflix? Have either of y'all
Not
given
yet.
that a watch?
I want to read the book first.
I think Robert Downey Jr.'s company is producing it.
Yeah, him and his
I think.
wife.
He and his wife
producing it.
are, yeah. I'm curious about that because I know it is supposed to be a.
I
really
heard that.
good
I heard that.
comic based off of.
I heard that Iron Man shows up in it though. That's
Oh
weird.
gosh.
Robert
Oh,
Downey
my
Jr.
goodness.
bought the rights to Iron Man.
Oh my goodness.
Demented for Fun has come to the channel. Welcome. He says,
I
"What did I
asked
just
my-
stumble into?"
I ask myself that question every time I jump on.
You're at the very end. Yeah,
Did I come in the end?
yeah.
Well, now that you mention it, yeah. By the way, did you guys catch that this episode had an after credit scene?
Yes,
Yes.
and that was
Yes.
the most cringe part.
Yeah, it
Really?
was
Oh, I
cringe.
thought
it
it
was
was
so cringe.
I thought it was interesting.
It is interesting.
You know
It's
what?
simultaneously interesting and cringe.
You remember that Three Doors Down Kryptonite song? There's the old guy, the old superhero in the costume.
Oh,
That's what I got when I saw Evil Loki in the.
well, don't say
Don't
anything.
say anything.
Who's saying anything? It's
I
been
just
out
wanted
for
to
a
make sure because one of the things about these TV shows is they don't put after credits typically
Yeah.
until like the last episode. So it's possible people might just be like, "Oh, the credits," and then it stop it.
Well,
So
didn't WandaVision have after credit scenes throughout the season?
while.
I think only twice, maybe.
Only like a handful of times,
Yeah.
yeah. This is the first time because Loki hadn't had one in any of the previous episodes.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
So, and it's an interesting after credit scene. Like
It's very, very,
It's
it's very
important.
twisty.
it's important. It's not one of those. Hey, we're eating shawarma.
Like I said, that
Hey,
plot
I
twist
like
at
the
the end though
shawarma.
was weird though because I was like I did not see that coming.
I like the shawarma too,
yeah.
but it wasn't important. If you
Right,
missed
right.
it, you
It's
wouldn't
not
have been
important
like
to the story. Yeah, no.
This
there's two
was
kinds of after credit
plot
scenes.
relevant. You were like,
Yeah.
oh, but it also was cringe. I was like, oh, I guess it's MCU, so makes sense. But some of it
Like I
doesn't make
say,
sense.
it's
Well,
watered
I'm-
down.
I'm
Go
just
ahead.
wondering because are they going to lead into King the Conqueror?
Oh yeah, well it's got Ravonna.
Is he going to be in the last episode or is he just gonna, or is this
I
gonna-
don't know about that. I think
like a brief glimpse of him and that's it? You know, it's just like for
if Kang
more.
shows up at the end, I'll be surprised. I think that if this leads into Kang the Conqueror in any way, it'll be like Ravonna getting
Because
displaced from the
'cause
TVA or something
based
like
on what
that.
we learned in the fourth episode, I wonder really now, who what's going on.
Hmm.
Okay, this is not any sort of spoiler because I have no sort of knowledge. This is 100% speculation. Could turn out to be total bullshit, or maybe I'm onto something. I don't know. I'm hoping that the main villain is Mephisto.
Mm.
And that this whole timeline thing has been sort of a manifestation of his to prevent the real timeline where Fantastic Four exists and who's one of Mephisto's major adversaries, Fantastic Four, and also the X-Men.
Mhm.
And basically this timeline, like they're trying to keep the divergence out, so there's only one way. And I'm like, I keep seeing this and I'm like, how are they going to bring, I look at everything through that lens of like, how are they going to bring the Fantastic Four back? And I'm like, if they shatter this timeline, maybe this timeline is actually the wrong timeline. Like it's that way on purpose to keep the main adversary's enemy. Like what does he have to benefit? He or she, whoever is the bad guy, like what's they have to benefit? Now it could be King the Conqueror. He's a time traveler. So I guess it would be fitting, but I just don't feel like he's big enough. And I think if they're going to blow up the MCU so that we can bring in the Fantastic Four and the X-Men and do the whole multiverse thing, which I think is going to be a big part of the whole Doctor Strange, it needs to be something big. By the way, Doctor Strange, Mephisto, also a big connection. So
yeah.
I think
I
think you need
don't
something
know.
big like that, like a Thanos level
Mhm.
thing. And I think Mephisto would be really freaking cool. Not necessarily to be like, we bested Mephisto, but sort of like foiled his plans. And it also revealing that he exists in the universe would be really freaking cool.
Yeah.
And I hope that it's something along those lines, and that this storyline of Loki sort of shatters things, so that the multiverses can now come in, and we learn that, hey, it's actually not a bad thing that these divergences happen. We were just tricked by this. I can't say anymore.
Yeah.
Something.
I don't know, because I mean, Demented for Fun makes a point here. His last comment: people were saying Mephisto was going to be in WandaVision, and that turned out to be. It just seems really weird that Mephisto would be a bust for WandaVision, but then they would bring him in for Loki. I could see where they would, like what you're saying. It makes sense if that's how they did it.
See, but I never would have considered Mephisto in WandaVision until Agatha got involved.
Yeah,
and when I was almost the entire series, I was thinking that this was all Wanda kind of going crazy in her head. Mm-hmm. And we're seeing basically her mental illness. Like most people, when they have a mental illness like that, everything just happens in their head. Like schizophrenia, we can't see it. It's all inside their head. But
even this show,
powers, it allowed that craziness to manifest in reality. And that's what I thought the story was going. And then, of course, it went to it was Agatha all along.
And then you see in this show, though, they showed in the church, they show like the demon, the Satan thing. I'm like,
yeah, that's where I started. At the very beginning, they eyeball Morbius eyeballs the thing, and he says something about like our adversary, or I forget what he says, and he's looking at the devil. So I hope that's not a red herring like that.
Yeah, I hope not. I hope that's a little foreshadow or something that they just kind of throw in there and nobody thinks about it really until you get the big reveal at the end or something. And you're like, oh, there was clues all along.
I criticized the last episode because I felt like it was a filler episode
of Loki.
This episode was absolutely not a filler. This episode, I guess, like doubled down on the plot to make up for the last one, because so many things happen in this episode that you can't even talk about. Like, I'm just like, what did I just see? What the hell? And I wanted to say that I really like the Morbius character.
Mobius is really cool. He's probably
Morbius.
Yeah, because Morbius isn't Morbius the guy from
vampire.
DC?
Yes.
Morbius. Morbius is the vampire.
I was letting Ash keep saying it because I want to see how many times he's going to say it.
You say it enough times, Jared Leto is going to show up in the show.
See what kind of co-hosts I get around here? You're supposed to have my back.
Oh, I hope. Speaking of Jared Leto, I hope he doesn't bring his Joker game to the.
Dude, I want to see this Morbius movie. I rewatched the trailer the other day. I really want to see this Morbius movie.
I have a desire.
The whole story thing it's so you're getting all these villains, but you're not getting any like Spider-Man.
Well, no, they got to work out some kind, because it's Sony, right? Sony can only use Spider-Man in a Spider-Man movie or in an MCU.
Well, Into the Spider-Verse is supposed to come out next year, I think.
Into the Spider-Verse. Well, that's an animated movie.
No, but I'm saying they're talking about they're going to have the Miguel O'Hara.
Yeah, in the cartoon, right? The animated movie?
The animated one, yes. So
yeah, the one that Oscar Isaac voiced. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I think they're going to have Spider-Woman in that one, too. Jessica Drew, I think.
Yay.
Hey, I like Jessica Drew.
You like everybody.
That's not true. I like more people now than I did. Like, when I first got into comics, I did...
Tell me a Spider-Verse character you don't like.
A Spider-Verse character I do not like.
The manga one.
I'm not a huge fan. Miles Morales is an alright character, but I'm not a huge fan of Miles Morales like other people are.
He's the main character.
Yeah, I said what I said.
All right.
Also Penny Parker.
Miles would make more sense. I said I don't mind Miles, but the problem with Miles is Ash agrees. You can't have Miles and Peter Parker both being Spider-Man.
You can or you can't?
Not at the same time.
Well, good thing that Peter Parker's dying.
Well, he's dead in Miles' universe. In
Miles' universe, he's dead.
I thought he came back to life
in the comics.
No. That was
Peter
Parker from 616.
Yeah, that was Peter Parker. I think that it was confirmed that's supposed to be the Peter Parker from the Sam Raimi movies. Because if you look back at all the flashback scenes when he's talking, they're all scenes that look very similar to the Sam Raimi movies.
Yeah.
Where I can't keep track of all that nonsense. Demented for Fun says, has anything in Phase 4 of the MCU been good?
What's Phase 4? What counts as Phase 4?
Right now, the TV shows like they're Phase 4.
And the TV shows, I guess, huh?
there hasn't been any movies out yet.
Black Widow comes out later this month, I think.
The thing is that with Black Widow, she's done after Scarlett Johansson. She said she quit.
I hear the second one, Yelena, the blonde. I hear that she's supposed to be a really good character.
Yeah. There is talk though that they're gonna have Yelena Belova become the new White Widow.
She's going to be showing up, I think, across multiple projects. I think there's rumors that she shows up in Hawkeye.
They're really pushing her in the comics.
You guys see my yet? You see Demented, Follow?
Yeah. What?
Mike was asking a question about has anything in Phase 4 been good?
I know we rabbit trailed. I liked WandaVision and the fourth episode of Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
The specifics of that.
The fourth episode. Just the fourth one. There were bits of the first 3 episodes that were good on their own, but as a whole, the fourth episode.
I didn't mind. So that's the thing. WandaVision, I didn't care for the first 2. I
love the first 2 episodes.
Once I got to the third one, it's like, okay, here's the story. Let's go.
The first 2 episodes of Wanda. The first 3 are all sitcoms.
The first no. The fourth episode of Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
No. We're talking about Wanda.
Oh, okay, about Wanda.
Yeah, he said.
I like
once they reveal Darcy Lewis, aka what's her name is.
The first 3 episodes are sitcoms.
Was that 4? Okay, then
the first 3 because there's the Dick Van Dyke, there's the Bewitched, and there's the Brady Bunch one.
Yeah. I'd say you just skip all 3 of those and just go.
So Demented, I liked WandaVision. I think WandaVision was not perfect. It did have a weird landing. Mostly, it wasn't exactly what I would have done, but it was fine.
It was fine for what it was. It wasn't a home run.
It was good. It just, I felt like I had better ideas, so I was like, I shouldn't have better ideas than you guys. But for the most part, it was really good. The thing about it is the first 3 episodes are old school sitcoms.
Which, if you like old school sitcoms, you're in luck.
Dick Van Dyke and Brady Bunch. Not exactly those, but it's like Wanda making them. And so it's a little weird because it feels like nonsense. Like you're watching it going, what does this have to do with anything? And it really kind of doesn't. If you have ever watched those shows, grew up RDV says in the nostalgia, it does play into the plot later on. But I want to warn people about it because I think a lot of people, when that happened, were just like, what the hell is this crap that I'm watching, expecting the entire series to be that way, and it's not. It's only the first 3 episodes, and they're only 20 minutes long each. And then they go into full episodes, starting with the end of 3. At the end of 3, you'll see what I mean. Like, it gives you the big tease, and you're like, oh, shit. And then it kicks into a pretty cool story about Wanda, which I have to say I was impressed because I've never liked Wanda as a character in the comics. I was like Scarlet Witch, whatever. I've never liked her.
She was the guy that was banging the robot. That's all I know.
And Wanda
or Simon, depending on which era.
WandaVision made her more interesting to me as a character than she's ever been. So I have to give
Wonder Man, not her brother. Oh, or her brother. Yeah, we don't talk about that thing, Ben. Hey guys, I got to jet real quick.
Well, get out of here.
I gotta go. So I will catch y'all later. Fun talking with you guys as always.
All right.
See y'all around.
Good to see you.
The puppet teens yelling at him.
But as far as Falcon and Winter Soldier, that was a rough ride.
I liked it. It opens up with action and then it goes into story.
The first 20 minutes of Falcon and Winter Soldier was amazing.
Yeah, it felt like like you're just opening.
You were like, give me this.
You know what it felt like? The opening of Mission Impossible 2.
Yes.
Where he's climbing.
Yes.
It's rock climbing. What's going on here? It's
but
and then he goes
it doesn't give you that for the remainder. That's it. You don't get any more of that ever. So it promises you this awesome action of Falcon flying around doing badass shit, and then goes, "Oh, you like that stuff you like? Take it away."
It becomes ground based until the very the second to last episode, or the very last episode is where you get all the action of Falcon. So the first episode and the very last episode where he's flying.
Yeah,
but otherwise it's all ground fights.
Caveat to that last one.
Yeah,
I don't want to spoil, but anyways,
yeah.
Don't go into Falcon with low expectations, and also it's very, very, very political, especially at the end. The last episode was just felt like a BLM speech. The last episode felt like a struggle session. I was just like, oh God, I gotta apologize for being white. Like, it really bothered me. So
it's been me and most stuff. So like you said, I go in there. I mean, if I'm semi-entertained, I'm good. You know, like I said, I'm not paying for Disney Plus. My sister pays for it, so I'm watching it for free. So, you know, if I'm someone who's paying for this stuff, and like, you know, and then I'd be kind of upset by some of the stuff I was watching. You know?
Yeah, I mean, most of the show was political, but it was like minor. Like, you know, in the first episode, it has the whole bank scene, and it was like, oh, look, black people can't get loans. And I was just like, roll your eyes. But then it just goes on and on and on until finally, by the end, it's like, black people shouldn't even wear the stars and stripes because America is a horrible place. And I'm just
that's what it was. The guy who'd been abused by the, you know, he said like they'll never let a Captain America be black. Yeah. I was like, okay, that's cool, bro. I understand that you came from a different time, you know, but that's not what it is today. And I did like that Falcon did correct the character. He's like, hey, you're Black Falcon. He's like, they call you Black Kid?
Here's my thinking on this subject. I never really got to talk about, so indulge me a moment. The Falcon and the Winter Soldier, like, so look, we live in America, right? Yes. It's no question, just like most countries on the planet, we've had some shady spots in our history, and black people have bared a large brunt of this through slavery and civil rights issues and things like that. And those are terrible times. And those are absolutely stories that we should be telling and educating future generations about so that it never happens again. And we learn the errors of our ways. What we don't need to do is create fictional black people that never actually suffered so that we can talk about how bad it is for black people. I hate that black Captain America guy. I forget his name. What was his name?
I don't know his name, but I know it's a guy who played
guy.
He was the original voice actor for the Green Martian Manhunter in the Justice League Unlimited cartoon.
You remember the character's name?
I don't remember. Is it Henry something or Hank? I can't remember what his name was in the show.
Basically he was Captain America before Captain America, or
they're in Vietnam, Korea, or
no, they redid it for the MCU. So he was, like Korean War. Anyways, he was a black super soldier that got treated really shitty because he was black. Real black people in America got treated shitty at times because of the past. We don't need to make up fictional wrong.
Isaiah Bradley,
that's it. Thanks.
Yeah, Carl Lumbly was him.
We don't need to make up fictional characters who suffered fictional wrongs so that we as real people can feel guilty about something that never actually happened. You see my point?
Yeah.
We talk about like how Martin Luther King was assassinated and he was shot because, like, okay, cool. That he's a real person. We want to talk about all the black people that suffered. Absolutely. But this show was like, look how bad America is because of Isaiah Bradley. Isaiah Bradley doesn't exist. I'm not going to feel sorry for the sins of America over a fictional character, over things we never actually did because we just want to make up how bad America is. It was so ham-fisted. And I'm like, I just want to see, look, you just want to see Captain America, Winter Soldier, Falcon, whoever, just going and fighting bad guys, standing up for truth, justice in the American way. Can we just get that? Can we stop making people apologize for sins of people 200 years ago? No one was alive when these things happened, and no one was alive to suffer those things either.
Right.
Sorry.
But I mean, this show did have some good stuff in there. They brought up Baytrek the Leaper in there. Wyatt Russell, who plays U.S. agents in there. You know,
dude, U.S. agent
was phenomenal. I love it.
I really like John Walker.
Yeah, John Walker.
That was my favorite character. And that was another thing, too, about the show. I was like, this show's called Falcon and Winter Soldier, so why is my favorite character John Walker?
And the sad thing is, John Walker was great in the comic when he debuted going against Steve Rogers, but you'll never get Steve Rogers versus U.S. agents here at all. You'll never, and that's what I feel so robbed of that. It's like because Chris Evans didn't want to do the role anymore, so he's like, so they kill up the character, because they weren't going to recast.
Mm-hmm. That's one of the problems in the MCU is real actors get old. Comic book characters don't ever have to age. And I really wonder. I mean,
that's why, dude. This is why I love
this. Right? Disney must have realized we can't do this forever.
Yeah.
What's their plan? Are they just going to reboot the entire universe?
I don't know, but I'm saying this is why I love voice acting as far as that, because you can be as old as you want, and still as long as you have that voice, you can do the character. Kevin Conroy, until you die, we're gonna let you on your deathbed. One lower line. No, they're gonna do a what if though. That's gonna be a voice animated or animated with voice acting.
Dave is saying, are they acknowledging the chat? I just spent a whole rant was an acknowledgement of the chat.
Sorry, this is an Angle Team Live. We don't read off your comments.
I literally the whole thing I was talking about was answer to Demented for Fun's comment, which is on the screen.
Yeah,
I'm being accused of not acknowledging the chat. So
I see your Quantum Leap, and I say no, thank you. No, but it's like I want it's it. Every one of these shows in Disney and the NCMCU, it's gonna be semi-good. It's not gonna be full-on awesome. There's bad. Falcon Winter Soldier has bad stuff in it too. Aside from the woke stuff, I didn't care for the stupid girl in there. She plays Carly, the one that's like the terrorist.
Oh, I hated Carly. I hated all those characters. Like they're just
U.S. agent was
right. The idea that you could just make super soldier serum and they don't grow any muscles or anything at all. They're just like normal looking kids. And
but I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to crap over the show because I love Baron Zemo.
Zemo was cool. Look, it's not that Falcon and Winter Soldier was utter dog shit. There were good things in it. It was the reason I'm actually frustrated and I was like on that soapbox is because of all the potential that the show had. You don't see me ranting and raving about like Supergirl or Batwoman because they're just whatever. I don't even care. Like I just discard that. But Falcon, I cared about Falcon and Winter Soldier. I like the MCU and there were good things about the show. And then it would go so crazy off the rails. And like I said, the beginning, it was just kind of annoyance. I rolled my eyes. I was like, oh, look, this whole bank scene is cringe, but whatever. I move on. But by that, dude, the last episode, Venkman, was literally just preaching at the audience about shame on you, America, for being white.
Oh, at the very end, yes. After the very end,
I was just like, "Fuck this!" If I was in a movie theater, I'd have walked out.
Sir, you need to sit down. The doors stay closed until it's over. Go. Bruce Campbell can't go in.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you what. I liked. Here's the hot take of the night, RDV. I liked Captain Marvel better than Falcon and Winter Soldier.
I still haven't seen that yet. Yet I've watched all the new Star Wars trilogy, and I understand why some people don't like it, but I'm not butthurt over it. It doesn't affect me. I've watched it.
You don't like Star Wars.
I like the original Star Wars. Yes, I hate
travesty. It's like Ghostbusters 2016.
Well, you know what? I hated Phantom Menace. I hated everything with Anakin after that crap. I liked 4, 5, and 6, and that's it. I didn't need anything else. I still don't. So when this new one came out, I wasn't really affected by it because, like, dude, I already suffered through the Phantom Menace with pod racing. No, this is pod racing and all that stuff. I was like, oh, Jar Jar Binks. Like, that's the one thing that they should have brought back.
You thought pod racing was worse than riding horses on a Star Destroyer?
They should have brought back Jar Jar Binks and put him next to Rey, and really triggered people.
How about that all the stormtroopers are blacks? They're black slaves. How about that?
Honestly, the idea that you're cloning someone and he's the whole entire army.
No, they're not. They're black slaves.
No, the original. I'm just saying the Clone
No, no,
Wars. Remember, they were
That's
all
not.
jingles.
No. I'm talking about in the Disney Star Wars. Stormtroopers are black slaves.
What?
They made. Yeah, you didn't catch that in the third film when they find the other lost legion of stormtroopers on that planet.
Oh, you're talking about the new trilogy. Yes, that thing.
Yeah. Every stormtrooper is black. They're all black slaves. They're
before that though, and the second
taken from their families.
Episode 2 wasn't it the Clack of the Clones? Were they all just like versions of like Jango Fett?
Yes, they were clones. Stormtroopers were real people that were taken from their families, a la the African slave trade, where the white man came to Africa and grabbed black people and then took them back to America and made them into slaves. It's exactly what the Empire did.
That's why there's no
black. That's why all the Imperial guys are white and all the Stormtroopers are blacks.
Disney owns Star Wars and Marvel. They just could have said they're all Wakandans.
It was like shockingly like on the nose, like oh you made stormtroopers, like you literally just made the slave trade. Okay, that's interesting.
I wonder though if Captain Marvel, I know it's poorly written, if it had been written fantastic, even though Brie Larson's saying all that crap, would people still really care that she said all that stuff?
Some people would. Some people probably would.
Because that's the one thing. I know people just hate her because what she said, and then because the movie was just crap. I wonder, like, those people like, oh, this movie was so great, and then you see, like, you know, her say all that stuff. You're like, but I still like the movie though. No.
Yeah, I mean, if the work transcends it, I think the problem still comes into that it still tarnishes it. It wouldn't be as bad, obviously, because the work would be great. But I know for me, if you tarnish my like for something because you're just like this horrible person, I can't see it in the same light that I once would have. Right? Like, I'm never going to be able to go back. I used to love the Cosby Show. Like, love the Cosby Show. That was like growing up as a kid. That was my jam. Like, it was the number one sitcom in America for many years. Like, I don't ever want to go back and watch Cosby Show again. Like, I can't sit back and laugh at Heath, Huxtable, knowing that he's this weird sex predator. Doesn't matter. I mean, the show's great. It's one of the best sitcoms ever.
Wait, so I don't want to get too much into it because we'll get in trouble talking about that. But
sure.
Yes,
my point is, you get my point. Whether to argue,
I understand. Yes, why once something does something, it taints the way you look at things.
And I'm not even necessarily like directly offended. It's not like Bill Cosby came out and said anything to me directly. It's just more of, I'm just trying to give an example of once that enters into your consciousness, you can't help but it's like tarnishes the overall product. You're like, oh man,
He was dressed up as your favorite character.
I just wanted to enjoy this and not have to think about bad things,
Yeah. Stormtroopers and clone troopers are different.
Yes. Clone troopers work for the Republic and stormtroopers work for the Empire. Clone troopers are clones. Stormtroopers are not clones. Demented for Fun says Captain Marvel was not good. My issue was the bloat. Could have been good. Also, aspect better for a FF movie.
I thought the clone troopers became evil. They just follow who they want. They don't, once they turned,
So clone troopers. Let me clear up for you a little bit. Clone troopers sort of turned evil. They were programmed with this subconscious command, Order 66. So that when that was given, they had that like subconscious, brainwashing, if you will, that overwrote whatever they were before, and it caused them to call the Jedi. Not necessarily because they were evil, just and then after that point on, the clone troopers were sort of the original stormtroopers, but they were phased out after that because clone troopers don't have a long lifespan.
Yeah.
So eventually they just died off because they don't live long, and they weren't replaced with new clones. They were replaced with stormtroopers.
Ah, okay. See, I thought maybe they were just still doing the cloning thing because they're just cheap bastards. They don't. It's like you're evil. Hey, you want to be evil with me? I'm good. I'm fine. You know, it's kind of hard to recruit people, especially it's just because for how many people they had of soldiers and stuff, I was thinking like there's just. So I'm not thinking about what is the benefits of being a stormtrooper working for the Empire.
Well, the clones were because the Republic didn't have an army because it was like a peaceful thing.
Yeah.
And so when Palpatine created his plot to take over, he created this fictional enemy called the Separatists, and then because Palpatine was playing both sides, right? So he created the Separatists, who he was in charge of. He was also leader of the Republic. And so as leader of the Republic, he was like, I need an army to fight the Separatists who are going to take over. And everyone's like, yes, please, we need it. And so they went to Kamino to make the clones so that they could fight the Separatists who they were just fake. It was all a ruse to seize power. And then once Palpatine defeated his false flag enemy, he's like, okay, cool. I saved everyone. By the way, my army that you guys gave me, I'm going to kill all the Jedi with them. And now you all bow before me. And they're like,
it's just funny. It's like the recruitment thing's like, join the Empire today. It's like, oh, we're going to kill you. It's like the henchmen. Why would the henchmen who work with these villains after a while? It's like, what are the benefits? Gary just died, but I'm getting health insurance, I think. It's just one of those things.
How dare you, Ash?
I saw that.
So yeah, Captain Marvel was not a good movie by any means. But the problem with Captain Marvel was that it was just a bad movie. It wasn't an offensive movie.
When she punched the old lady. I still haven't seen. I saw that scene. I've only seen the trailer, and I'm I see there's a deleted scene where she takes a guy's motorcycle.
Punch the old lady is a total troll thing. Like the trailer makes it look way worse than it is.
I know, but it's awesome though.
It is. No, it is. Captain Marvel suffers from just blandness. There's really not a good plot. It's not a good story. Captain Marvel, Mary Sue. I just don't care about her because, oh my God, Captain Marvel's the best at everything. Oh, it's so surprising. But it didn't make me like get on my knees and like bootlick, like feel guilty for your whiteness. Falcon Winter Soldier was just over the top. Like,
I wish Brie would hit me too. I love her. Captain
Marvel had some okay scene. I mean, it had some Nick Fury in it.
Yeah, the Nick Fury scene, and that's how he loses eye because the stupid Flurkin cat. Really? It was because everybody's wondering how did he get his eye, and then we find out it's because the freaking cat.
That was dumb. You know what would have been really fucking cool in hindsight if they would have planned it all better is if he would have lost his eye to Winter Soldier.
Right, shot. Remember, I remember
a knife in the eye or something and the whole thing
that was the whole thing.
I might trusted someone I lost an eye, and I'm being like he trusted Bucky.
That was the Winter Soldier program where him and Cap and Natasha were on the run, hiding out. Yeah, that was that one, right? Yeah, that was the one.
Yeah. But I forget anyway. I mix up this that wouldn't have worked anyway because MCU Nick Fury was not back in World War II like actual Nick Fury was. So I guess that wouldn't have worked as well as I.
But
I always say I wish they would make. Look, you're gonna use Samuel L. Jackson, whatever. You're gonna race swap Nick Fury, fine. But why do you have to make it so that he's not Sergeant Fury in the Howling Commandos anymore?
I would have laughed though. The reason he didn't really. The whole entire time, you think he lost his eye? He never lost his eye. He's been playing the whole entire time. It's one of those things. It's a cop out because no one would see that coming. Say it's from a cat for a joke. Ugh.
Yeah, it was dumb. It was like this no effort phone in We need to make a Captain Marvel movie.
Like, I could see if he lost his eye because, like, shrapnel. Because he could go for a grenade or something like that, explosion next to him. Something like that. But, you know, it's
Just imagine if he was actually Nick Fury from World War II, and like at some point Bucky comes back, you know, as Winter Soldier while Cap's still on ice, by the way, right? Because Cap was on ice since the end of World War II until present day. So all these years Bucky's been activated. Nick Fury would know, has a run-in with him, thinks like, oh shit, I found Bucky, you know, holy shit, and then gets betrayed, stabbed, but because Nick Fury is a survivor, like manages to get away. And it's like maybe the only target that Winter Soldier never killed. You could have done some really cool lore stuff and then maybe had a little bit of conflict between Cap and Nick Fury at one point where Cap finds out that Nick Fury knew that Bucky's been alive all these years but didn't tell him, you know, and it's like, this is above your pay grade, Cap, and he's like, what, you know, and they get a little bit of you could have done some cool stuff. Instead it was like a cat scratched my eye.
That's what I want them to do. I want for the whole it's Doctor Strange, you know, Multiverse Madness thing, come across the Roger Corman Fantastic Four with the Hoff as Nick Fury. Can you imagine if the MCU had David Hasselhoff as Nick Fury, or not even have Nick Fury as you can have Nick Fury as Clint Eastwood the whole entire time.
You know, you could have done Hasselhoff, honestly, because I think when David Hasselhoff was Nick Fury, he was too young for the role.
Yeah.
I think David Hasselhoff now is old enough to fit the role better, in my opinion.
Right.
So, yeah, it would have been cool to see. Get him back.
James Woods is Nick Fury.
Demented says, MCU is loosely based off the Ultimate Verse. Kind of, sort of, not really. It's the things that they like about the multiverse. And then
that's the other thing. I think they're talking about doing a Namor movie. That must have fell through because weren't they originally talking about getting The Rock?
Well, they want to do everything. Marvel just wants to get all their properties out there. So yeah, Namor. Honestly,
that's what I'm dreading now because look at, you know.
I think you got to do Fantastic Four first.
Yes, but they're going to bring in Namor. They're going to do the whole Namor tempting Sue, and I'm going to see that on the screen. I'm just like, I'm not going to want to watch. I understand that's the whole point of it. She's not supposed to give in, but I don't even want to see that. It's me. It's like that had a thing back in the day. That's cool, but like it's done over with. Times change. No,
it depends if she's. I mean,
Reed, I'm a strong, independent woman. I want both.
They can do it. If they do it, I would do it before they get married.
That's the thing that.
And they just have, if they have Sue Storm, then you know, and also how like flirting and you know, kind of making passes at her is not the same as her like cheating, right? Yeah, that's just Namor. Namor needs, and same with Doctor Doom though. That's another thing.
I don't know if
gotta have Doctor Doom.
See, you never read that. You never got into the middle 2000. You weren't reading comics, so like Namor ended up hooking up with Emma Frost.
Everyone hooked up with Emma Frost.
I know. Poor Scott.
Emma Frost is the biggest slut in Marvel.
It's like Jean Grey was bad, but kill her because she's a redhead.
Demented for Fun says the Namor casting is bad. Dude, you are not kidding. Someone had posted. Let me see if I can. God, there was a. Pele.
Oh, you imagine if they would have done back in the 80s, Leonard Nimoy as Namor?
Oh, bad.
I want to say they were good.
Pele posted.
Black Panther Tenoch Huerta reportedly playing Namor.
Pele. I'm trying to do a Twitter search here. He posted someone who was cast to play Namor originally or something, and I was like, holy shit.
I found Screen Rant as a thing, and the type of Namor casting, and that pops right away. Comic Book Realm also did too. They brought it back in that Mexican actor Tenoch Huerta. I'm probably butchering his name. He's in Black Panther Forever. No. Narcos Mexico.
Okay,
Weird.
here it is. You guys are gonna shit when you see this person. You're gonna be like, that is Namor. Like, and apparently this guy is available. They had him instead of the guy that they actually got.
Yeah. That guy actually looks with the eyebrows and everything.
That guy, this is Namor in the flesh.
Yeah, that guy looks like the taxi driver from Deadpool.
I was like, wait a minute, they had this guy. His name is David Lee McInnes. Yeah.
Sounds about right. Yeah. And so they went with a new report claims that that they went for a different guy. He's gonna be in Black Panther Forever, which is really dumb that they're doing this, because are they gonna have some guy just in the helmet, never take the helmet off, and then never speak as Black Panther? Remember, he says that guy is Alex Ross Payne come to life. He's related to Daily Roth, says Dave. Look at that. The eyebrows, the hair.
And the physique, too. I mean, he's got, like, you can tell he's in shape. He's got a lean physique. Just.
I wonder if he cosplays.
Perfect. There he is. Come on. I don't know where the picture of when you see the actual guy. Do you have a picture of the actual Namor?
Yeah. Hold on. Oh. I'll show you. Hold on.
Zach is back. Says, y'all still going? Yeah.
He's like, can I come back? Am I abandoned you guys?
Yeah, Zach, we're still going. We don't. We're real men. We don't just peter out after 30 seconds.
That's what she said.
Right, Bankman?
Yep. There you go. Here's the guy.
All right, hold on.
Look at this.
Yeah,
look at this ugly mug.
This is the Namor we're getting instead, folks. What the fuck?
Oh, I know, right?
What the fuck? Ah!
This is like disgruntled, like, Oh,
God, are you kidding me?
Yeah. I don't know if this is true, because Screen Rant and CBR said this too, because apparently this guy he's gonna be an actor is gonna be in Wakanda, the new one, the Black Panther 2.
We're still cross our fingers because it's not.
Like they're like I don't know if you look up Black Panther 2, does it list this guy's name next to anything? Because like he could just be like,
I don't know until he's actually out. There's still a little bit of hope that oh my goodness, they get him.
But it's just, no, thank you.
does not look. I can't think Namor at all when I see that face. Like,
right?
Cast him as a Spider-Man 2099.
He's just like, hey guys, what's going on? I'm Namor. You wanna hang out? It's like Napoleon Dynamite. There.
Napoleon Dynamite.
He's like the third world Napoleon Dynamite. He's like he's the guy that works at the gas station, right?
Oh God.
Gosh, man.
Come on, guys, for real.
I'm the Prince of Atlantis. Gosh.
Zach says it's Pedro.
Yeah, that's I think it was Pedro right away too in there.
What the hell? It looks like Telemundo Namor.
Yep.
Namor is running a taco truck in this movie.
It's like
Taco truck Namor. Man, Ronnie, you're on fire tonight.
so this guy's taco truck.
Zach says it's not officially confirmed as 100% true. Reportedly is a big word to keep in mind here. So we can hold out hope.
And just put the keep on him too now. Super Pedro.
We hold out hope. Why hasn't Zach come back to us?
I don't know.
Apparently after he has a little time with Palpatine, he's just all tuckered out.
Yeah, exactly, right? Reed Richards is getting cucked by this guy. It's this evil black cat. Yeah, that's what happens.
I just hope they do Doctor Doom good. If they screw up Doom, I'm done with Marvel.
Dr. Doom's gonna be Napoleon Dynamite. Gosh, guys.
He better have like a deep resonating voice. I don't want the stupid cartoon shitty ass voice that they give him. Like,
I'm Dr. Doom. How's it going?
God. He needs
Doom's
to be like,
word is final.
I mean, Dr. Doom was the inspiration of Darth Vader. You know, like, don't mess him up.
Right. I mean, as cringy as the 2015 movie was, at least that guy from Nip Tuck, like he looked like Victor before the accident. Victor was a good-looking, nice-looking guy, and to do off and all. And then the thing is that the movie got wrong is like also he started having the armor peel on her skin. They should have had a face burn. Then he puts her armor on like Iron Man.
No. Demented says last Doctor Doom was great, and the one before. What are you talking about?
Not easy fantastic. I hope you're not talking about that one.
There's no good Doctor Dooms on the screen.
Well, as far as the powers go, they did in the first movie, the 2015 one.
No, he didn't. You talking about the lightning powers? What are you talking about?
The lightning powers.
That's dumb. They basically turned the Fantastic Four into the Fantastic Five and gave one of them lightning powers. And I'm Dr. Doom. Oh, it's like, no.
That's how the new one's going to sound now because you said that. I'm Dr. Doom.
That's what you cast the dude that played Batman as Dr. Doom.
I'm Dr. Doom. Yeah, sorry.
I'm Dr. Doom.
You see it? Yeah, the one where he's like, I'm trying all voices here, okay? Which was scarier?
Where are the drugs located? I can't do it right now. My voice is all messed up.
Yeah, I want to know.
Going to be a propaganda mouthpiece, says Evil Black Cat. Oh, better not.
Where's the Fantastic Four? Come on. Just give me Arnold. I want Arnold
versions.
Can you imagine if Arnold's cast and everything?
That's shame on you, Demented, for fun, because I pulled the plug after the second movie. I was never going to see Fantastic Four stick.
Actually, the best on-screen Dr. Doom has been Roger Corman one.
I don't doubt it. I do not doubt it.
Yep.
At all. Kevin Feige, you have one job left to do, and that's make Dr. Doom work. Make him work. He needs to be as fucking cool as you made Thanos.
Johnny Storm's gonna be part of Antifa.
Johnny Storm's being it.
It's like,
please, can we get no more race swapping in Fantastic Four?
Feminist.
Please, for the mother.
I'm surprised that it hasn't been in the comic books. It's like, they're like, and like Reed and Sue are like, Johnny, I understand you like girls, but we gotta apologize for our white privilege, you know. And it's like gotta move out of the Baxter Building. It's like, and meanwhile, it's like Black Panther's like, dude, I'm rich over here. What the heck are you talking about? It's like
no race swapping. Dement says, "Oh, what's going to happen?" All right, let's predict. What are they going to race swap in Fantastic Four?
First of all, they're gonna make Rita subordinate to Sue, because you can't have a strong leading guy. You know, she's gonna be the one wearing the pants, doing it around. Man, can you imagine like if they just gender swapped them all, or just actually did them all? They're all black. There you go. Every single character in the Fantastic Four is black, and we give them all the personality of what was that girl's name? Amanda from Invincible, or Allison. There you go. Reed Richards.
Reed Richards.
Griffin Renee.
I don't know. I could see them race swapping thing.
I could see them doing the X-Men like Hickman's. They're like, oh, this is a great idea. We're based exactly off Hickman's. Now I'm like, after seeing Hickman's X-Men, I'm like, the Inhumans are right to gas them all.
Dave says Human Torch will be flaming gay.
Oh, it's going to be like, what's his name? Richard Simmons. Okay, guys, flame on. Let's work those buns out.
Oh, what if they did that? What if they made Human Torch gay and then they made Dr. Doom gay? Instead of Dr. Doom being after Sue, he was after Johnny.
Dr. Doom's going to be a woman.
Oh. What if? Do you think? Oh, I could be onto something.
Or Dr. Doom, he's a capitalist. He's a rich capitalist, and the Fantastic Four are all socialists.
Ronnie says, "What's the point of race swapping Ben Grimm unless he suddenly will be Orange Man bad?" The only reason I think they could swap Ben is because Johnny and Sue were brother and sister, which is always this dumb thing about the race swap in Fantastic Four stick. I was like, wait a second, how come only one of them is black? Like they're brother and sister.
No, he was adopted, I think, in that one.
Well, yeah, right. They had to change the story,
or somebody cheated.
But people always argue to me, Ash, race doesn't matter. You can change it. It doesn't affect the story. I'm like, well, it does. Because if your sister is a certain race, that means you need to be the same race. Well, we could just change the character. Aha. Change the character. So you shouldn't change the race because we shouldn't change the character. But Ben Grimm, you can make black and his character could fundamentally be the same. In fact, they could make him even like they can make it more racist because they could say this is why he was constantly getting in fights in Yancey Street.
Wait.
He was actually
Kate Mara's character, Sue, was she was adopted one, not Johnny. So the dad was black too, and she was adopted. What?
Wait.
The black family adopted a white girl?
Had a black daughter and a white son?
Yeah.
It's been a long time since I've seen the Jeffersons. I don't remember this at all.
He wasn't dark enough.
I remember Silver Spoons with that old white creepy guy.
That's just Veronica playing. That's Veronica playing. He wasn't dark enough to be their son.
Evil Black has his prediction. Reed will be swapped. Johnny will be Bobby Drake, and the Thing will be BLM activist. I can't see them race swapping Reed because then it makes him too much like Mr. Like
he's like a black guy with a white woman.
Makes him more like Mr. Terrific. I don't know. I don't see them doing that. They could do anything, of course, but
you see that Reed Richards. Where my white wife at? Where's that woman at?
Dave's on it's like dynamite.
Ben Franklin
got it wrong. It's Dave. It's dynamite.
No, he's talking about Dynamite. The other one, the
Dynamite.
Weezy.
He's nothing. He's the
Ma'am, fantastic. Sue will go for Namer Reed. I says Namer is going to be gender swap too. It's going to be no. Namer's going to be trans. He's trans fluid. See, now I'm thinking of Dynamite. He spelled like that.
I'm just thinking they race swap Ben Grimm. They could have like Ice Cube play him.
Which one is that? Ice Cube or Ice Tray? The one that has Coco as his wife.
Ice Tray. What the fuck is Ice Tray?
There's Ice Cube and there's another one. Yeah, it's one. It's Ice. That's not Ice Tea. It's
Ice Cube is the one from Friday.
And there's another one.
But he could be Ben Grimm. I could just see him being Black Ben Grimm.
Ice.
And he grew up on Yancey Street as a gangbanger.
Oh yeah. The Ice Tray was a guest character, and that's right. Yeah, he's one of French Prince. That's Don Cheadle. What was the other one? There's Ice Cube and there's another one. There's two rappers.
Ice-T?
Ice-T, that's it. Yeah, Ice-T. Yeah. I didn't think it would be Ice-T because I'm like, that sounds so generic. Yeah, Ice-T, guys. We have him with Coco, his wife. She's gonna be Susan Richards.
Yeah, Ice-T on Law and Order SVU.
it's
watered down ice. When all the ice in your tea melts and it waters it down, that's what you get with the Law and Order.
Because you know what? I don't watch Law and Order. I've been seeing Ice Cube pop up everywhere.
Dude, if you only know Ice-T from Law and Order RDV, you need to read.
No, I know. He's from Trespass, bro.
He's also from his own rap career.
I know. I'm white. Leave me alone.
Yeah, you're not just white. You're Wisconsin white.
Hey, now you're doxing me, bro. This guy lives next to 7-Eleven in San Diego.
Not even Vanilla Ice.
Ooh, Vanilla Ice. He could be in there too. I forgot about that.
I remember when Vanilla Ice was the shit.
Actually, you know what? You should get Mark Wahlberg in and all this too. We're gonna have all these guys coming in for the MCU.
Wahlberg. We get some Eminem going on.
I mean, Eminem was in the Marvel Comics.
The hip hop MCU.
He was in with Punisher teaming up.
Oh, jeez. I think he was on the Hellfire Gala.
I think so. Not sure.
So
sounds possible.
So stupid. You see, they put Kevin Feige in there.
Oh, I have to go back and look. I went through it once.
So
I went through it once enough, and I looked through all stuff, and I just been putting it out of my mind. As far as I know, the gala does not exist.
Paulo Costa says Body Count didn't play in Midwest FM radio.
No, we had was that Good Vibrations or Good Sensation from Marky Mark, the Funky Bunch.
I remember when Body Count was a thing. The Cop Killer album.
Is that the one that just came out within the past 10 years?
Oh, Cop Killer came out like in the late 80s, I want to say.
There was one they were working on too. It was Ice-T in a new band. He was doing stuff. Or was an old one.
Ice-T had a heavy metal band called Body Count.
Okay, so that they must have been
formed it in like the late 80s, early 90s, and the first album was called Cop Killer. And the songs were like about killing cops and shit. It was like hardcore. The album got banned and they had to re-release it. So if you can find a copy of the original Cop Killer with the whatever the band song that's on that got taken off, it's worth some money.
Dave, he didn't put a bullet in Eminem. Yeah, and that's wrong on Eminem.
Dave says not heavy metal. What would you classify Body Count as?
I gotta look up because I remember they just released an album 2 years ago, I think.
Yeah, they've had multiple albums.
That's what I was thinking of, that one, because I didn't realize it was that old. No, because a lot of times these guys break up and they form new stuff.
curious what Dave would say that is if it's not heavy metal.
It says Wikipedia, American heavy metal band formed in Los Angeles, 1990.
Look at that. Like I said, 80s and 90s, like 1990s, right there in the middle.
Yeah. Ice-T states that Body Count was intentionally different from his solo hip-hop albums in that an Ice-T album has intelligence and at times it has ignorance. It was Ice-T and Ernie C were the producers. Yeah, that's what he did. He said that's what it was. 2017. No Lives Matter was the song.
So Ash is wiki accurate. Lol. Got get fucking zinged. At least you're entertaining me tonight, guys. Appreciated. Where's our boy Zach? Can't handle the heat in the kitchen anymore.
He went to bed.
Oh.
But did you see Evil Black Cat? Dr. Dre as Bishop.
Dr. Dre as Bishop. Who's Tupac gonna be?
I don't know. Forge.
Forge.
Because he's dead right now, and you'd have to play a character that's already dead. You guys give problematic. Zap noped out. Oh man.
I don't even know what that means.
I don't know.
Dave says heavy metal is a lifestyle. No, it's not. God, not GIF. Not GIF. I can't believe I just pronounced it GIF. Do you pronounce it GIF? You don't pronounce it GIF, do you?
Peanut butter?
No. The
GIF? It's called a GIF.
GIF, right. Okay, good.
If it was a GIF, it'd have a J.
Right. And it would taste like peanut butter.
Yeah. Good peanut butter. High quality.
Look at that. We agreed twice.
Yeah, and that. Yeah. Now, are you guys getting that peanut butter out of a squeeze bag now?
You know what? Actually, I was thinking about getting a bag of that because I realized the squeezy peanut butter I can use to fill up my dog's treat, like his or her Kong thing that I put treats inside, so I can, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's a chew toy.
Yeah, it's a chew toy. There we go. So normally I have to like scoop it out of the jar and put it in there, but with the squeezy thing, I can just squeeze it in there.
If you're talking about a Kong toy and you weren't talking about a dog, I'd be concerned. I put peanut butter in. Okay, I'm gone. Let's see here. Spider-Man 3, Kevin Feige pokes phone at the news of Alfred Molina doctor return.
I'm getting accused of heavy metal slander. How am I slandering heavy metal? This is not a lifestyle.
It's only heavy metal when it's depressing, right? That's how you know it's heavy metal. It's so heavy, the emotions.
I gave up the whole lifestyle aspect in high school. Hanging around a bunch of metalheads, and I was like, "Why are we all dressed like this?"
Ash was part of a hair band back in the day.
No, I did like hair bands though, but yeah, all my friends, like everyone was like, "Look," I was like, it just looked like a fucking conformist party. Like I was like, I'm tired of looking like you guys. We don't all have to have long hair.
Oh man, here we go again. Another freaking toy spoiled a movie. Just like the Batman Mask of the Phantasm. Evil Doctor Strange appears as a Funko Pop inspired by the animated mythology What If.
Well, you know, for those of us who didn't see the toy and weren't spoiled, well, now we are. Thanks, RDV.
You're welcome. That's your segment. Spoilers with Dr. D.
Jif is a kitchen cleaner, says Paulo. I don't know. I don't think Jif would be very good at cleaning a kitchen. I think that would be pretty terrible.
And so, not really much coming out soon that I've seen other than Black Widow. Everything is still pushed back. So the biggest thing I've seen everybody's been making fun of on all these like these nerd podcasts and stuff is the Indiana Jones 5 thing. Like some people were saying like it's elder abuse because like the guy's like he's pushing 80, he shouldn't be doing stuff. But you know, like I don't think he's being pushed into it. I think he hated the last one and he wants to give it proper send off. But so many people are so freaking out when they see Kenley on the set. It's gonna be bad. I mean, we already knew the last one was bad, so trying to see this new one, I'm hoping it might be different. Oof. You know he doesn't have a wrench, right? You can time him out.
No, I don't got time. That was a good one. What was I going to say about Indiana Jones? Oh yeah, this should be a rule. Indiana Jones should not be older than Joe Biden.
Is he? I think Joe Biden's older.
Mm-mm.
How old is Google's like, how old is Joe Biden's like, cannot find answer. It's like, we'll tell you always. Joe Biden is 78. They're the same age. But one's got his faculties.
Barely. Have you seen interviews with Harrison Ford?
Not recently. I don't watch TV stuff as far as talk show hosts. The last time I saw him was on Conan. I don't know how long ago that was. 2 years ago.
No. We don't need geriatric Indiana Jones. It's already bad enough. I got to see the president that way.
Well, my thing is, he's gonna say it belongs in a museum next to my bed.
I just want him to say, "I belong in a museum."
RDV did not kill himself. It was Joe Biden.
I just don't. I can't fathom how we're gonna have a good Indiana Jones movie where he's 80 years old.
How much worse can he be at running than Tom Cruise?
Tom Cruise is like 20 years younger.
Have you seen Tom Cruise run though?
I mean, yeah.
Once you pay attention to how he runs in every single movie.
What? It doesn't bother me. Tom Cruise is in phenomenal shape for his age and does his own stunts. He's pretty fucking crazy.
Well, yeah, he's part of the military. Did you hear him?
Well, he's a little nutbag, but you know, that's part of what you get when you get crazy celebrities like that. It's part and parcel what you pay for.
You know, I'm still saying he could be Hal Jordan. Let him do it.
No,
I've already seen him as Maverick.
No. Okay, first of all, rule number one: let's stop casting comic book franchise characters starting at post middle age.
Well, no, Hal Jordan, you have to. Batman stuff, you have to start him at old age, because that way you can get introduced to younger people.
No,
yes.
We need to cast actors that you can do at least 3 movies with.
We're running out of good actors. We think in the next couple of years we're going to have great people. If Robert Pattinson proves out to be worse, and we're stuck with him, and then the next generation is even worse than him.
We were never stuck with Robert Pattinson. First of all, there's a guy out there called Joe Manganiello that they cast as Deathstroke, but we're never going to see because the Snyder Cut's never going to get made. So the whole fucking post-apocalyptical thing at the end of the Snyder Cut doesn't even make sense anyway.
You're really still talking about that movie.
You could have had that guy right there. He's perfect for Batman. And guess what? He wouldn't cost you billions of dollars to keep coming back, He's a dedicated actor. He's got the physique. You would believe that he could fucking beat the shit out of people. Robert Pattinson is the worst casting job. I just do not understand what people were thinking. And every time I stare at Robert Pattinson's face, I go, "This is not Bruce Wayne." He cannot pull off Bruce Wayne.
Well, he should be like one of the younger wards.
He could pull off a Nightwing. Like Robert Pattinson as like an old, kind of like washed out Nightwing, totally would buy. I just not. He doesn't have the physique. He doesn't have the gravitas. He doesn't have the charisma. There's so many things that are going to Batman that he just can't replicate. And people go, "Oh, but Ash, you don't understand. He did these other movies where he proved he could act." Well, yeah, you know who else can act? The dude who played fucking Tyrion Lannister. You want him as Batman too? Like, just because you can act doesn't mean you're supposed to be Batman. Fuck. Sorry. Yeah, get your soapbox back. Evil Black Cat says Tom Cruise and Eric Breen are the same age. The more you know. Ryuk says, "Wow, this is still going? Well, we were waiting for you, man." Pattinson is no worse than Kilmer and Clooney. Oh, patently untrue. Are you kidding me? No, come on. That just silly. Now I'm not saying they were great choices.
Kilmer would have been a great Jean Paul Valley.
But number one, Kilmer is a fucking way better actor. But regardless, both of those guys at least showed up. Pattinson doesn't even want to work out for the role.
Well, I heard Skip said that was a rumor that he actually is working out. Now, I've never seen any pictures of him recently, so I don't know if he's put on weight.
Keanu Reeves should be Old Man Nightwing? No way. Keanu Reeves is Nightwing. Are you kidding me?
Keanu Reeves should be Old Man Red Hood.
No.
Jason Todd.
No.
I get guns. Lots of guns.
No.
Actually, Keanu Reeves is Deadshot.
Barani says no, Pattinson doesn't have the other America's butt that Nightwing requires for the role. Yes, but you can have a butt double, Rania.
I mean, what's the other guy? Kevin Porter? Is that the guy from the Bat in the Sun? He's got the build, dude. You put him inside the costume, he's great. And now, as far as him being Bruce Wayne, well, as long as we hardly see him as Bruce Wayne, it's fine. I want this Batman. I don't need Bruce. It's a Batman movie. We don't really need Bruce as much.
What do you mean you don't need Bruce?
I just want Batman. Give me
Batman
Halloween.
is Bruce, right?
What?
Bruce is Batman.
No, he's just Batman. Bruce is a facade. You don't need Bruce.
Oh yeah. You're one of those people that like the new Batman. He just wears a mask and he can be anybody.
As long as you don't see his ugly face, yes. That's the thing. I want Batman. Give me Arkham style. We never see Bruce at all. We just see Batman the whole entire game.
So Demen says, as Bruce, put the cat back on the glue, Ash. No, as Bruce, yeah. I'm talking about Clooney and Kilmer. Look, I don't think that they're great Batman casting. I'm just saying that Pattinson is so much worse that it makes those guys look okay.
Actually, what does Chris O'Donnell look like? I haven't seen him in a while.
Chris Evans didn't need a butt double. Tom Holland didn't need a butt double. Brie Cheese Larson, she's straight from the shoulders.
Well, Brie Larson had a butt double. She had Tom Holland stepping.
Yeah. Well, just because they didn't need a butt double doesn't mean you can't have a butt double, Marania. I mean, come on. Keanu would suit Old Man Nightwing for the New Order miniseries.
Oh my gosh, I would love to see Chris O'Donnell come back in.
Keanu's too tall for Nightwing. Nightwing's not tall and lengthy like Keanu. The physicality of those two don't match for me. I actually could see Keanu Reeves. Honestly, I could see Keanu Reeves being Reed Richards. A little tough though, because once he delivered his lines, that would be tough. I don't know, because Keanu Reeves is great. I love Keanu Reeves, but he does not have the vocal delivery of like a super intelligent person.
I'm starting a hashtag. Bring back Colin Farrell as Bullseye.
Isn't Colin Farrell getting old? And wouldn't we need Daredevil?
He's playing the Penguin right now.
Demented said people said that about Ledger before Dark Knight.
People said about Keaton, well, Batman. The Keaton being Batman, because everyone was used to 66.
No, okay. Here's the thing.
Batfleck did the same thing.
Here's the thing. I was wrong about Keaton on Batman. I was wrong about Heath Ledger on Joker, and I was absolutely wrong about Ben Affleck as Batman. So I know I'm making a very bad argument for myself by admitting my batting average.
In a hat trick against you.
but I've learned from those things, and the things I was wrong about also were not the same things that I have a problem with Pattinson. Furthermore, when I was wrong about Keaton and wrong about Heath Ledger and wrong about Batfleck, I didn't see any of them. I've now seen Pattinson Batman. I've seen him in action. And it does not work. It just does not work. He has to wear a fucking neck brace in his suit because his neck is so skinny that it looks unnatural, that he doesn't look like the physique he's supposed to have. Because guess what? He didn't build up any physique, and he wears a fucking neck brace. It's really terrible. But we'll see. Look, I won't be the first time I ate crow. I swear I was shouting from the rooftops about Ben Affleck as Batman. I thought that was the worst casting job, and I ate a big plate of crow.
I didn't like his. The reason I don't want to be cast because I knew how much of a shitty person he was. I didn't want him to get any more roles. You know, I'm like, this
can't be trusted. No,
that's laughing at that
because I'm honest. I don't just make up bullshit.
The next one, Twilight, we get it.
But I also recognize I'm human. I'm not.
Well, I'm just saying, when I saw the movies I've seen, Ben Affleck was in Bounce, and he was in what was it, Chasing Amy, and then Mallrats. It's just like, and then seeing him like go from Daredevil. Daredevil, it was not really his fault. I mean, I don't know why they casted him as that though. I didn't really think he fit the role, but the writing was bad on that movie. But I love the fact of how they got Michael Clark Duncan as Kingpin. That was great, you know. Oh, they race swapped him. Who cared? He actually fit the role. It didn't just race swap; it's a race swap. They went for the better actor.
Yeah. So, Michael Clark Duncan brought that physicality that they just couldn't. There was no one that could do it.
Which sucks because they would. Because I would have loved that. Even if he was alive, he'd be still too old. I would love to have him. They did an Invincible live action. Play the guy that turns into stone.
Yeah.
The guy. The mom.
Can you imagine Invincible live action?
I know, but they'd have to. They'd have to. Like, if they kept the gore.
That's what I'm talking about. Like. The animated gore is so much more like palatable, but like if you saw that much like realistic gore, it would just be like Jesus.
Originally, they were supposed to be a live action though, and then they settled for an animation though.
Can you imagine the subway as live action?
Oh, the guts and spine and just everywhere. It's just like
It'd be rated X.
We've seen The Boys, yes, you know, but yeah, it just
no. In The Boys, you see like a person explode and blood splatters, and then it's over.
Yeah.
In Invincible, dude is held
got gored, guys hanging out
into an oncoming subway as it plows through him, and he plows through body after body.
I know the bodies just rip it in half. It just no. I was talking about Daredevil the movie from back in the day. But I'm trying to think though, like, you know, it's like, you know, Keanu Reeves like as a comic book character, and I mean, just give me Berserker. I'm good with that. You know, they eventually will do. But
Demented for Fun says Superman Returns hurts my soul. Not sure if it was less than Man of Steel.
They never should have had him at a kid. That was the bad.
Did you not ever see Quest for Peace? Because
Ooh, that
those
was
of us who saw Quest for Peace,
loved it.
no, that said no one ever.
I just did.
You haven't seen it.
I've seen it, yes.
So
Nuclear Man.
if you'd seen that movie, it's impossible to have the next Superman movie, Superman Returns, hurt your soul because it's so much infinitely better. It's, Superman Returns is a very bad film in many ways, but succeeds so much in many ways compared to the previous two Superman films before it.
Oh my gosh. Rex Smith is Daredevil. Loved it. Sorry for behind you. I was a fan of the Incredible Hulk TV series, and I saw that. I loved it. I even loved the Thor they had on there. This was a guilty pleasure. I was like, it's so corny, but I was like, wow, this is kind of cool.
Director's cut of Daredevil is better for what it's worth.
I
I've
agree.
heard that. I've really heard that, and I really want to.
I've seen it. I own it.
Is it noticeably better?
There's a few extended scenes, but you're still getting the same thing. You're just getting more. It's like the CW cut. You know, with Superman and Lois, you're getting a little bit more scenes, a little more.
So it doesn't really make a difference, is what you're saying.
For me, it doesn't. You know, it's still him. I'm blind. I'm Ben Affleck.
Sometimes, I mean, that makes a big difference.
Yeah.
And I had heard that the guy who did the Daredevil movie was actually like a very big Daredevil fan.
Yeah.
Like,
well,
and that the many of the problems in the movie were attributed to like studio cuts and notes and the different things. And so people have told me like, oh, as you guys see the director's cut, it's like it's much better. And so I was like, oh, okay, because I like Daredevil. I want it to be a good movie. It just wasn't. But fortunately, I saw Elektra, and that made Daredevil seem so much better.
And Jennifer Garner. Yeah. Like I said, like my biggest problem is if I'm like Jimmy's age, you know, never seen Daredevil, I don't know who Ben Affleck is. I just go watch it, and I watch it. I probably like it better because it's just at the time I knew him from Mallrats playing the pompous prick, you know,
right?
Yeah, to go into that, I was just like, this is a total flop of what he normally does.
Yeah.
Or what was it?
That's why I was so against the Batfleck, because I saw the Daredevil. I was like, you're gonna put Daredevil as Batman? Like we already saw because Daredevil is very similar character.
Jersey Girl, that's the one that one was bad.
Hey, don't be talking shit about Jersey Girl.
Hey, they're right together. She didn't die.
Are you thinking of Geely? Mixing them up?
Is that Geely? Which one is it? The one with Jennifer Lopez?
Geely.
Was it Geely? What was Jersey Girl?
Jersey Girl's the one where he's a trash guy and he has a kid at home, little girl.
And I thought Jennifer Lopez is the one he gets with.
Maybe. He probably did multiple. Geely is the one where they're like hitmen.
Okay, it wasn't that one. It had been Jersey Girl.
No. Don't be talking trash about Jersey Girl.
And Jennifer Lopez in it, yeah. She plays Gertrude. Liv Tyler's in there too. Oh, Zach was gonna like it. Wow.
Since I just got reminded of the Elektra movie. Oh God, I remember the Elektra movie. Oh God, no. Now you have to go to sleep thinking about it. That's what I saw. I was like, because Daredevil and Batman are very similar characters, and so I was like, I already saw him play Daredevil, so I know what to expect with Batman. But he really evolved. Like he played Batman so much different.
I would love to see like the Charlie Cox get a own movie because I love the series. It was serious, and it's just me, and that's what when I'm reading the Chip Zdarsky stuff, I'm looking at it like okay, if they did this, you'd bring in Charlie Cox, bring in that kind of character, and it would work.
I had heard rumors that Charlie Cox was signed by Disney.
That's the thing that I don't. There was supposed to be rumors he's supposed to be in Far From Home or something like that, or some other thing.
Yeah, Far From Home. I think no, not Far From Home. The new Spider-Man, the third
Yeah,
one.
the third one. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's just yeah.
that'd be cool.
That was.
I think that would be a very good, smart move for Disney, to build on that goodwill and use the actors,
yeah.
because you don't necessarily have to acknowledge the Netflix shows. What
Mhm.
you do is you write around them such that you make it so that if fans want to, in their own head canon, say like, oh, this is the same character, like those Netflix characters are the same character, then it can work. But you never explicitly acknowledge it, right? So you have deniability to be like, no, it's that Netflix is separate.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
let fans just make up their own mind. I think that'd be really great.
Like I said, you watch that. You're watching Daredevil. Like, okay, this is kind of weird. It's kind of slow, and then you get to the hallway scene. That first hallway scene, where he's going after the kid, rescue the guy's kid, and it just the whole hallway fight scene choreography is just like it's insane. And then later on you get to the prison fights. I think that's in season 2 or season 3.
So what you're saying is you're okay with Daredevil being in prison?
Well, no, he was in prison. He was visiting Kingpin.
In a prison.
Yeah, but he didn't stay there for 7 hours or 7 issues or 10 issues, or whatever we're on now. Like, it's so weird that like he's in prison.
Walk it back. Okay.
Hey, sure. He doesn't have an orange jumpsuit with the orange mask on. I am in prison. I can't leave. I'm going to serve my.
What are you, one of those Orange Man bad people?
Well, I don't want to prison Daredevil. He's now in prison for what? My full 15 years. Like what?
10-year run of Daredevil. He just never leaves prison.
I know, right? In the comics, yeah, it started off, but the point was we're getting Elektra being Daredevil, and he's just being Matt Murdock, a grumpy old guy.
He's not either. And look, Demented for Fun has backed me up. So democracy wins again. 2-1. You lose.
The thing that kills me most is if you see the fact that they brought in Mike Murdock, his make-believe brother.
I'm not a fan of the Mike Murdock thing.
And like it's going to cause more problems from down the low.
I'm not a fan of the Mike Murdock thing, but you're right. It probably is going to cause more problems.
And it's like
cause problems. So far, it's been buttery smooth. And by the way, I'm just going to say on the record, because I didn't get to participate, I did listen in on the repeat stream of those Razzies, and people nominating Daredevil for the Razzies and saying that the whole King in Black was a travesty at Daredevil is horseshit. Sounds like people that didn't read the comics. Daredevil was handed beautifully during King in Black. It was absolutely a clinic on how you do an event crossover in comics was what Daredevil did in King in
Black. That's the thing. They said the symbiotes. They're sick of that. The King of Black was the most overrated thing because it's symbiotes.
Symbiotes all you want, but to say that the comic went down the tubes is horseshit. It treated the event how an event should be treated. During the time that the world was surrounded by symbiotes and Null was kicking ass on everyone, the Daredevil comic reflected the world around it without actually forcing you to go into that storyline. It just had symbiotes on the streets that Elektra ran into, and then also Matt Murdock's in jail, and one of the symbiotes breaks into the jail, and they have to fight. But it was smooth. It didn't disrupt things, and it didn't force you to overinvest in things either. It's how events always used to be done, and it's what we can old timers complain about. Like, we wish there was more continuity, and then it's like, here we get perfect continuity, and it's like now we're bitching that the continuity exists. Like, that's stupid. I was very upset, and now I've said my piece.
I know. I said, like, I defended the book. Why you voted? We're just sick. I mean, you had Angleton, you had Eric, or both. They're just sick of the symbiotes. There's just, I mean, other people, not just Sam. There are other people that are in the chat.
They're not reading it. Eric wasn't reading it, and I'm.
I know.
Not reading it at that point too.
But if you bring up symbiotes, that's usually what most people complain about. They're like, "I'm just sick of the symbiotes, the whole Venom thing, it's
sure.
like blah blah blah."
And if you
it's
say
like,
that,
okay, then you're not reading it though.
Just say that. That's fine. You can say, you know what? I'm sick of symbiotes, so I didn't read it. Okay, cool. Like, dude, I totally understand.
But but the fact that they're voting for books that they didn't read.
Yeah.
But, that's what it's not authentic. That's why I said I was thinking like this. Do a redo, man, because some of the stuff they got nominated on there. Well, they're nominees. There's still some on there that deserves to be on there, but I don't know. Yeah, Demented. Right now, Chip Zdarsky. I mean, I don't really want to spoil it too much for you, but he's.
Again.
I think he's talking.
Comics.
Were you talking about which one was he talking about? The Brubaker books. Okay.
What do you think? I avoid all that. I was referring to the Brubaker books. Well, dude, Demented. I'm telling you, Daredevil is the best book at Marvel right now. It's been the best book at Marvel for 31 issues. They're on issue 31 now. Chip Zdarsky has been delivering a very solid book with
finally get back
by Marco Cicchetto, who's one of the best artists at Marvel. The fact that this team has been together for 31 issues and the storyline has been consistent and relevant, with some really great, memorable moments throughout it. This is one of the best ongoing series it is absolutely the best ongoing series I've read.
I agree. You're satisfying because every choice he makes has consequences, and it shows up in the book.
Yeah,
it sounds. And
every time there's like a weird direction that at least for me, where I'm like, oh, they're going in this direction. Chip Zdarsky pulls it out and like shows me like, oh, he had it in control. Like he knew what he was doing. Because I was constantly like cringing. Oh, they're gonna go Oh, he didn't. Oh, Chip Zdarsky did something interesting. Oh, okay, this makes sense. Oh, okay, dude. I'm telling you, I was one of those people too. When I saw the King in Black issue, I was like, oh fuck, I don't want it. This book was so good. Why are we gonna mess it up with King in Black?
But it was
and then the issues came out, and I was like, you know what? This actually is exactly how I would have wished they would handle it. Like he just knew it and said, you know what? So there's symbiotes in the world right now. The world's under assault by the Null. Like the world would reflect that. So I'm going to have my story basically be invaded. It was the ongoing story he was still telling. Matt Murdock being in jail. And then all of a sudden fucking symbiote crashes and breaks into the jail, but he's like locked up, and so it's like murdering inmates and guards and stuff, and Matt's like, set me free, I can help, and like so he has to like find a way to get free so he can defeat this. And it was like, that was neat. It wasn't the most epic story you're ever gonna read.
It was done in 2 issues, and not only of that, because right now you have Elektra taking over as the Daredevil while he's in prison. She's taking up the mantle temporarily. But and then she's kind of turning over a new leaf. She's not killing, and it's fun. And I love to see it because it's really frustrating her because
trying not to kill. Yeah.
She wants to kill. She's like, this is pointless. They just like, But she's like, well, I do, but Matt, I'll do it his way. But I'm thinking like, she's gonna get frustrated, and she's either just gonna start killing or she's gonna yank him out of jail and say like, this because. Especially with Bullseye coming back into the picture, it's gonna be crazy, and Matt's gonna be forced to come out of jail. He's like, he can't stay in there. And the thing is that, he's so wrapped up in his head. He's so like, he's so freaking high and mighty though. That's the thing that's driving me nuts. And even other inmates are calling him on his bullshit. It's like, dude.
Well, that's what I like.
Yeah. You don't belong in here. Why are you in here?
He's an aware enough writer that he can present multiple perspectives.
Did you read the current issue?
Not the newest one.
Oh, dude, you gotta read it.
I know.
But I mean, like, I just my only gripe is the fact he's still in prison. He hasn't like kicked himself in the head and like, you know what? I realized I made a mistake.
Dude, okay, look, that's
fair. It's just weird. it just worries me because I'm like, is there a plot going on, or is he stalling until he figures out where he's gonna go?
Look,
that's my thing.
I hear you. I think that's a fair argument, but honestly, I think it would have been cheap if they would have done this like Matt Murdock going to jail. Because remember, he's going to jail of his own devices. This isn't like someone framed him and he's going to jail. This is Matt Murdock going, I'm guilty. I'm a hero. I shouldn't be above the law. I'm going to pay my time. Like I should. Right? So we admire him for his integrity, right? This is a story of Matt's integrity, whether we as a fan want him in there or not. Now, if he goes into jail and then he's out in like 3 issues, it feels cheap. And so what I'm admiring about the story with Matt, this whole thing, is that Zdarsky's been able to tell a story about Matt Murdock in the jail, and he's basically Daredevil inside the jail, and we're getting stories that way. And look, you can do this. Like HBO had an entire series about being in jail that was successful called The Oz. One of the most popular Netflix shows of all time was about being in jail the whole time, Orange is the New Black. So I kind of understand, like, oh, he's been in there for like 6-7 issues already, but it's like, I would encourage you to just sit back and say, instead of going, oh, he needs to get out of jail, like sit back and see where it goes and enjoy a different perspective story that we haven't seen with Matt Murdock before. That's what I'm doing. Is like, okay, look, if you want to, you can have him be 12 issues in jail. I'll be okay with it as long as it's an entertaining story. So far, it's been entertaining.
He's been in jail for 8 issues now.
So, and what I am liking about it is that we're getting the Matt Murdock story. Under a shitty writer, they would have just locked him away in jail, and then every issue would have been Elektra as Daredevil.
But my theory is that Marvel pulls the plug on this, and he doesn't get it because he has Zdarsky has this huge long story, and then he's forced to rush it at the end because they want to cancel it.
Yeah, well, if that happens, I'll be right there. I'll be right there. But I don't want to put the cart before the horse. My only point is, under a worse writer, we could have seen a thing where it's like, okay, Matt's in jail, let's forget about him for 12 issues while we tell a story about Elektra. And that's like what DC's doing with Batman, right? You go, oh, look, you get this Jace Fox or whatever. And it's like, well, who the fuck's this dude? I don't want this guy. Well, we're going to get over with Peter Parker. Oh, Peter Parker's dead. Now we're going to have Ben Reilly as Spider-Man for however long. You know, like this is not the case. We're not absent Daredevil. In fact, the story of Elektra is like a third of the book. Most of it's Matt Murdock. We just get glimpses of Elektra's story. She's still very much a sub character. She's not the main character. And I did not see that coming. When this happened, I was like, oh God, we're going to get Elektra running around. Okay, it'll probably only be like for 3 or 4 issues and Matt will be back. And had it been that way, had she just been the main character, I'd have been like, yeah, we're done. Get Matt Murdock back in the saddle. But he's been in the saddle the whole time. And so I'm cool with that.
Oh. I'm a big fan
of that book because it's like, it feels like an underdog, right? It feels like it gets a lot of beating, and I want it to succeed, and I want it to get the attention it deserves.
Yep. It is a good book. I said, like, I'm just like, I like seeing Matt being Daredevil, but not behind prison. I'm just like, I understand, like, we're gonna do this, something like, I really hope whatever is going to happen next, after he finally gets out of prison, it's going to be like blow my socks off. Otherwise, I'm just so irritated because they're spending money on this, because Marvel has a thing like that where they just like puffer out.
Ryuk says Ash wants Matt in jail for the next 3 reboots.
Yes.
I don't know what I want is Matt to stay in jail until 2099, and then we get Daredevil 2099. We find out it's Matt. He finally got out of jail.
You know what we need? For in the multiverse madness thing? I want Ben Affleck back as Daredevil.
Shut the fuck up.
Give me that. Old man Daredevil.
Oh man.
Who are you? I'm Old Man Murdock. You know, if they do a reboot of with Daredevil, they could have had Ben Affleck play his dad.
Yeah. No, we don't need to. We need Ben Affleck to stay away from the MCU.
We have Tom Holland. I'm now Matt Murdock. I'm blind. Look, I can do backflips.
Matt Fleck for the win. Oh my goodness. Dude, totally. You know, that's what totally would have happened if they would have ever done a Batfleck movie. They would have had Matt Damon beat Gordon. I totally see it.
Oh, you know what I want? Oh, even better. You could have Matt Damon beat Bullseye
No.
versus
what? What? Get
Daredevil.
out of here. No, dude. Come on. Imagine Matt Damon with your fucking porn stash. He's Gordon.
Speaking, I actually shaved that off.
Good.
He's being sick right now. It's just
Good. I
like
was having nightmares.
we had nightmares.
Riek says, "You want dumb-faced Affleck as DD?"
Well, not as a movie, just in part of the movie as like the multiverse thing.
He just wants it. He just wants it as a poster for his room, Riek.
Of course I do. The Matt Damon with the porn star match.
Daredevil was beloved when it came out. Still haven't seen it. Weird how public opinion shifted. I assume it was due to the quality of superhero movies getting better. Yes, very much cult film video.
It did get crazy.
Daredevil came out during a time where we never had seen movies like Sam Raimi's Spider-Man or the MCU or Nolan's Batman trilogy. At the time, the best superhero movie was Blade. So Daredevil was like, holy shit, it's kind of cool. And then we saw Elektra and the character.
Who was the kid in there? Who played Ben Urich? Yeah, Joe Pantoliano. He was an awesome Ben Urich.
Joey Pants was Ben Urich?
Yeah, Joey Pantoliano.
That's a weird. Ben Urich. Yeah, no, Black Cat reminded me that J.K. Simmons is already Gordon in that universe. I mentally blocked that out of my mind because that's stupid.
Did you know that Jon Favreau was Foggy Nelson?
Yes.
Yeah.
Everyone knows that.
I forgot that
Jon Favreau directed those movies.
I forgot that Karen Page was even in the movie.
She was in a movie?
She was in the movie with that. She was part of the Daredevil cast. Ellen Pompeo played her.
Joey Pants needs to work with Johnny Lakes.
I don't know.
I just can't see Joey Pants as Ben Urich.
Go back and watch it, man. We'll do a popcorn flick. You know, we can watch it together.
Kevin Smith was the Morgue guy. I know that was a cringy scene. That was not a good scene.
2003, man.
J.K. Simmons is a talented actor, and he absolutely is the best J. Jonah Jameson will probably ever get. But he is not Gordon. Like I was like,
it is crazy though how. I was just gonna say how it's crazy how that movie did well at the box office. For a budget of $78 million, it brought in almost 180.
You know, with the Snyder Cut?
No, I'm talking about the original Daredevil film.
Oh,
no,
the Snyder Cut, I think, had about the same budget.
It was the opposite. It brought in 78 million and had 179.
I'm still thinking about the Snyder Cut, man. I think. Okay, I'm going to ask. There's a good topic. Of the three Zack Snyder films in the DCEU, Man of Steel, Batman vs. Superman, and Snyder Cut, what rank do you put them in as best to worst?
As far as Snyder Cut, as far as all the Batman movies, or just Batman and like
Man of Steel, Batman vs. Superman, and you can have any cut you want. So if you want to say Batman versus Superman Ultimate Cut, that's fine.
I didn't know I've never watched the director
You
cut.
have to see the Ultimate Cut. Oh shit, dude.
No, I've never seen. I've only seen the original cut, and that's where he snaps Zod's neck. I don't know if they changes or not.
No, that's Man of Steel.
Man of
Batman
Steel.
versus Superman. There's an Ultimate Cut, which is like 20 or 30 minutes longer. And it's that's the version you have to see. It clarifies all sorts of things that were just cut out of the film that didn't make any sense. You're like, why the fuck is this person doing this shit?
My only problem is that movie was it just felt so dark. And then you had
it doesn't look. It doesn't make the movie perfect. But I'm just saying.
No, of course you don't.
Better.
Alcohol makes the movie better.
Well, that too. So of the 3 movies, and then the chat can get involved too.
All right.
And like I said, the best cut. So you guys, if you're answering BVS, you can say, the Ultimate Cut or whichever cut is your favorite.
Based on what I watched, I'll say Justice League, the director's cut, is probably the best. Then Man of Steel, because I've only seen the original. I've never seen the cut. And then Batman versus Superman is below Suicide Squad.
But is it worse than Birds of Prey?
Oh, that's a good question.
Okay, I'm with you.
These are my stuff, my things.
I'm with you. I am with you on everything except for the Ultimate Edition of it is better than Suicide Squad.
What about the normal edition?
No, I agree with you. The regular edition is worse than Suicide Squad. So yeah, I'm the same order.
Leo Black Cat. Wow, that's a good ranking right there. I can get behind that.
Man of Steel, 20 feet of dog shit. Yes, Zack Snyder, Justice League 4 BS, whatever version I watched. Snyder Cut for me is absolutely if Man of Steel didn't have that second half, the first half of Man of Steel is so good. And then Pa Kent dies, and that movie just fucking fell off a cliff. I was like, what the hell? What am I watching? But up to that point, I love Man of Steel. Batman versus Superman, the Ultimate Cut, is a flawed film. Absolutely. Like all the complaints, like Batman's running around killing people like a fucking maniac. I still absolutely to this day I can't stand the whole "your mother's name Martha." Wait, your mother's name Martha? Oh, let's be friends.
Why'd you say that?
I like, okay, that's throwing Doomsday into a Batman versus Superman. The movie's supposed to be Batman versus Superman. Why is Doomsday into this?
I thought it was The Dark Knight Returns.
But at the end,
I got the bat suit on. I'm gonna hook it up.
God, trying to throw too much into one movie.
I know, right?
But at the end of the day, if you just strip all of that out of there and you say, let me just watch this, it's a visual extravaganza that is just fun to watch in the same way like watching monster truck rallies or something. It's spectacular and it's beautiful to watch. And like I said, it's fun. It's dumb for a DC fan. You're like, I don't understand why they're doing these things. But if you just strip out the DC elements of it and just watch it for like a big budget popcorn film, the Ultimate version works because, like I said, the Ultimate version puts back in like 20 to 30 minutes that like make the plot work, where you're like, oh, these are why characters are doing these things.
Dude, I am so shocked for the Batman versus Superman. There was no parody where it's like Batman's like, hold on, I need more extension cord for my armor. Plug it in, power it up.
Stupid.
But it's just because I did they keep that part in from the comic book where he grabs the lamp and like electrocutes him. He connects the suit at the last ditch. Because that was in the animated movie though. They did the last edition. I saw that. I was like, dude, that's awesome.
But the Snyder Cut, I just got to see it recently. and like I talked to you behind the scenes, remove the dumb epilogue where it's like in the post-apocalyptic future that doesn't make any sense. Everything else to that point, I loved that movie. It is just an epic, like magnum opus of self-indulgence, but at the same time, like a celebration of just comic geekdom and just being like, let's throw superhero, like let's throw Justice League gods on the screen and let relish in them. Zack Snyder made all of the Justice League characters feel like super beings, right? Like, dude, the bank scene with Wonder Woman, was she dude was awesome.
The guy at the end, the guy explodes.
Dude,
they changed that from the original one where
I've never seen the original.
I believe the original cut, the guy the bank scene over or whatever it was, he doesn't die. And this one, like he basically like gets thrown up with a bomb and he just dies.
All of these characters felt like, oh, these are superheroes. Like they're not just, oh, I got some couple powers, I can do some stuff. I was in awe. And the way Zack Snyder shoots it, like the majesty of these characters. And like when Superman comes back and then the whole Justice League has to try to stop him. And after he's like built them up to be such badasses in their own individual like little vignette stories. And then it's like now they all have to go together against Superman. He just like brushes them off. Like you're just like, oh my God. I just love the way that movie. Is it a perfect movie? Absolutely not. Is it an accurate representation of Justice League in the comics? Absolutely not. But was it something I've never seen on screen before in far superhero films? Absolutely. And it was like watching an epic rock concert, just with the best light show you've ever seen. And it just went on and on and on, and it never like delved into just nonsense for nonsense sake. Like I felt like all of these scenes were needed, and I was just captivated. I love the Snyder cut. Like I said, except for that ending was bogus. Like I don't know what the hell's that's all about, but you can stop the movie before that. So there you go. That's my thoughts.
And that's been Ash Rants.
Well, it's just my opinions.
I don't know.
Oh God, here we go with Podcast BS. Yes, Ash, he died unnecessarily. He did. He's dead. Get over it. No, I'm not upset that he's dead. I'm upset that the movie went stupid after he died. I want to be clear. I'm okay that Podcast dies. I'm not convinced that he died in the right way, but
yeah, that's my best thing was that too. And I don't know if the ultimate cut changes there or not, but the whole thing is like, no, Clark, you're gonna scare people if you use your powers. That's what I got from him. It's like, what? You know, would have been the Dean Cain, you know, his father, or not the one that the Dean Cain's, you know, Superman, his parents were much better than what we get in the live action ones. I've noticed that.
I liked Mom Pa Kent. I just felt it was a good examination of Superman as a character, which to me is always what makes Superman interesting. It's like, what makes the dude tick? Why does he do the things that he does? That to me is more interesting than seeing him punch through buildings. And at first, watching the fight is pretty awesome because it visually was like especially at the time, you're like, oh wow, we never seen Superman like this before. But then it just went on and on and on and on and on. And then it still kept going. And you're like, Jesus, this whole fight scene is like the length of a movie itself.
Did his mom make his costume in the movie?
No, it was
Kryptonian armor, wasn't it?
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Man of Steel 2, Superman and Lex Luthor solve their differences because both have the middle name Joseph.
Cult saying that Dean Cain should have played Aquaman's father. Man, It's crazy how, like I said, the '90s. I said I love the Dean Cain Superman. I love the parents in that. I thought they were the best portrayal of the parents, and like it's just the whole thing, it was kind of corny. But even got the Diabolical Lex Luthor, you got Inner Gang, you got everything you wanted. This new Superman Lois is never gonna feel like that, and I'm okay with it, because it's just. They just don't do stuff like they used to do back in the day. And I hate this. I hate when people say that because, like, you're just a nostalgia person. You hate anything that's new. And I'm starting to see that from, like, some older people. Just, no, some of the stuff was written by stuff because it actually was good. Some of the stuff that's being written today has no emotion.
Dude, I am okay. I hate when people accuse me of that because I'm okay when things make changes.
No, you're not.
You need to make changes for the right reasons. Like, because I'm a big advocate for the Nolan Batman movies. Those are the best. Those are among the best comic book movies ever made. And he changed all sorts of fucking shit in there. But he did it in many ways arguably better than the I think I know I'm going to get some flack here. I think Venom was, or sorry, not Venom. Bane was done better than the comics.
I just don't. I want the South American Bane. I don't want this other one, the Tom Hardy one. I mean, he was okay for what it was, what it limited what it do, but I want the Luchador mask. I want the Venom. I want the guy who broke Batman's back.
Who's to say he wasn't whatever from that island?
Did he seem like he's from that island?
I mean, can
you imagine Batista? I know
there's a lot of like light-skinned people on those Banana Republic Islands. I mean, look at Fidel Castro, right? Like they're not all like dark skin. I mean, a little imagination. I don't see a problem. Plus, when you have to cast an actor, it's kind of like it's like the Aquaman thing, right? We could have put a blonde hair, blue eye guy as Aquaman, but it just so happens that Jason
funny how
they did a decent job. Like
they did that for the female gays, okay?
But there's another change that I'm okay with. Like
his brother though, it's funny though. His brother, the Ocean Master, looked just like Aquaman. That's what's hilarious.
No, come on.
Yes.
I don't think so. He didn't look like Aquaman. You know who looks like Aquaman to me? I'm struggling to remember the actor's name, but the guy who was the main guy in Sons of Anarchy.
Oh, Jax Teller.
Yeah,
that guy. I forgot his name. That's what his character was. I don't remember his name.
Yeah, he played in the King Arthur movie.
Yeah, you probably could have got him. Let him bulk up and more. But,
he's pretty bulk. I mean, he may not be Jason Momoa level, but he's enough to be Aquaman. He would look like the more comic book Arthur Curry, but
who was the actor in that played? I don't know, because that's the thing. I want an older Barry Allen. That's what I wanted because it just it's just I wouldn't be so irritated with Ezra Miller if they would have went with like we're gonna go with the Dark Knight, Returns Bruce version that's so older. Like it's just like no. Why do we have a kid on that team? It's like having Spider-Man on the Avengers in the MCU. No, I mean, it's like I said, the MCU is like the ultimate universe because you have 15-year-old Peter Parker with the 40-year-olds. It's what? Blonde people look the same to me. What? Oh yeah, your name is Demented though.
Ronnie, you are correct. He did look more like Aquaman than Momoa did. I mean, I'll concede that fact. I guess just because of skin color and hair color.
Patrick Wilson. Yeah, I wouldn't mind Patrick Wilson taking over as a Aquaman or having him be the Flash and Big Barry Allen.
I gotta say, I'm not a fan of Ezra Miller. The only time I've seen him is in that Snyder cut, and I liked how they did them. Like I like I said, it was a change. I get it. It's not comic book accurate, but it worked for me. I liked how they made the Speed Force feel fucking godly. Like I was like, holy shit, like Jesus, like they made the Justice League feel like they could stand up to beings like Darkseid. Like I like that movie. It's flawed, but I try to take the good when I can. I was really prepared to hate Ezra.
Yeah,
I liked somewhat Cyborg. I was really prepared to hate Cyborg.
They really screwed the pooch. They could have had John Wesley Shipp back in the day as a Flash movies.
They didn't screw the pooch. That was like from 30 years ago.
Yeah, they could have had it like 2000. We could have had like a.
You would have had a shitty movie.
No, it wouldn't have had a shitty movie.
Yes, you would have.
No.
Well, really? Because tell me what good DC movies there were by 2000.
There was Superman. And Batman 89. Batman Returns.
Batman 89 is not a good movie. Batman Returns is even a worse movie.
You're just a Tim Burton hater.
You're right. He's never made a good movie.
I knew it.
Fucking terrible.
Mr. Hat Trick. You can't judge him.
I hate Tim Burton. Oh.
That's another thing. I've been seeing people say they wanted Jim Carrey as the Joker instead of being the Riddler.
Jim Carrey is the Riddler. He was already the Riddler.
No, I'm saying instead of being the Riddler, they would have had him be the Joker.
Why would they had Jack Nicholson as the Joker?
No, I'm saying people wanted Jim Carrey to take on the role as a Joker. Either that or Willem Dafoe.
I don't understand. What, are you talking about back in the day?
In the past 10 years, people have been asking for, Jim Carrey to take on the role.
But wasn't he already the Riddler?
He was a Riddler, yes.
Right.
But they're saying he would have been better casted after seeing his movies he's been in. But
I don't know. Old man Jim Carrey doesn't seem to like a good fit for the Riddler.
That's what I said about Joaquin Phoenix. But I mean, if he had Joaquin Phoenix with Batfleck, it wouldn't matter so much.
Well, Joaquin Phoenix was not a great Joker. He was that Joker was a different animal.
We saw him before Joker. Imagine if we didn't see that transformation. We just saw him as Joker. Because that's what I hate about Joker Origins. I don't like Joker Origins.
I'm with you. I just don't look at that Joker as Joker. I look at it as a what if Joker, so that you can tell this story of mental illness and wonder like, oh, is it all real? Is it all in his head? Is he crazy? What's going on? Like, okay, that's all fine. And Joaquin Phoenix is this amazing actor.
Like
Jim Carrey is not Joaquin Phoenix. It's like
Jim Carrey is a crazy psychopath, but he also can be downright creepy, like a Cable Guy. You've seen him, so. But no,
I like Jim Carrey. Dude, Jim Carrey is one of the best things about Kick-Ass 2. Like, don't get me wrong. I don't think old man Jim Carrey could pull off the Riddler.
Well, not now, but they say back in let's say 10 years ago.
I'm also not a real Riddler fan. I just don't want Riddler to come back. Like, just
well,
they make a new Batman movie. Can we get like Court of Owls, please, or something?
I would have. See, not say this thing. I would have had the guy who played Black Mask, Ewan McGregor play the Riddler, or Neil Patrick Harris.
Yeah, I could kind of see that. I don't care about Riddler.
Let's read the Scott Snyder book with Greg Capullo. Read the Riddler story. Read the Zero City or Zero Year. Because that made me appreciate the Riddler more, especially after watching Gotham too.
I've just had enough Riddler.
J.C. Eisenberg played a decent Riddler.
What is Cult Film saying here? Big Fish, Big Eyes, Ed Wood, Edward Scissorhands, Beetlejuice. Tim Burton is an empire to feed. That means half his filmography is going to be comprised of studio films. Planet of the Apes. It's Planet of the Apes. There's a reason why when people talk about Planet of the Apes, which was the better Planet of the Apes, they don't mention the Tim Burton Planet of the Apes. They just talk about the original Charlton Heston one and the new ones. The Tim Burton one is a travesty.
I forget about the new ones all the time with Mark Wahlberg.
I will dial it back a little bit on Tim Burton. Ed Wood was decent. Edward Scissorhands is pretty solid. Beetlejuice has not aged well, but for its time, okay. But he went off his rocker by Batman. From Batman and afterwards, oh no, he did Ed Wood after that.
But
okay, for sure though, his studio films blow fucking chunks. We'll just agree on that. At least we can come to terms. It's ironic that Ed Wood might be his best film when it's about a
I've never seen that, but I've seen the movie Milk Money though.
Ed Wood is, correct me if I'm wrong, a cult film. Ed Wood is about the guy who made Plan 9 from Outer Space, right? I'm pretty sure it is, which is often called one of the worst movies ever made. So it's ironic that Tim Burton, who's one of the worst directors in my opinion, made a movie about the worst director and made it is probably his best movie. No one cares. Everyone's bored to fucking death. Moving on. Ronnie says best Christmas movie was Iron Man 3. Ugh.
And you're wrong. That was actually Lethal Weapon 2. Which Iron Man 3 Iron Man 3 was the same director, and he did the same shots scene for scene. He just swapped out Iron Man and Mel Gibson. It's creepy how he just did the same things, the same scenarios, but with different characters.
I thought Iron Man 3 was a ripoff. Was of
Lethal Weapon 2. Of what?
Kiss Kiss Bang Bang.
Don't know about that. It was Lethal Weapon 2 though, with the whole.
I need to watch Lethal Weapon 2 again so I can remember. Jesse Eisenberg played a decent Riddler. What? Big Fish and Big Eyes are his best films. This cult film. Oh, all right. Doug Johnson is here. Good morning, all. We need a hard 7-year pause from the new comic book, superhero movies, TV shows. Yeah, we need to get back into making movies about other things. That's what I don't know if we need to. We don't necessarily need to pause making superhero films. We just need to make other things. Let's be some creative. Can we get some westerns again? Some fantasy films. Yeah. Cult film video. Tim Burton says, or Tim Burton needs to knock off his signature style. He doesn't have anything without his style. We get Gimp 7 Riddler in the new Batman flick. I don't know who's playing Riddler in the new Batman flick.
No idea.
I don't even care. That movie's like a train wreck. I'm waiting for it to come out so we can stop debating over guesses. Because some people are like, "Oh no, it's gonna be good," and other people are like, "Fuck that movie," and like no one actually knows. So when it finally comes out, at least we'll be like, "Okay, now we know." We can stop debating whether it's a good idea or not. And honestly, I mean, I hope that I hope I'm proven wrong. I hope that movie comes out and it's just fucking like just as good or not even better than the Nolan films. Like it sucks to eat crow, but it's worse to have shitty movies. Paul Dano. He was Little Miss Sunshine and There Will Be Blood. Oh, I don't remember his character. Bankman, you have me muted. I don't hear any background noise anymore. We should probably end this stream. It's been going on for a million years. We still have 11 people watching, though. I get more people when I just shoot the shit with you guys than when I read comics. I'm taking that as a sign.
I'm still here.
Oh, you realize you're half of the stream, right? Chime in 30 seconds later to tell me you're here. Don't worry. Go ahead and finish that page you're reading.
What page? Oh.
What comic do you guys think Bankman's reading?
Let's see here. You need to pause everything comic related for 4 years.
You fall asleep or something?
No, I had to do something real quick.
Oh, you could have just said it's like 3 a.m. over here on the West Coast. That means it's like what, 6 a.m. on the East Coast?
Yeah, on the East Coast, yeah.
Hey, look at this. I got someone who's giving me a compliment. I don't get those very often. I like your short reviews and shit streams. I can read, Ash. I don't know what that last part is for. I didn't mean to insinuate you couldn't read. If I did. But thank you for liking my shit streams.
I mean, you know, it's a bad sign when Paulo comes and leaves.
Right when Paul's gone. We went too long.
He said it's at midnight. It's 7 a.m. You know, so it's like it's got to be like around 2 o'clock, 4 o'clock, you know, for him now.
Well, Demented said he jumped in because he was free. He always misses streams. I like to do more of these. To be honest, go ahead.
I thought he said he jumped in because this was free.
Well, it is free. Hey, Lord is here. Speaking of showing up late, geez, Lord.
He takes his time.
I would like to do more. You know, the reading is fun, but I started the reading because of COVID, and now, Jesus, now I'm like, Ash sounds like Wes from TC. It disturbs me. Yeah, that's why you haven't seen us in the same place. So I started the streams, the story times because of COVID, and I just wasn't doing stuff on my channel. And I was all depressed, and I was like, I just want to keep this thing alive. So I decided to read books. But man, how many episodes am I on now? Like 170 something. And it's like starting to take a toll. And it's not because I don't enjoy doing them, but it's the commitment of doing them, if that makes sense. Because there's some nights where you're just like tired and just like, I just want to go to bed or do something. You're like, but I got that stream I've got to do. Since I have a schedule, when you do them when you're not in the mood, that's when it starts to wear on you. You know, I don't have the choice of just doing them whenever I feel like.
And 13 viewers now.
Yeah. So I like it when, and also because I didn't have people to stream with. So that was another problem too. I was like, I got to do something by myself. Read a comic book.
Ash, you know what this is? This is the ideal stream time starting around now.
Serious.
3 a.m. going to like 9.
I don't know. If I can, get people like RDV, get people like Zach want to jump in, I might just do. I might just do more hangout streams. I do like the hangout streams. I don't get to do panel stuff. Other people do their stuff at like 6 in the evening, and I'm usually all busy, so I don't get to partake in other streams.
It sucks when you're in California, you're on the West Coast, so you're like 2 hours behind everybody.
Yeah, but Venkman's a night owl, so
I'm actually people have speculated like either I'm an android or I'm a vampire because I never sleep.
What if you're both?
I'm an android. It's siphoning off your electrical.
Doug says you do have a choice, Ash. You're not a slave to story time. That's true.
Doug, don't tell him that.
It's just one of those things. I mean, I've been doing it for so long now.
There's many comics I want you to read still, Ash. You can't quit.
Demented for Fun says, I was going to be asleep like 2 hours ago. I blame all of you.
I blame you for staying here and listening to us. What's wrong with you? Oh, that's right, you're demented.
Yeah. So, when I started the story time originally, it was sort of just pick up and do a stream at night when I felt like it. And then it became scheduled because E streams, and I was like, it was constantly, I was doing it, and E would stream at the same time, and I'll be like, damn it. So I was like, when are you not streaming? Okay. And I started scheduling it just to not not conflict with each other. Yeah. We share a similar audience. And that's where, and I kind of want to go back to the story time like it used to be, where I just was like, you know what? I'm not doing anything right now. I'm going to go on, read a comic, because that was what Skip did. I copied Skip. He was the original one that actually did this. So,
you appropriate his culture?
Yes, I totally did. But I can do that because I have white privilege.
The white man's always taking the black man things.
Yeah. This is called privilege. Demented says, I was going to be asleep like 2 hours ago. I blame all of you. Well,
you
remember,
that.
Venkman gets all the blame. I get all the credit. That's how we work things here.
Are you going to wait 10 more minutes to read it again?
Did I wait 10 minutes? Oh, it's only 2 minutes ago. I don't know what time it is in Venkman land.
You read it though, and then you start talking.
Did I read it again? Oh, that's because it's late. I had a beer and I have a Biden brain. So, anyways, we should probably call this. It's late.
What are we calling it? 5 hours?
We're calling it done.
4 more minutes, Pa. 4 more minutes.
4 more minutes? We could do it. Make a 5-hour stream. 5-hour foot long.
But this is nothing. Don't you remember Marani would be on here too? And we go 3-8 hours on my channel.
Yeah, no, we would do. These are fun. I don't know where Marania went though. She fell asleep probably.
she's still cooking.
We lost Marania. We lost Paulo. Like, jeez.
I think she got tired because she kept talking about the Iron Man. How Iron Man should have been in the Gabby's everything, and they just kept. No one read it off.
No, I agree with you. Iron Man got host.
Oh, the Gabby should just all the books should have been Fantastic Four. It should have been Captain Marvel. It should have been every single book from Marvel that's out right now, except for Daredevil. It's pretty much should have been on the Gabby's.
Now, Marania, I want you to know I was not intentionally skipping over. I don't read everything. Sorry, I do try to read everything. I don't want to read everything out loud because it really bogs down. When you're soloing a stream, when you're just by yourself, then absolutely I just read everything and get everyone involved. But when you have a panel and you got to share time, it's just difficult. And I just pick and choose. It's nothing personal. But you in this particular case, the conversation got sidetracked and I didn't get back to the Iron Man.
She's
100%. I know I'm just saying though, I 100% agree with the Iron Man comments. Like,
oh Lord, says Ash is a slow reader. Hey, I don't care. It's if it gets to the finish line. That's all that matters.
Yeah, this is the Special Olympics of streaming. Okay, if you wanted the pros, you need to go somewhere else.
At least you're not when you're reading the words like to sound it out. So you get to
Jim Crow can't keep the lights on. Can't wait for 2024.
Oh, speaking of which, you guys, it was like yesterday or day before. New York City's telling them because it was so hot out, they want people to limit their electricity use.
Yeah.
And people,
Well, I live in California where we have rolling brownouts.
and the thing is, like, everybody, I agree. There's a lot of, I've never agreed with the blue check mark before, but a blue check mark was saying, like, he's like, you know what? Turn off Times Square.
Right.
Turn that off.
Yeah.
That's where all your energy is going to. You know, it's like, you know, and some people said, like, they said, like, even though they left their AC on, they noticed that it wasn't pushing out as powerful as, you know, as it normally does, because they weren't getting enough electricity. They turned it down a little bit. But yeah, I've never experienced a blackout where I live. That's just, you notice it's always in the big freaking cities where it's just backward policies.
Yep. 100%. There's 100% socialists turning our country into a socialist shithole.
That's what I'm waiting for.
A socialist country like Soviet Union, North Korea, Venezuela. You see what happens. They run everything into the ground, and California used to be the most advanced state in the union. Like, it was just, we had everything above everyone else. Best road system, best, you know, most advanced, like, traffic lights, and just everything was just fantastic because we were rich.
Yep.
About 40 years ago, the Democrats took over, and it's just been driving California into the mud. In, you know, now, dude, we're about to repeal, or what do you call it?
Remove your governor.
Recall.
Yeah,
we're about to recall the second governor we've ever, like, for the second time in our history. And I remember the last one. Like, we're just, like, going to start recalling, like, all the time because we keep putting in these fucking asshats.
That's the thing, though, too. I see you guys recalling Newsom and just getting someone even worse.
Could be, because Californians are great.
It's like, yeah, hey, bro, it's your turn, bro. Thanks. High five. Next guy comes in, we did it, and this guy is like, yeah, I'm a conservative, and then he tells you, guess what, I'm not. It's just, I look forward to what? Living in on eating bugs. I thought he said eating Tide Pods at first. I was like, if you're voting for these people, you might as well be eating Tide Pods.
We'll see. Our mayor here in San Diego was talking about running for governor. So, well, we have a Republican mayor.
He's got to beat Bruce Jenner, though.
It's true. We have a Republican mayor, and San Diego was the only city in California not to go fucking crazy. So maybe we'll see. I, of course, don't want.
He leaves.
I don't want him to go and get this fucking wacko, fucking Tim Wheeler from Portland moves down here and I'll be your new mayor.
You can only flush your toilet once a day.
Serious.
You better hold it in. Well, that's Milwaukee, where I live over here, and I'm not in the city of Milwaukee, but I always hear about it. It's like, oh, when it floods, like, down there, the rain rains, the sewer backs up into the streets. I'm like, gross.
Yeah, they mismanage everything. They take all this money, and the money that they collect from you, they spend on bureaucracy instead of doing things. I mean, just look at what happened in Flint, Michigan. Like, all you have to do is look at Flint, Michigan, and, like, the water was fucking, like, piss yellow.
Oh, it was iron ins. It's all iron.
Right. You just have to look at that and just go, this is why you should never vote for a fucking Democrat ever in your life. And if that's not enough for you, you can just look at Governor Cuomo, who's guilty of sending tens of thousands of people into nursing homes during COVID and causing probably more death than any American in history. But anyways, we don't want to turn this all political now. Thank you guys for all being here and talking comics with me and the real Dr. Venkman.
Did we talk comics?
We talked a little bit.
Yeah.
I kind of go with the flow with the chat. I think the chat want to talk about comics, they bring, they gave us our first subject we talked about, then they didn't talk about comics anymore. I blame Doug Johnson because he's the first name I saw.
I blame myself.
Oh, you should. That's the rule. You get all the blame. So
Yeah.
I was not following the rule. So thank you guys. Thank you, Vankman. I had a lot of fun tonight talking to you and Zach, wherever you are, and Tank.
Tank
Good luck
Ferret.
with Tank Ferret. Good luck with your projects, and hope to see you guys again real soon. Cool. I think I had something I was gonna do. I can't remember what it was because I have a Biden brain.
The outro intro? I don't know.
Yeah. How's that work?